In this video, you will learn the most direct and effective strategies and advices that will help you achieve massive success with Amazon KDP. Now, I've made a lot of money from my own Amazon KDP businesses, as well as I've created a ton of success stories of students inside my program, so I know these strategies work if you implement it. This is going to be a very long video packed with insane value. I've specifically picked these videos that I felt were the most helpful for you to make more money. Now, as you go through this video and feel like you need a bit more assistance in implementing these strategies in your business, then I do offer a complete Amazon KDP coaching program, which you can apply from the first link in the description below. With that being said, enjoy the video and see you inside. In this video, I'll give you the ultimate guide to going from zero to over $100,000 in your Amazon KDP business. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to another video. So if you're new to the channel, my name is Sean, and I've made over $1.6 million from self-publishing books on Amazon KDP. I've built 2 successful multi-six figures a year KDP account. So if you want no BS publishing advice from someone who's actually doing it, then make sure to subscribe. So in this video, I'll be introducing you to concepts that I've never made public on YouTube before. And honestly, I'm not even sure if I want to keep this information public and keep this video up. So to be honest, I might delete this video later. But this is exactly how we consistently take our students from absolute beginner in Amazon KDP to doing over $5, $10, $20, even $30,000 in a month. So with this video, you will learn exactly the mistakes that you might be making and what you should be working towards in your business. So let's start with keyword research. So I would say 99% of the people who go into Amazon KDP, who go into publishing, do this mistake, which is the first one. They make a book on whatever topic, right? They write a book on whatever they're passionate about, and then they try to make others want it after they wrote the book, right? So instead, what you have to do is you have to research what the market wants first. Make sure that other people are buying books on the topic before you even make a book. So once you confirm that there is demand, that people are buying books on it, then you make a book on it, okay? People do it the other way around. They write a book on whatever topic without doing any market research, without any justification for that reason. They make a book and then they're like, okay, how do I make other people want to buy this book? And honestly, if no one's looking for that topic, if no one's interested in what you wrote, then there's nothing you can do and you just wasted a crap ton of time. So this is the biggest mistake beginners make. You can do everything else right, but if you mess up right here, if you don't publish a book in a topic that's in demand, then you will never make money. So how do you validate if the book, the topic that you're trying to publish in, is profitable? Well, it's as simple as asking yourself, are there other books on the same topic selling well? If not, then what makes you think your book will sell? A lot of people think that, being first in the market is good. Now, if you have some sort of proof that people are actually looking for that topic, then that's great. You can definitely be the first in the market and you can definitely make money. But 9 times out of 10, if you're the first in the market, you will not make money because 9 times out of 10, there aren't other books on the topic because it's just not a profitable topic. It's just because no one's looking for that topic. It's not because you have this crazy genius idea. It's because no one's interested in it, okay? Once again, there is a 10% chance that you might be a genius and you're the first one in the market, but the chances aren't that good. So competition is actually good, right? When you see competition, other books on the topic already, a lot of people get discouraged when that's actually a good sign, because if there are other books selling on it, once again, that means there is demand and we want to look for that. So if you're watching this, if you're listening to this and you're like, well, Sean, this kind of sucks. I'm just an author. I want to write books on whatever I'm passionate about. I don't want to think about, writing books for other people. I want to write books for me. Well, unfortunately, that is not how the world works. Unless you don't care about making money. If you don't care about making money, you can write books on whatever topic you want to write about. That is completely up to you. But if you're here to make money, you can't be complaining that you're not making money, you're not making sales, no one's buying your book if you're just writing a book on whatever you want to write about without doing proper market research. So if you're here to make money, you got to act like a publisher, not just an author or a writer, right? You got to learn basic market research and marketing. All right, so that was the first thing I wanted to get out of the way. From here, we're going to go even deeper. And honestly, this is something that really nobody else talks about. And it's one of the biggest secrets to making more money in this self-publishing business. And that is the concept of lifetime value. So Once again, no one talks about this, but if you understand this, you will absolutely dominate in this business. So LTV, or lifetime value, stands for how much you earn throughout the lifetime of the customer. Now, your goal in this business is to increase this number as much as possible. So let me give you some examples here. So if person A buys one Kindle book at $2.99 from you, Kindle book, the average royalty, if you price it at $2.99, it's about $2. And if they only buy that, the lifetime value of person A is $2. Example number 2, if person B buys a Kindle book at $2.99 from you, but they also come back because you got a good book, right? They like your book, so they come back and buy your other books, and you have 3 other books. So they come back and buy a total of 4 books from you. How much would you earn? Well, once again, the average royalty is about $2 times 4 books that they bought, meaning you made $8 from person B. So the lifetime value of person B is $8. Example number 3, person C, they prefer to read paperback books, right? She buys your book, loves it, and comes back, and you so happen to have a 7-book series. So she comes back and buy all 7 books, right? Or I guess 6 books because she bought 1 already. So she buys all 7, and she bought the paperback version of it. So the average paperback royalties are $6 to $8 each. So let's just say $6 conservatively, right? So let's times 6 by 7 books, meaning you made $42 from person C. So the lifetime value of person C is $42. And that is not all, right? You can do so much more. Like you can collect their email addresses from your book, and you can keep marketing to them. You can get additional reviews for your book. You can pitch them your new release book once you have it. You can pitch them your other books. You can even sell affiliate products, right? When you sell affiliate products, the average commission is between 50 to hundreds, of dollars in commissions. Or you can even create your own course or services and sell them, which typically is hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. So this is the secret to winning in publishing. Everyone thinks the secret is to profit from your first book. That's great, you definitely can do that. But the true secret is to increase your lifetime value as much as possible so you can afford to spend more to make a sale. So as an example, if your average lifetime value of a customer was $20, so if on average your customers make you $20 in their lifetime, do you really care if it costs you $3 to sell a Kindle book with a royalty of $2? If you only look at that initial sale, you think you lost $1 from running ads. You spent $3 on ads. You made a sale for a Kindle book at $2.99. Once again, the royalties for that is about $2. So if you're only looking at that, you're like, I spent $3 to make $2 back. So I lost $1. My ads aren't profitable, right? However, in reality, you actually made $17 from all the other sales that you made to the customer because you spent $3 on ads, you made a sale for the Kindle book. The Kindle book was so good, the customer loved it. They came back and bought your other books, as well as perhaps you collected their email address, and now you're pitching them different products. Maybe your affiliate products, your services. I don't know what you're gonna promote. There's so many things you can do. But the point is you made more money in the back end, right? And the actual profit could be $17 in this hypothetical example. It could be lower, it could be much higher than this, depending on how you execute this. But the point is, a lot of people only focus on here, right? They're like, oh, I spent $3, made a sale, made $2 back, I lost money. They don't realize all these things that are happening in the back end. So your goal is to build out this system so that you can squeeze out as much money as possible from your customers in an ethical way, of course, by providing value so that they want to buy more of your books. So this is the secret. Now you know. This is how you win in publishing. Nobody else talks about this. So if you truly understand this, if you master this, this is literally the best secret out there in terms of winning in publishing, okay? So the question you might have is, how do you increase your lifetime value? Well, number one, you gotta have a high quality book. This is why I always preach having a high quality book, because if your book sucks, no one will ever come back and buy another book from you again. Number two is you want to build a series, right? You want to go deep instead of going wide. Going wide is like publishing a book on this pen name, publishing a book on another niche, one journal, one nonfiction, one fiction. No one's going to come back and buy your books because it's not connected. You want to have a series of books, okay? Number three is build your audience. You got to collect their email addresses. You can build social media, whatever way for you to reach back out and keep marketing to them. that's what you want to do. Number 4 is you want to sell more than books. Think about selling affiliate products, courses and services, whatever that is related to your audience, what you think, they're interested in. You want to go and pitch that because you're going to make so much more than just selling books. So that was lifetime value. Really understand it, implement it. You will make a crap ton more money. Next one is building systems. So you're most likely not going to make $10,000 a month from one book. Unfortunately, that is the reality, right? You definitely can. Some people do it, but it's not likely. It's not the average, okay? But you also don't want to spam hundreds of low quality books. You definitely don't want to do that. So the key is to create a system where you can consistently publish 5-star quality books every single month. So I always say this, you want to publish as many high quality books as possible. You need a system to do that, even if you cannot write or have no time. How do you do this? Well, you want to learn to hire top talents cheaply, okay? You can start by DIY, meaning, writing the book yourself and doing things yourself to keep the production costs low if you're on a lower budget. But you want to invest the profits back into outsourcing more so you can produce better books faster. That's the key word, is better books faster, okay? So you want to do what you love, good at. So if you're good at writing, you want to keep doing that. While if you suck at designing, the book cover, maybe you can outsource that first, right? So outsource what you suck at, do what you love at. And that is how you want to keep building this business and start systematizing things. So the task you can outsource is book writing, cover design, formatting, uploading, Amazon ads, literally anything else. Every single step in this business, you can outsource, okay? You can also do it yourself if you don't have the money, but you can also outsource. The best platforms to find talents are Upwork and Fiverr, okay? Upwork and Fiverr, these are the 2 platforms that you can hire pretty much anyone for any positions. As an example, here are some children's book illustrators that I found on Upwork. And you can see that, this person lives in Vietnam, right? So she is a lot cheaper than if you would hire somebody in the US. And this is the thing, now you can hire top talents overseas for so much cheaper, and her quality is really good. You can see this is a pretty nice illustration, right? So I've hired, illustrations for literally $3 a piece, $5 a piece. It depends on complexity, but you can see this one's $10 an hour from Armenia. $10 an hour, that's really, really good. And obviously you have to talk to them and see how many hours it takes for them to go and create these images. But I can tell you that it's not going to be that expensive, okay? And this is how you can start outsourcing things. This is just one example. You can do ghostwriting, you can outsource cover design. I'll leave a link to this page if you guys want to go and start talking to these illustrators as an example. And this is someone on Fiverr. So this person, there are many other gigs like this, but this one I've worked with him a couple times. He does a good job. So I'll leave a link to this gig below this video as well. But you can see that he will literally create a whole book cover for $30. And if you pay a little more, you can get a whole book interior plus a cover made for you. So you don't even have to create the book because he will do it for you, right? And the designs are pretty good. So my current team setup, if you're curious, is I have 2 ghostwriters, 1 editor, 2 cover designers, 1 formatter, 1 Amazon ad specialist, and 1 virtual assistant. And they pretty much do all the work for you. And that is how I only work on my Amazon KDP business, around 30 minutes a week, if not 1 hour a week. And I can still maintain what I'm making. Now, obviously, you don't start off with hiring all these people, right? You start off doing everything yourself, then you outsource one task. Once that stabilizes, you outsource another task, and you slowly start outsourcing, and you slowly start buying back your time. And if you're scared of investing the money, let's do a quick math here. So if you're publishing a high content book, which are non-fiction books, fiction books, these typically cost between $900 to $1,500 to make all in. So we're talking the ghostwriting, the cover design, formatting, putting everything together. And $1,500 is more on the higher end. So once again, you can get it lower around $900, if not cheaper too. So you spend that much to make the book. A lot of people are scared of this, right? But if it does $500 a month profit, you will make your money back in 3 months, okay? Now, if it does $300 a month profit, which is very conservative, a good high content book can do $500 a month, if not a lot more. Conservatively, if it does $300 a month profit, you're making your money back in 5 months. Even at $150 a month profit, you will make your money back in 10 months. Now, a lot of people might see this and they're like, 10 months ROI, that is a very long time. Well, even at 10 months ROI, it's still significantly better than traditional investments like stocks and real estate. A lot of you guys might invest in real estate, in stocks. In real estate, people spend so much money upfront to acquire the property, and the average ROI is 10% a year. So 10% a year, meaning To get to 100%, to make your money back, you literally gotta wait 10 years, and that is considered a good investment. So 10 months is nothing compared to that. And this is at a very conservative rate of $150 a month profit. Once again, the average is about $300 to $500 a month. So just to illustrate a point here, we have one of our students who joined our program, Henry. He posted this in the Facebook group, and he said, back in 2015, I published a high content book through KDP. At the time, it was earning around $150 per month. I somewhat sidelined it because it didn't seem like a significant income. However, upon joining this program, I reviewed its performance and was shocked to find out that it's been consistently generating income all these years, accumulating a total of $15,000. Needless to say, I'm kicking myself for not diving deeper. So that's the thing. Henry published a book, think it wasn't doing much, forgot about it, and he's coming back because that book over the years made $15,000. And this is honestly a pretty typical story. A lot of people, they are very short-sighted. They only look at this business from what's possible a few months ahead. But what you want to do is you want to step back and look at this from a perspective of what you can do in years, not in months, because you're over here building a nest egg. That's how you want to look at this, right? Every single one of your books will keep making money as long as it stays on Amazon. And it'll build upon each other and it'll keep paying you for a very, very long time. And the good news is producing a book is getting faster and cheaper than ever before because of AI, right? So what used to take weeks can now be done in literally minutes. What used to take hundreds of dollars can now be done with little to no cost or even free because AI is revolutionizing the book production process. So the production costs of these books are going to be lower and lower and lower over time as AI improves while increasing its quality. So AI is not going anywhere. It is here to stay, and you really should be taking advantage of this opportunity. You really should be learning how to use AI properly, because if you don't use it, then everyone else will have a massive competitive advantage over you. All right, so the next thing I want you guys to keep in mind is you want to keep this simple. Okay, if you're doing this to quit your job and achieve more freedom, then why make your business so time consuming? You know, publishing can be extremely simple or extremely complicated depending on how you build it. I recommend you keep it very simple, and the thing is, you actually make more money by keeping it simple. So this is the simple publishing business setup that I recommend. This is the bird's eye view of how it will look like. Okay, so you have your traffic source, you know, whether that's SEO, whether that's social media, whether that's ads, Amazon ads, Facebook ads, whatever your preferred traffic source is, that is how people will find your book. Once people buy your book, read it, hopefully they like it enough to go and buy your other books. That is why you need a series of books. You want to build a brand, right? So that they have repeat purchase potential. Now, from there, you will collect their email address, right? You will find a way to keep reaching back out to them, keep talking to them, keep selling them things. From your emails, you can send them back to your books, so you can sell them your other books, or you can also sell them your affiliate products, courses, services, whatever you offer in the backend. That is it. And this is the exact setup that people use to make 6 figures, even 7 figures a year, right? You don't have to overcomplicate this, right? You don't need a website. You don't need a Facebook group. You don't need a Twitter account. You don't need to do anything. You know, yes, I put social media, perhaps Instagram, TikTok. That's probably the best places. You know, if Twitter works for you, you should probably do it, but you don't need a billion different social media sites, right? Just focus on one. You know, you don't have to do a bunch of different things. All you have to focus on is doing this, and that is it. So everything else is honestly unnecessary. And the more steps you add in your business, the more complicated it gets. And the thing is, your income does not go up parallel to how complicated your business becomes. So just because you increased workload and complexity in your business doesn't mean your income will go up parallel to that. In fact, in business, most of the time you make more money by keeping it simple. In our case, you just want to publish one good book after another and market it. And that is how you build a 6 or 7 figure publishing business with less than 10 hours a week. Next, let's talk about book launch. So you have to build your ARC team. So the ARC team stands for Advanced Reader Copy. And these are people who will read your book for free in exchange for leaving a review. You have to build a team, or every single book you publish, you will start from zero, and you don't want that. If you want to build a business, you have to build a repeatable system that you can gather reviews, okay? So When you're building your ARC team, it is a grind for your first book. There's no way around that. But you can reach back out to the same people who reviewed your first book for any future books, right? And that is another reason why you want to build a brand, or else you're starting from zero every single time. If you publish one book in a niche and then you publish another book in another niche, then you have to rebuild your ARC team from scratch, right? But if you publish one book, you gather your reviewers for that book. When you publish another book in the same niche, then most likely those reviewers will be interested in the topic because it's related, right? So you can reach back out to them. So you essentially have to build this once and you're good. And your goal honestly should be to get to 100 reviews in your first month. Now, if you think 100 reviews in a month is way too much, yes, I'm not saying it's going to be easy. It definitely requires work, but it's possible. Okay, a lot of our students have done it. As an example, we have Edwin over here, and he posted a Win Wednesday post, right? And you can see here that I was challenged by one of our coaches to get 100 reviews for his book in a month, and he just got it. He's super hyped. It didn't take a month. It took 1 month and 4 days. So we can count that as close enough. And he used the Facebook method. So the Facebook method is literally going out to different Facebook groups and gathering ARC, reviewers. We'll give you templates. We'll give you what to say, where to go, those kind of things. So you can just follow along. And only 9 reviews came from Puppy, right? A lot of people rely on Puppy. And if that's the only way you're collecting reviews, it's definitely not good because you're relying on a third-party tool. You don't want to do that, right? So you definitely want to start building your ARC team using other methods. So once you get a lot of reviews, your book launch will go a lot more smoothly. And now it's time to explode the book sales with some ads. Now, a lot of people struggle with keeping their ad costs low, but that is because their listing is not optimized. So the next thing you got to focus on is conversion rate optimization. The reason why your Amazon ad cost is high is not because ads are simply expensive. It's because your conversion rate is low. Because with Amazon ads, you only pay when people click on your book, meaning, people are clicking on it, and if they buy from those clicks, then it's not an issue, right? Your ad wouldn't be expensive. It's only expensive because you get a lot of people clicking on it, but no one's buying. And that means there's an issue with your listing. Once people click on it, they get to the product page, something there is turning them off, right? That is why people are not buying, so you definitely want to fix that. And you fix that by creating a 10 out of 10 listing. So this is what we like to say in our program, in our group, right? We always say you want to create a 10 out of 10 listing. Absolutely perfection. There's no other way to improve your book because your book cover is perfect, your title is perfect, your description, A+ content, reviews, everything is on point. So you want to make sure everything is optimized with proper images, graphics, and copywriting, and just to the point where there's nothing else you can do to improve the product because it's just absolutely perfect. So we always say that by 2030, the Amazon KDP space will be dominated by Royalty Hero students because that is how freaking good their books are, right? We hyper optimize literally everything from title, cover, description, A+ content, reviews, even bonuses, and even, video testimonials or video reviews. So we get everything we can to really make the listing as attractive as possible. And we just create a book that's so good that no competition can come close to it. And that should be your goal too. So the next concept is that you don't want to just rely on Amazon. So a lot of people stop with just publishing a book on KDP and not realize that there are 7 other ways to make money from the book, the work that you've already done. Okay, so you can publish your book on Audible, publish it as an audiobook. You can publish it on Ingram Spark to distribute your book to over, I believe, 50,000, 60,000 additional stores. You can do draft to digital, Google Play, Findaway Voices, even bundles and translations. Especially the audiobook is something that you definitely don't want to sleep on because you can see that this is the statistics of the audiobook market. It is growing exponentially, and we're here in 2024. It's projected to triple in size by 2030, literally within 6 years. So you definitely want to position yourself to where your books are ranking already right now, because once the market grows, a lot more customers come into these audiobook platform. Your books are there, ready to be read or listened to, right? So you definitely want to take advantage of it right now. And that is why I like high content and I don't do a lot of low content books, because you cannot turn a low content book into an audiobook. Most likely, you cannot turn a journal or a planner into an audiobook. So the biggest challenge with high content is the cost of production. So we should be thinking, how can we produce a high quality, high content book for a cheaper price? And that is where AI comes in. You can also write the book yourself. That's going to save you a lot of money, but AI also will save a ton of money. So that's why we want to start utilizing AI to bring our production costs down while not bringing our quality down. We want to keep our quality the same, if not higher. So I highly recommend you guys eventually get into high content, especially audiobooks. So hopefully this video showed you some concepts that maybe you haven't heard before and kind of open your eyes into, what you should be working on in your business to build a 6 or 7 figure publishing business. So you guys can go and implement this in your business. And if you want to work with me and my team of coaches directly one-on-one, to take your business to the next level, then you can apply to the Road to Hero program from the link below this video. It's going to take you to a quick survey to fill out and you can book a discovery call from there. We don't work with absolutely everyone because you do have to make some investments into your business. So we only work with serious people. But if that's you and you want to learn more, then you can do so from the link below. So with that being said, thanks for watching. Leave a like, subscribe. I'll see you guys in the next one. In this video, I'll share with you real Amazon KDP strategies that are actually working, based on not just my own experience, but also from working with thousands of other publishers, many of them doing even better than me. So if you're expecting some get-rich-quick scheme or a magical hack that's going to make you millions overnight, then this is not for you. But if you want to learn how to build a real sustainable publishing business that can absolutely change your life, like how it changed mine, then make sure to watch this video till the end. So with that being said, let's get started with the first key tip that you have to understand. And that is that higher barrier of entry often means higher profits. So essentially in Amazon KDP, there are 3 different types of books you can create, right? We have the low content, the medium content, and the high content. If you're new to KDP, it's basically how easily you can create these books. Low content books are journals, planners, very, very few content inside. And that's why you can whip it up, with AI especially, or some, design tools out there in just a couple hours, right? Medium content has text and designs. We're talking about coloring books, activity books, story books, those kind of things, which takes a little more work to create. High content books are typically nonfiction, fiction books, right? A lot of text. So you definitely cannot whip it up in just a couple hours. So essentially, as you move up this pyramid, the higher the content the book has, the harder it is to make. And for that reason, most people avoid creating high content books because it's the hardest. And for that reason, if you stick to just doing low content, medium content, you're going to be competing with most people because most people are taking the easy way out. Most people don't want to put in the work, right? So that's why if you're doing journals, if you're doing planners, if you're doing coloring books are just absolutely exploding. Although it's profitable, nowadays it's so easy to create with AI. And if you're doing the AI coloring book, whipping up AI coloring books and spamming that like literally everyone else, then you're competing with literally everyone else. So that is cool if you just want to make a couple $100 a month. But if you want to make 10K a month, if you want to create a life-changing income, then you will have to do something that's different than most people are doing. So what I highly suggest you do is move up the pyramid, right? So start creating books that are much harder to create. If you really want to do coloring books, you can, but maybe instead of relying on just AI, you can start creating custom illustrated coloring books, right? Something that's different than what most people are doing. Or you can actually create nonfiction or fiction books, what we call high content books. This is where I made most of my money. So this is an example of what most people do, right? Most people come in and they just play this game of spamming low content books with absolutely 0 reviews, bare minimum title, right? And a very, very basic cover that they whipped up on Canva. They upload it, do 0 marketing, and they wonder why they're not making 10K a month, right? This strategy can get you a couple sales because Amazon is so huge. You usually get lucky and you make sales, right? So you can make 10 bucks here, 20 bucks here, maybe even 100 bucks, but this is not gonna make you 10K a month, which most people wanna get there. Now you can choose to move up from that and start creating medium content books, right? Such as coloring books. And that's a little better because it's a little more effort that's involved into creating it. Now you can create coloring books with AI, very low effort, or you can create something like this that is custom illustrations and it's really, really nice interiors, good cover. Obviously you do a launch so you get a lot of reviews. And if you do those steps properly, you can make a lot of money with medium content. And if you move up even beyond that, right, we have high content. This is an example of a nonfiction book that's doing extremely well. And this is a full-on 200-page nonfiction book full of text, good information. It's actually not that hard to create these books. You can hire ghostwriters, which is what I do, right? I hire other people to write books for me. And you launch it and you recoup all the investments that you've made from hiring other people to create these books because you know how to market it and you know how to make a profit, right? So that's the whole business model. But here's the bottom line, right? Why do most people stay in low content books? That is because they're either lazy or scared, or maybe both. I would say most people are more scared than lazy, right? The fact that you're trying to build this business, you're most likely not lazy, but the fact that you don't want to invest too much time and too much money into producing these books is because you're scared, is because you do not believe that you can make this business work. Either you don't believe in yourself, in your abilities, or you don't believe in the KDP business model. And that is exactly why you're not sure about investing the time and effort into creating a medium or high content book, because you don't know if you're gonna make a return on that investment. So there's not much I can say to that besides the fact that you just have to get over it, right? You just have to get past that fear, because building a business is basically going against the fear, right? Your brain is going to try and keep you in the safe zone, not taking any risk, and you will have to actively push past that to take risk. And that is how people become successful. That is how people succeed in anything in life, is pushing past that fear, right? So what I try to do in this channel is to show you real life examples of not just myself, but also other people who succeeded with KDP, to try and show you that it's possible. I also show you brands like these that are extremely successful, making a lot of money. And these people behind the scenes, right, are just normal people like you and me doing Amazon KDP. So we have this brand, Elizabeth Cole, and she publishes books in the children's book niche. And if you use KD Spy, which is a tool that I have, it tells me that she's making $28,000 just from her first 20 books, just from paperback, another $9,000 from hardcover, a couple hundred more from audiobooks, and another $2,700 from Kindle. So obviously she's very successful. This is probably not average results, but a lot of people are winning with publishing. This is another example of a person that's crushing it in the decluttering niche. So she does a nonfiction high content brand. And with KD Spy, you can see that she does $5,000 from paperback, almost $1,000 from hardcover, audiobook $20,000 because audiobook is blowing up right now. It's really good. And another $1,600 from Kindle. And there are many, many more examples of successful brands like this. And behind the scenes, they're just self-publishers, right? Maybe Dana K. White, she is an actual authority figure, but Elizabeth Cole, probably not. All the other brands that I usually show, they're not as well. They're just someone like me behind the scenes. So you have to increase your belief towards the business model and also work towards creating higher barrier of entry books, okay? This applies beyond publishing. It's not just in the KDP business model. So let me show you some examples. So if you're doing real estate development, right? If you build a shed, that's easy. Easiest form of real estate investment, right? Just building a shed on a property. Easy, but it's low profit, right? Because the value increase that you get from building a shed is not that much. But if you build a house on a land instead of just a shed, now it's a little bit harder. It's going to cost you a little more time, a little bit more money, but you're going to make more profit because you increase the value of the property even more, right? But what if you go into building an apartment complex, right? But now it's much harder because it requires more investment because of the time and the money, but you often make a lot more profit, okay? So when something is harder to do, it often leads to higher profit. Another example in the restaurant business. So if you're just doing food trucks, right? Easy, but low profit, right? But if you're doing a standard restaurant, then that could be a little bit harder, but medium profit. And if you're doing fine dining, you can actually charge premium prices while having less competition because there are a lot less fine dining establishments out there compared to, let's say, a super casual restaurant. So the bottom line is this. The barrier of entry isn't actually as high as you think, but the perception of difficulty keeps people away from trying, leaving opportunities for those who are willing to go in. All right, tip number 2 is competition is a good thing. So this is a crazy concept probably if you're just getting started with KDP or in business in general, because everybody says competition is bad. I get so much comments on my YouTube channel saying, oh, I cannot do this because everybody else is doing it already. When I'm like, dude, you should be doing that niche because everyone else is doing it, right? If no one else is doing it, it's probably because it's not profitable, okay? So competition is actually a good sign. So you want to embrace competition. Once again, if no one else is doing it, it's because it doesn't work. It's not because it's untapped. There's a 99% chance it's because your idea is not profitable. Maybe 1%, you are this genius who's earlier than everyone else, right? But if you're just getting started with business, most likely that's not the case, okay? So instead of trying to avoid competition, just be better because competition is there because it's profitable. So instead of avoiding competition, just go into the same market, but just create a better product so you stand out. Let me show you some examples. So we have this book, Interesting Facts for Curious Minds. It's absolutely crushing it, number 26 in the entire bookstore. The past couple of years, this book has been crushing it, right? Making thousands of dollars a day. And the reason why this book blew up, even though it's in a topic which is just random facts, right, is because of the book cover. So it's purely packaging. No one else created this Einstein with his brain exploding book cover before. Now a lot of people are copying it, but before he was the first one. Essentially what he did is went into a very profitable niche, random facts, right, that everyone else is already doing. It wasn't like he was the first one doing it, but he created a better product. His packaging really stood out. So that is how his book blew up. Next one is this shadow work journal. So she literally sold 1 million copies, made millions from this one book, and it's because she combined journal with a new topic, shadow work. Although she wasn't the first journal, or she wasn't even the first shadow work journal, I believe. So she went into the same niche as everyone else, but she marketed the book differently. She went into TikTok, and social media marketing was just picking up, and she used TikTok to push her book, and it just absolutely blew up. So that is a little unique advantage that she had. And the last one is the reverse coloring book. So this is trademark, so don't go into this niche, right? I'm literally just showing you this to give you an example of how you can carve out a little niche for yourself in a very competitive niche, right? So a coloring book, once again, is a huge niche, but she did something a little bit unique so that she stood out, and that is the reverse coloring book, right? So it's like the opposite of normal coloring books. So the bottom line is, don't be afraid of competition. Just think of ways for you to stand out, create a better book or something that's slightly unique. All right, tip number 3 is to build a brand, not just a book. So you want to build a series of books that are connected to each other under one author name. Instead of trying to go wide, go deep. So what I mean by this is, instead of publishing one journal, one coloring book, one high content book, one fiction, and just all over the place, right? Just pick a niche. What is your niche, right? And serve that audience as many times as possible. Okay, so that's going deep compared to going wide, shotgunning a bunch of books. Now, more books means repeat customers and higher earnings. So this is exactly why you want to build a brand, because if you have a bunch of books under one brand, the customer will recognize you, they will come back and buy from you again. And this repeat customers is exactly how you build a sustainable, profitable publishing business, okay? If you publish one journal under one pen name and a nonfiction book under another pen name, and these books aren't related at all, plus it's under a separate pen name, the same customer is not gonna come back and buy from you again. They're not even gonna be able to find your other books, right? So that's exactly why you do not wanna do that, because you're not gonna have any repeat purchase potential. Now, your goal as a business owner is to increase your lifetime value as much as possible. Lifetime value is how much money can you make from the same customer. And you do this by offering more books, more products to the same person, because this way you can make more money from the same customer. All right, so let me show you some real life examples. So a great example in film is Marvel movies versus independent films, right? In Marvel, you have the Marvel universe built interconnected with each other, right? Where each movie feeds into others. Sometimes they even collab, like, you know, Deadpool and Wolverine, right? Every single time when a Marvel movie ends, they do a little teaser to the next one coming out, right? And instead of each heroes being standalone, now they're collaborating with each other, and people who watch one Marvel movie, they have to watch all the other ones because the stories are connected. And that is how Marvel makes so much money from the same person, is because one person, one customer will go and watch all their movies. Compared to if you have a independent film, then you watch that movie, even though you love it, there's nothing else to watch because it's just a standalone, right? So that's exactly why most successful movies, they come up with, you know, number 2, number 3, prequel, and then, you know, they do a reboot, right? So that's why they try to milk it as much as possible, but we're doing the same thing with books. So in KDP, each book should connect to your broader brand ecosystem, okay? Resulting in viewers and readers automatically interested in the next release. So you can create content that builds upon itself, just like Marvel. Example number 2 is Starbucks versus local coffee shops. So if you just have a local shop, you know, you just sell coffee. That's it, right? Like publishing random books. That's literally all they can buy, right? But with Starbucks, they built a lifestyle brand around the coffee experience, right? So now they created this consistent experience everywhere you go. It's not just in Starbucks, it's with McDonald's as well. But with every Starbucks you go, the experience is the same, right? Across all locations, you know what you can expect. So the consistency builds trust and repeat purchases. So it's the same thing as if you're building a series of books. Your writing style, your tone, you know, your overall message should be congruent with each other. Just like this brand that I showed you earlier, but we have body boundaries make me stronger, kindness makes me stronger, perseverance makes me stronger. Everything has a makes me stronger positive theme to it, while the book is a little different because the core moral lesson that you learn is different. One is body boundaries, one is kindness, one is perseverance, and it keeps going, right? However, the character is the same, the story style is the same, right? And the tone, the theme, how it feels is the same. The customers buy into the story, and so they keep coming back. All right, advice number 4 is to solve real pain points. So what you want to do is not just to create books, you want to create solutions to the problems the reader have. The biggest thing to understand is that people buy books to solve a problem, right? When they buy fiction books, it's because they are bored and they want to be entertained, just like when they watch a movie, right? They're bored, they want an escape, okay? But when they buy non-fiction books, this could also apply to, let's say, journals, planners, those are utility books, right? They have a reason why they're buying it. If they buy coloring books, I guess it's more so kind of related to fiction. They're just bored. They want some activities, right? So you got to kind of ask yourself, what are the reasons why people are buying my book? But if they're doing non-fiction, it's because they got a problem and they want to learn how to fix it, right? No one skinny ever buys a weight loss book. When they buy a weight loss book, it's probably because they're overweight, right? When they buy a decluttering book, it's probably because their home is a mess. They want to solve a specific problem. So your whole purpose of your book should be to show them how to do that. And the better you can solve their problems, the more readers will love you and they will come back and keep buying from you. So some examples here. Once again, if you're buying a productivity book, you got to ask yourself, why are people buying books on productivity? Obviously because they struggle with productivity, right? Maybe they're lazy or maybe they're not motivated. Maybe they suck at time management. Whatever pain points that you identify, those are the stuff that you got to solve inside your book, okay? If people buy a keto weight loss book, they want to lose weight with keto. So here's the thing. When people buy a keto weight loss book, they want to lose weight with keto, right? But what people do is they start putting chapters like the history of the keto diet into their book. And this is why people get angry, is because who cares about the history of keto, right? If you're trying to lose weight, like the history is not going to help you lose weight. So like you just added fluff in your book, Your whole book should be about how to use keto to lose weight, nothing else, right? Don't add fluff. And that's why identifying the pain point is super important so that you know exactly what to put inside your book, okay? When people buy storybooks for kids, why are they buying the book? It's usually the parents buying the book for the kid, right? And they want to teach them a moral lesson or at the minimum, entertain them, right? So you want to add those content inside. Sometimes people buy coloring books specifically to relax. So, if you start adding images that are not very relaxing, right? Anxiety-fueled images, then, you probably don't want to do that. So that's exactly why nowadays with these bold and easy, very chill, relaxing coloring books are doing really well. So if I would give you some examples in the business field, right? We're talking Netflix versus Blockbuster, right? Blockbuster existed first, right? But there were a lot of problems. Like late fees. You have to pay late fees when you didn't return it early enough. You have to travel to the store to return it. Also limited selections. And then Netflix identified the problem and they came up with a solution. Eliminated late fees, easy access online, huge libraries, right? So they solved multiple pain points beyond just watching movies. And this is another example, guys, of how competition doesn't matter. Because Netflix didn't go and say, oh my God, Blockbuster is already in this niche, I'm not gonna do it, right? That's what most of you guys are saying. There's so many people doing it already, I'm not gonna do it, right? Instead, you just gotta say, okay, most of these books are blockbusters, okay? They got a problem. How can I make a better book? Just like how Netflix did, okay? That's kind of how you want to approach business, because no matter what business, no matter what niche you go into, there's always gonna be other people doing it. And you identify competition, you will never start. Another example is Uber versus taxis. Obviously with taxis, you're not certain if they're gonna arrive. There's payment hassles, also safety concerns. With Uber, you can track the car, right? You can automatically pay with, the app. You can also see driver ratings, so a lot of safety aspect as well. So basically, a lot of business is identifying problems and seeing how you can solve it. Tip number 5 is to be a marketer, not a content creator. So guys, this is the harsh reality of business, not just in KDP, this is with any business, okay? AI is making it easier than ever to create content. In the KDP space, this is obviously talking about books, but AI is making it easier to literally do anything. Even in the YouTube space, a lot of people are creating videos with AI nowadays. So literally anyone can create a book which means you cannot just do the same thing as 99% of other people and expect to make significant amount of money. Once again, you can just spam books that everyone else is creating and make a couple bucks here, a couple bucks there, $100 a month. If you take massive action, and if that's all you want, great. But if you want to retire, right? If you want to make 10K a month or more, if you want to quit your job, you got to do something that's more than what everyone else is doing, okay? So everyone can create content, but not everyone understands marketing, right? This is how you stand out. Marketing is actually one of the highest paying skills, so you have to learn it, okay? And the thing is, maybe you don't like marketing. Well, sorry to tell you, but you got to learn the skills that's going to make you money, right? Unless this is a passion project for you. So going back to this book, The Shadow Work Journal, earlier I said that this author used to work at TikTok, I think, right? So if that's true, then obviously she understood how the algorithm worked. And that's exactly why this book blew up. Once again, her book wasn't that special. Like, there are other books on this topic, on the market already, but she understood marketing compared to the other books that did not, right? And that is exactly why she made literal millions, okay? So a lot of people complain that you have to run ads to make sales. You have to market your book to make any money with Amazon KDP. I get a lot of comments like that, and they say it like that's a bad thing, And I'm like, of course, right? You have to tell people about your product. Like, what business out there can you make money without literally telling anyone about the product, right? People who do Amazon KDP is seriously spoiled because Amazon is so amazing to the point where you can just upload a book, do nothing, don't tell anyone, and you can still make some sales because there's so much organic traffic happening. But once again, you're not gonna make 10K a month just doing that, right? It was never the case. Even in 2016, when I started, right, you had to market the product, so nothing changed here. So if I would compare this to a food truck business here, right, that's like saying, you're gonna start a food truck, right, and you can just plop it up on a street, and you're not gonna put any flyers, no social media posts, no signs about your product, not even be on Google Maps, right? Nothing. You just plop it up on a random street and you just wait for people to come. Like, if you tell other people that's your business plan, how many people do you think will tell you that you're crazy, right? But that is essentially what most people are doing with Amazon KDP, okay? So you're literally just sitting there waiting for someone to walk up and ask you to buy, right? And that's what most people do with their books. And obviously you don't want to do that. So the great thing is marketing, just like any other skills, just like design, just like writing, any skills that's required in KDP is something that you develop along the way. You don't have to know how to do this from day one, right? I had zero knowledge about marketing, but I learned it one day at a time, right? Now I think I'm pretty good at it, but it's something that you can start earning while you learn, okay? So it's not like you gotta be an expert. If you're watching this is your brand new business, don't get discouraged. It's actually quite simple once you understand it. All I'm saying is that you have to do it. Okay, there's no way around it. All right, advice number 6 is to build systems to scale. So if you want to scale to 10K a month or more, most likely you need to build systems. You also need to outsource your work. Okay, it's very, very hard to hit $10,000 a month doing everything yourself, being a solopreneur. I mean, even if you hit it, and yes, anything is possible, but you're gonna be grinding like crazy, working a lot of hours, trying to do 10K a month, publishing and doing everything yourself, right? So why not make it easier for yourself? You can obviously start with doing everything yourself, DIY style, if you're low on funds or you want to gain experience, but you want to start learning how to delegate to a team member to do things faster, publishing books faster, right? You want to outsource one thing at a time until eventually you are free. Because essentially what you want to do is to buy back your time. So buy back your time is a concept where, as a business owner, you're going to be wearing a lot of hats, right? You're going to be the marketer, the product creator, you're going to be the influencer on social media, you're going to be doing accounting, you're going to be doing everything yourself, and that's normal, when you're starting business. But eventually you're going to buy back your time, which means you're going to hire somebody for accounting, hire somebody for marketing, hire somebody for product, right? And eventually your team is running and you're making the same amount or more without doing anything because now you're the CEO, right? You're not doing the work, you're just telling other people what to do. And you can do this with KDP. It's actually one of the best business to do this. KDP is one of the most passive business out there ever, right? If you know how to build this. But if you don't learn how to do this, you're going to be forever trapped in a business treadmill. Okay. So many people try to quit their 9-to-5 job just to create another 9-to-5 job within their business. Okay. How many of you guys are experiencing this right now? Because you're doing everything yourself, right? That's exactly why you feel like your business is just another job, right? Because you're working so hard on it. Okay. That's why you got to learn this skill. So I got this video on how I work less than 4 hours per week on my Amazon KDP business. If you guys want to check it out, I'll leave a link in the description. But essentially, this is my current team structure, right? I got the ghostwriters writing content for me. I got an editor that checks that. I got a cover designer that creates cover for me. I got a formatter that formats, Amazon ads specialist that does all the ads for me. I never check my ads. And then I have a general virtual assistant that does like in-between work. And this pretty much covers like 99% of everything you got to do with KDP. So there are many, many places that you can find freelancers to start outsourcing. Just to give you a few examples, Fiverr is one of the places, especially if you're just getting started and if you're wanting a low-cost one-time solution to outsource, Fiverr is a great place, okay? I'll leave a link to some of these gigs if you want to check it out. But to give you an example, you can pay somebody to create an entire low-content, medium-content book or just a book cover for you, like this gig right here, right? For 45 bucks, you can get a whole no-content book created. So basically a book and a cover created. So if you're trying to publish those books, you can it's literally done for you, okay? You spend 0 time. And this gig, you can see the samples, but it looks pretty damn good. So my question to you is, can you create a book like this yourself using Canva? Do you have the design skills to do it? If you are able to, how much time is it gonna take you? Is it gonna cost you more than 45 bucks? Like if you take your current hourly income, whatever it is from your job, and multiply that by how many hours it took to create your book on Canva doing everything yourself, right? Is the total amount of that lower than 45 bucks, right? If that's not the case, then you should probably just outsource it because you're valuing yourself lower than whatever, hourly rate that you're getting paid right now. Another example is this one. If you want your book formatted in a very, very professional way, you can actually get it for just 95 bucks, right? And you can get your book formatted. It actually looks super duper nice. So, I'll leave a link once again in the description below. And if you want to start outsourcing your Amazon ads, then you can use tools like Adsology, right? This is a automatic Amazon ad optimization tool, right? So I talked about this. I got a video on this actually. I'll leave a link to that video and also this tool in the description if you guys want to check it out. But this is how you can start spending less on Amazon ad while still running it. And it's not going to consume so much of your time. So in terms of real world business analogy, we can talk about McDonald's as well as independent restaurant, okay? With a independent restaurant, basically just a mom and pop shop, right? Everything is manual. The owner cooks, the owner takes orders, the owner manages inventory, the owner handles marketing, and as a result, you never can scale. And you're trapped in this hamster wheel of having to show up early at the business, having to do everything, you're closing it up and rinse and repeat every single day. So once again, it's one of those things where you quit your 9-to-5 to start a business, but your business becomes your 9-to-5 job, or sometimes 9-to-9, right? Longer than 9-to-5. A lot of people do this. Compare to that with McDonald's, right? Everything is automated, okay? You have a documented process, so it's super easy for anyone to follow. You got trained team members. You have standardized procedures. You have the owner overseeing the system, but they're not doing everything themselves, right? It's the team member doing it. As a result, you got a very, very scalable business. You start one branch and then you can start another branch and another branch, just like how you can create a book and then another book and another book, and you keep going. Advice number 7 is to not rely on one platform, okay? So you want to diversify where you upload your books. You don't want to rely solely on Amazon. You can upload your books in other stores such as Draft to Digital, Ingram Spark, Apple. And please keep in mind, as I say this, that Amazon is still the best place to upload your book. I'm just saying don't rely on it 100%, but 70% of the time you should be relying on Amazon. The other 30% where customers are buying books outside of Amazon, you should try and tap into it too with these other stores, okay? You also don't want to rely on just one traffic. So, don't just rely on Amazon organic traffic, although you will get that. You want to supplement that with ads, social media, email lists, right? The more you can build that, the more bulletproof your business is, and the harder for your competitor to compete with you. If you got a huge email list and your competitor doesn't, then obviously you have a huge moat around your business. This is the TikTok account of the Shadow Work Journal that I showed you. You can see that they have a 323,000 followers, and some of their videos are getting literally 35 million views, 29 million views, 69 million views. It's insane. Okay, so I mean, if you have this social media channel, right, and you can make one post and go absolutely viral like this and get a crap ton of sales compared to your competitors not being able to get that, and they're just relying on Amazon organic because they don't have this, obviously you have a huge advantage, right? So you want to start building that. And just to show you the type of videos that they're making, it's super simple. It's literally just ordering your book, flipping through it, you know, you're not even showing your face, right? And that's 30 million views. This one is just reading the, the text. It's not even doing the activities. It's literally just reading the text one after another. 69 million views. This one, same thing, just reading the text, not even filling it out, nothing. Just open a page and read the text, right? If your book has 100 pages, right, then you can basically create 100 videos just like that. And once you finish creating the 100 videos, you just go back from the start and make the same thing again. So you have unlimited content ideas. So in terms of the organic content strategy, each page can be its own TikTok video, like I said. If your book has 100 pages, you have 100 potential videos. And you want to post 1 to 3 times daily consistently, okay? Social media, especially, even email list, this is not something that you will see results quick. You got to build this months and months and months. Most successful TikTok accounts, they say that it took months of posting consistently just for them to start getting views, not go viral, start getting views, right? So that's kind of the expectation that you have to have. It is super slow in the beginning, but it's worth it once you build it up, okay? You want to repurpose the same videos to Facebook Reels, Instagram Reels, and YouTube Shorts. And also some people are even posting it on Twitter and Pinterest, which is interesting. You can definitely test it out. I never tested it out yet, but depending on what platform your target audience uses, this could be effective. Maybe even LinkedIn, if you got a business sophisticated audience there. So the mindset you want to have is most videos will not go viral, and that is absolutely normal. Top publishers post daily, most get few thousand views. But when one hits like 67 million views, when we checked just now, it was 69 million views. So that means in the past couple days, since I scripted this video, right, it got 2 more million views. It's insane. It can change everything, okay? Success comes from consistency, not perfection. You want to stick to it for 6 months plus. All right, advice number 8 is to build with exit in mind. So as many of you know, because I talk about it in literally every single video here, is that I sold my first KDP account for $820,000. So these are some actual sale examples of a KDP account. So if you are making $2,000 per month profit, and if you get a 34x multiple, you can potentially sell your business for $68,000, right? And I've seen this happen multiple times, right? My friends sold this for much higher than this as well. If you have a business that's doing $3,760 per month profit and you get a 40x multiple, then you can sell it for $150,000. If you're making not even 4K a month, you can potentially sell it for $150K. Isn't that crazy? And if you're doing $7,800 per month, you can sell it for $340,000 potentially, right? So these are some real examples of live KDP accounts that are being sold on Empire Flippers right now. And you can see that this one, 11,000 monthly profit, 30x multiple, so times 30, which means you can sell it for $333,000. This one has a 35x multiple, so it's making $7,000, 35x, and it's listed for $251,000, right? So it's insane how much you can sell it for, how much money you can get up front. Obviously you can keep it and collect the monthly royalties, but you can also sell it and get a bunch of cash up front, maybe buy a house or something. It's up to you. So how did McDonald's dominate the fast food franchising industry? Well, that is because they had a system, right? Like I said earlier, they documented their entire procedures, they trained the staff, right? They have replicable systems. And for that reason, they are highly sellable. Like everybody wants a McDonald's franchise because it's basically running like clockwork, It is very, very automated. So now franchisees can earn money without working actively. Just a few hours a week to check is enough, because a franchisee, basically I can go and buy McDonald's, right? And hire some people to put in that business. And I already know the McDonald's system. Everybody knows the McDonald's system, right? And there's already SOPs and training manuals that I can, get my employees to take over, right? And now I'm a business owner. I'm the owner of McDonald's. I don't really do the work, but the business is running. So you kind of want to do the same thing with your Amazon KDP business, because if you want to sell your business at a high valuation, then the buyer is looking for that, not just a collection of books. So before you try and sell your KDP business, it's best if you have these things in place, such as hiring a team, building systems, documentation. So these are the SOPs, and also implement something like a profit tracking system. Now, if you guys want a step-by-step tutorial on how to sell your KDP account, I do have a video here. You guys can check it out in the description below. The sweet spot, just a quick tip, is to sell your business for a valuation between $100,000 to $500,000, because there will be a lot more buyers trying to buy at that price point. If you go over 500K, it's actually a lot harder to sell it. I struggle to sell at $820,000. A quick note is that I actually had my business listed for $1 million. So it was actually valued at over $1 million, but nobody offered to buy at $1 million. Not because the business sucked, because the business was good, right? That's why it was valued at $1 million, but just because the pool of buyers are much smaller, if it's listed at $1 million. And a couple months later, I got an offer for $820,000. And if I know what I know now, obviously I wouldn't have sold it. But back then I was new to everything. I wasn't sure if I'm going to get a better offer. I wasn't sure if I should have kept the business, sold it. So I sold it. I do regret selling it at a price that's, lower than my actual valuation, because I truly believe my business is worth $1 million, right? But that's just how it is. It's all learning lessons. But that's the quick tip, is between 100K to 500K is a good place to be at. You can also sell and start a new KDP account as well, which is what I did and many of my friends did. All right, advice number 9 is don't be afraid to invest in yourself. So no matter what you do, you will have to invest in your business, right? Whether that is time or money. Like, you can do everything for free. Watch the free videos, right? Use the free tools, write the books yourself, right? Do free marketing like social media. When you do free stuff, you will save money, but you're gonna pay a lot in time, like a lot of time in exchange, right? If you want to save time, you can get courses to shortcut your learning process. Use paid tools for keyword research, marketing, right? Outsource your book writing process to a ghostwriter so you can create books faster. You're going to save a lot of time, but either way, you will be paying with time or money, okay? There's not a single business where you can make money without investing your time and investing your money. You have to choose which is more important to you. So when I started, I bought 2 courses, right? When I was 21, I got started in this business, and immediately I invested in 2 courses. I outsourced, I paid people to create multiple books while making around $3,000 a month from my full-time job, right? So from the very beginning, I invested money into this business because I was working a full-time job. I didn't really have extra time, right? So I just lived very frugally, and then I saved money and invested in the business. Okay. And once I made my first dollar from my Amazon KDP business, I immediately took my life savings of $6,000 and invested into one-on-one coaching, because I was so hyped up that I actually made money online after failing for 4 straight years. And I'm like, oh my God, this is crazy, right? My mind was blown. And I'm like, this is what I want to do. So I went all in. I paid somebody $6,000 to coach me. And that helped me scale to 10K a month in 10 months, right? And I kept scaling and scaling from there. So it was definitely worth it. Obviously, I'm not saying everyone should go and spend $6,000 in coaching from the very beginning. But if you're the type of person that is busy, but you want to build this business, right? And you want to go the fastest way possible, and you want to save time and you're not afraid of investing the money, then perhaps getting courses or coaching is probably a good idea for you, right? And obviously using paid tools, outsourcing those kind of things to produce the book as well. So, and I later invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in coaching and paid resources over my lifetime. So I actually invested way more than that. I mean, hundreds of thousands of dollars just in coaching. So I definitely am a believer in investing in yourself. Which, if you guys want to learn more about my Amazon KDP coaching program, then there's a link in the description. It's the first link in the description, which takes you to this page. The video explains everything. You can also apply to do a free discovery call with us from this application here. So you can't really join even if you want to until you talk to us and see if this is a good fit for you, right? By the way, this is not a free coaching call. This is a discovery call to see if the program is a good fit for you. I just want to say that because some people have been applying just to get free coaching calls, and unfortunately, we cannot do that. So yeah, this is to see if the program is a good fit. If you scroll down, you can see a lot of testimonials. A lot of students are doing well, right? We have students doing thousands of dollars a month, some even doing thousands of dollars a day. So if you look at the testimonials here, we have a lot more. And you can see what's included in the program as well as all the bonuses that we offer here. So this is not just a course, it's actually a course plus a one-on-one coaching hybrid offer. So you can learn more about that from the link in the description. Obviously, it's the same concept, right? If you guys want to go fast and if you want to invest in shortcutting the education process, then you can consider joining the program. If you guys don't want to do that, no problem, right? That's why I have my free YouTube videos, so that if you rather save money and invest more time into going through, piecing together my YouTube videos or other channels' YouTube videos, try to figure it out yourself, go for it. Some people might have to do that, and we're not judging here. So it's definitely up to you, but just keep in mind that if you think my free YouTube videos are good, then my paid programs are a billion times better. That's what everybody says. You can read the Trustpilot reviews. We have amazing Trustpilot reviews of 4.9 average with over like 230 reviews or something like that. So far we're doing great, and I'm sure someone will one day leave a negative review because you cannot please anyone. But for now we are doing pretty good. So once again, guys, if you guys want to check it out, the link is below this video, as well as all the tools and resources that I mentioned in this video. This was a very long video, so if you guys made it till the end, if you're watching this, if you're listening to this, if you made it till the end, then let me know that you made it till the end. So comment below saying I made it till the end. I also want you to comment saying no BS, because if you like these no BS advice videos, then let me know so I can make more of this. Once again, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Hope you're enjoying the video so far. If you're just getting started with KDP, then here are 7 tips that I wish I knew when I started with KDP. So I started doing Amazon KDP when I was completely broke, and over the past couple years, I was able to generate over $1.5 million in royalties and become a self-made millionaire at age 26 from actually self-publishing, not from teaching others how to do so, like selling courses. Now, there's a lot of things that I've learned along the way that'll help you in your own KDP journey if you're getting started today. So I'm gonna give you 7 tips that helped me go from literally zero to building a thriving KDP business and completely changing my life. And if you implement these, you'll have a much better chance of succeeding. So with that being said, let's go right into tip number 1, which is to understand that there has never been a better time than now to start. You see, a lot of people like to complain that it is too late to start Amazon KDP, and all the success stories that you hear are from people who started a couple years ago. And to be honest, this is 100% coping and just making excuses so that they don't have to actually go and give this a shot, and they have an excuse for not trying. Don't listen to these people, because to prove that this is wrong, after selling my first KDP business, I went on and started a new one just last year, and I went from 0 to 20K a month once again. So I did it twice, not just once, I did it twice, and I documented the entire process, which you can see in the KDP income report playlist on my channel. So there's still a huge opportunity on Amazon KDP, but let's be real, the more you wait on getting started, the more you procrastinate, the more saturated it'll get. The best time to start was yesterday, and the next best time to start is today. And the great thing is, with the rise of AI, it has never been easier and cheaper to get started with Amazon KDP, which takes me to tip number 2, embrace AI technology. Because thanks to the rise in AI, the stuff that we had to do before that took a lot of time or a lot of money can now be done in minutes, literally for free. When I started back in the days, we had to spend days or even weeks creating an outline for the book. And if we didn't want to spend the time doing that, we had to outsource to someone who can do that for $100 or if not more. Writing book descriptions, same thing. It usually takes hours to days, or you could outsource to someone who will do it for $50 to $100. Getting illustrators to create high quality book covers or designs inside the book took a long time as well. You had to go and find someone who can do that, negotiate a rate, and then you had to wait a month or weeks if not to get them to make the designs, and you had to pay a premium for it. But now, thanks to AI, every single thing that I just mentioned can be generated with either ChatGPT, Midjourney, or any other AI tool that you use, literally in minutes with one click. Amazon is even beta testing AI audiobook narration. So before, we had to pay hundreds of dollars to a narrator to narrate our books into an audiobook, but now it's going to be free for you once Amazon rolls this out. And there are a lot more tools that makes this business easier, faster, and simpler. So don't be afraid of AI, because AI is here to stay, and instead embrace it, learn how to use it, because it's just going to make your life a lot more easier. And if you're afraid of AI technology and you're overwhelmed by it, perhaps you don't think you're tech savvy, don't worry, it's it's just like anything that you learn in life. You just have to take it one step at a time. And once you get it, it's actually quite easy. So take it step by step, and I'm confident that you can learn it even if you think you're not very good at technology. All right, so tip number 3 is to make sure to check for demand before publishing. So when people first learn about Amazon KDP, they almost always get these ideas of, oh my God, I can publish a book on this topic and publish a book on this topic, and they get a bunch of ideas, but the problem is they never go and validate if that topic is actually profitable on Amazon. So they go and waste a ton of time and a ton of money making a book on it just to publish it, and ended up not making any sales at all because they, once again, didn't validate if people were actually looking for a book on that topic. Then they get defeated and then they quit. I've seen this multiple times. Like Laz here, one of our students in our program, he was just making $100 a month because he was publishing a bunch of books in topics that he didn't actually validate. But once he joined our program and he started doing proper keyword research, he went from making $100 a month to $5,000 a month, as you can see here, to hitting $10,000 in a month just 2 months later, to now consistently hitting $2,000 a day and quitting his job, and now starting to travel the world with his KDP income. I just met him in Thailand. This is him on the right. So that is pretty cool. So this is extremely important. Please don't ignore this. And if you're wondering, so how do you actually validate a topic? Well, it's actually very simple. You just ask yourself, are there other books on this topic that is actually selling? Because that's all the proof that you need that if you publish a book on the same topic, it's probably going to sell too. So just to show you live how it works, you type in your book topic. So in my case, if I'm looking to publish a book on decluttering, then I'll type that in the search bar, and I'll see all these books on decluttering. And you can see the BSR right here. So you can use whatever tool you want. I have this paid tool called Bookbeam, which actually tells me how much it's making, but you can use free tools like DS Amazon Quick View that'll tell you the BSR right here, okay, the bestsellers rank. So if this number right here is below 80,000, then that means the book is at least making $500 a month, if not more, on average. Okay, don't quote me on it, but it's around there. So if you find a bunch of book on a topic that's below 80,000, that is good enough sign that yes, decluttering is profitable. So in this case, this book is way below 80,000. This book is a little above 80,000, but this one right here, once again, is way below 80,000. So if you start finding a bunch of books like this on the topic, then that's a good sign. So that is how you validate your topic. If you don't see any other books selling, then most likely because no one's looking for that book, so scrap that idea. So that was tip number 3. And now that you found a profitable topic, tip number 4 is to focus on one niche and a brand. Another big mistake people make is they essentially do this thing called the shotgun method, where they never really focus on one niche or one brand, and they just publish a bunch of books in a bunch of different niches, and they just see what sticks. And as someone who's been in this space for literally years now, and who personally know hundreds of successful KDP publishers, and I can tell you with confidence that every single successful publishers that I know only focuses on one, if not 2 niches. They don't go running around like a chicken with his head cut off with absolutely no focus on what they're doing. So what I mean by this is you don't want to go ahead and publish one logbook and then one coloring book and then go and try out one book of nonfiction and then try out fiction, and you're just all over the place. Pick a niche, right? If you're gonna do coloring books, publish a bunch of books in coloring book, build a brand there, right? Master one type of book before you move on to the next one. It'll take multiple books for you to actually learn what works, what doesn't, and actually get good at producing those kind of books. And over time, you'll become an expert in that niche and you will build a brand, which is where the real money is at. This is what Josh did to go from a complete beginner in KDP when he joined my program to making over $6,000 in a single month, to now making over $58,000 if you combine this $43,000 KDP income and $15,000 from Audible. And he's this guy on the left, also traveling the world right now. And by the way, I'm not showing you these guys' results to sell my program, okay? I'm just showing you real life examples to prove a point here. And these results that you see, it's definitely not typical, okay? But it's possible. So tip number 5 is be okay with investing into your business. So recently I did a poll on my YouTube channel asking subscribers how much money they want to make from their Amazon KDP business. And this is a response I got. Literally over half of the people said they want to make over 6 figures a year. 16% said they want to make 7 figures a year. And 9% said they want FU money. So I'm assuming millions and millions of dollars. And yet when I tell them that you have to invest $50 into a tool so you can do keyword research easier and faster and better, or you have to invest $100 in a book cover just so you can have a professional book covers, everybody freaks out saying it's too expensive. So guys, you have to understand that you cannot get something without giving something. You have to make the investment, whether it's with time if you don't have the money, or with money if you don't have the time, but you have to invest something. Yes, if money is tight, then you can do more of the work yourself, which is completely fine. That'll help you save some money. But certain things are better outsourced to a professional, such as creating book covers, because your book cover is the single biggest factor in determining whether a book will succeed or not. So you definitely don't want to cheap out here trying to save some money creating book covers yourself on Canva when you're not a designer. So you don't want to do that. But the good news is outsourcing book covers to a professional is a lot cheaper than you think. So Fiverr is an excellent place to hire professional book cover designers for a very affordable price. And just to show you some of the gigs that I personally work with, let's say you do low content books, kids activity books. This is a great gig that'll create a book cover for just $20. And you can see the type of book cover is really, really good. If you're doing something like nonfiction or fiction higher content books, then this gig, German Creative, is also someone that I've worked with extensively for over the years. So I recommend you order from the premium option, just because I found that the quality of that is a lot higher than if you just go for the basic package. But you can get a ebook and a paperback cover done for a very affordable price of just $30. So you can definitely build this business for free if you want to. But me personally, I'd rather pay a little bit of money to get a much higher quality product than if I would do a book cover design, as an example, myself, and also to save a crap ton of time. All right, so tip number 6 is to focus on producing and not consuming. So when I first started, I spent months consuming every single information online on Amazon KDP. I watched all the YouTube videos, I read all the blog posts, I was engaging in all the Facebook groups, which is great, but the problem is I wasn't taking any action. You have to understand that we get paid to produce content, not to consume. You don't get paid to learn, okay? You get paid to produce. So I totally understand that feeling that you want to learn and know everything and plan out everything before you actually take the first step and start this business. But the harsh truth is, no matter how much you learn, you will never feel like you know 100% of everything. So if you're waiting until you feel like you know enough to take action, I can almost guarantee that you will never take action, because you're never going to get there. The successful ones always take action despite not knowing everything, and they learn as they go. So your first book will probably suck and it's probably going to fail, and that is okay, because that's the beauty of Amazon KDP that you're not going to get in any other business. Even if a book is crap and you do a really bad job, it's going to stay on Amazon as digital real estate. It's going to keep on selling until Amazon shuts down, which is probably going to be never. So it's going to keep selling for basically your entire life, and you have your entire life to recoup your investment. And that's the crazy thing about Amazon, is there's so many customers searching for things to buy on Amazon that even a crappy book will still sell here and there, and over time you usually make your money back. In stocks and real estate, it's pretty typical, and it's considered a good investment if you break even, so you make your money back in 10 years. But in KDP, even a bad book took me max 1 year to make my money back, and that is considered very, very long. Usually it's a lot shorter. And even if it takes a year or 2 years, right, you make your money back, and after that it's all profit. I mean, after that, for decades, whatever the book makes is pure profit, and you're not really doing anything because you did the work up front. I've published hundreds of books, and I literally never had a single one not make my money back. Obviously, I cannot guarantee anything, right? That is just my experience, but that is my experience with Amazon KDP. So just start, go from a consumer to a producer, because that is how you make money. And the last tip, tip number 7, is invest in your knowledge and learning high value skills. So when I first started, the best thing that I've done is to invest in a course and a mentor. Could I have succeeded without it? Probably, but I can almost guarantee that I would have made way more mistakes, lost a lot more money, and I would probably take way longer to succeed. Yes, nowadays a lot of the information is free online, like these videos that I make myself, which I believe I share a lot more than others on what it truly takes to succeed on Amazon KDP. But I still believe that it's not going to replace a centralized hub of information where you can follow step by step. And more than just the information, the fact that you can go and engage in the community and ask questions, and you have a coach that will walk you through the process, that's the most valuable thing that you'll get in a program that is laid out step by step. Like Martino here, who was making $200 a month on KDP before joining my program, and now he's consistently hitting over $10,000 per month and scaling fast. And obviously it's not the course that did it, it's because he took action, right? The course is not going to make you money, it's going to teach you how to do it, but you still got to go and take action. So it's because he worked super hard, but I believe a course would shortcut the process. So if you want to check out my program, the link is in the description. But once again, guys, you don't have to join my program. Like, it doesn't have to be mine, right? You can join someone else's KDP course if you don't like me or, for whatever reason. And that's fine, but I'm just saying that I do still believe that having one course, one program, or working with a coach where you can follow a proven formula step by step is way better than trying to connect pieces from one YouTube video with another blog post and just trying to get information from so many different places. You're gonna succeed a lot faster and you're gonna avoid so many mistakes. As well as I do think having a little bit of skin in the game will help motivate you to take a lot more action than if you're trying to do everything for free. Because when I first got started, I invested in the program. I spent some money into joining that. So that definitely lit a fire on me to go and take action and actually make it work because I actually spent some money. So those were the 7 biggest tips that I believe if you're getting started with Amazon KDP now would help you out. And if you enjoyed this video, then leave a like. Let me know in the comments what are you struggling with, because I read all the comments actually, and that actually gives me a lot of ideas on what kind of videos to make. So let me know, subscribe if you haven't yet. And that is it. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you guys in the next one. So I see a lot of KDP strategies that are taught by other gurus that are extremely outdated and does not work anymore. Whenever I hear these advice, it's so clear to me that they haven't published a book since 2016. Advices like publish a bunch of 5 to 10K word mini book, post 3 times a day on Instagram and Twitter, use the same interiors like journal interiors with a bunch of different book covers and upload 10 books a day, get a bunch of fake accounts to leave reviews for you, or use author names and book titles that sounds like a famous book so customers accidentally buy yours. Not only are these advices ineffective, it can also put your KDP account at risk of getting banned. So in this video, I'm going to go over strategies that actually works that you can implement in your KDP business. All right, so strategy number 1 that actually works is short form videos for free and Amazon ads for paid marketing. The cool part about this business is no matter what your budget is, there's always a way to promote your book and get more sales. If you want to save money, you can do social media marketing, specifically making short form videos. If you want to save time, then you can run Amazon ads. For social media marketing, TikTok is best. So what you want to do is post videos on TikTok and repurpose that into Instagram Reels and YouTube Shorts. This is exactly what this author did. And by using Katie Spy, you can see that she's literally making $166,000 a month in revenue just from paperback, not including all the other formats. And she's also selling her books outside of Amazon. So she's probably doing $200, maybe even more, $1,000 a month. And this is her TikTok channel. So you can see that the types of video that she make is extremely simple, right? You just order your own book, you flip through some pages, film that with some text and a background, music. And that is pretty much it. Most of the videos will not go viral, but when it does, it's crazy because you can get 22,000 views here, a couple thousand views, normal videos. And the most viral video she made is this one, 67 million views. And it's literally just her reading off her journal exercises one after another. This one right here got 29 million to 30 million views, and it's just her flipping through the pages of her journal. This one got 35 million views, and it's just her talking about one of the pages. So if you can talk about one page of the book, and that's a video, I mean, if you have 100 pages, that's 100 videos that you can make, right? And that's just one video idea. Another video idea is this: just set up a camera, right, and film yourself reading your book with some nice text and a background music, and that is pretty much it. You can do that, and all you have to do is create a bunch of these videos like this that are less than a minute. And that is just one idea with, if you're selling guided journal type of book, right? If you're doing, let's say, coloring books or other types of book, this is something you could do where you just film yourself filling out a page of your coloring page. There's a huge book audience on TikTok, so just see what other people are doing and then go from there. So that was a free way of marketing your book, and obviously it's very effective, but it does take some time. If you don't have a ton of time and you'd rather pay money to save time, then running Amazon ads is the best paid marketing option. So you can start with as little as $3 a day. And if you want a step-by-step tutorial on how to get started with Amazon ads, I filmed a video, so I'll leave a link to this video in the description below. All right, number 2 on strategies that actually work is slow down and focus on home run books. So until a few years ago, the strategy in KDP was to publish a bunch of books and play the volume game. However, things have completely changed. Now it is much better to have a fewer books but higher quality. So I like to say that you're just one book away, because you really only need one book that does well to completely change your life. Once you have a winner, you can build a whole brand around that. And this is basically what all top publishers do, is they have one winner and then they just build a whole series and they just go from there. But this is great news because it costs significantly less time and money creating few good books than creating a bunch of mediocre books. As an example, this book, you guys probably have seen it on Amazon. This author is a self-publisher, right? Just like you and me. And he wrote a super high quality book that just took off. So this was his home run book. And he started making a lot of money from this. This book alone is making $756 to $957 every single day in royalties, because I have the BookBeam plugin that tells me how much it's actually making. But from here, he basically built a whole brand around that, right? So based off his first successful book, he built a bunch of different books, added into the series, and now he's making a lot more from it. So all you really need is one good book, build a brand around that, and you're pretty much set. And he makes well over $1,000 every single day just from this one book, not counting the other ones. So he doesn't even have to keep publishing at this point. And this one book is bringing in so much traffic to all his other books, which are just free marketing, right? Which brings me to strategy number 3, and that is repeat customer is king. So your goal should be to sell as much as you can to the same customer before you go out and find new customers. Because it's so much easier to sell to someone who've already bought from you than to sell to someone who have not heard of you or bought from you before. So how do we do this? Well, as we covered in tip number 2, building a brand and creating a series is the way to go, because once people buy from you once, there's a bunch of other books that are related, so they will come back and buy from you again. But on top of that, you should also collect your email addresses so you can continue to market to them. So going back to this book, once you click inside, there's a link that takes you to this page. So you can see that he's collecting people's email addresses, building his email list so that he can go and continue to market to them. And you can do this in any niche, right? This brand right here, Coco Real, is a coloring book brand. And if you look inside, you'll see that there's a page where they are offering 50 coloring book pages. All you have to do is go to this site and enter your name and email, and they will give it to you for free in exchange for you to join their email list. So the cool thing about low content, medium content books like this is that you can offer the same content, same coloring pages, same word searches, puzzle books, right? As a lead magnet, and also sell it on Amazon. So you don't have to go and make new content. And once you get their email, you can continue to market to them, such as, pitch them your old books, your new books coming up, get reviews, get feedbacks on your book cover. You can literally do anything you want. You can even sell additional products like your own course. So as an example, I joined one of this coloring book brand called Coloring Book Cafe, and I started getting a bunch of emails. But in one of the emails, they started pitching me their course. So not only are they selling coloring books, but they're also selling a back-end course where they can make a lot more money. So this is how you can make a lot more money from the same customer, by offering them different products as well as collecting their email addresses so you can keep marketing to them. And now that you have an email list, you can do something very cool, which is strategy number 4, pivot into a similar niche. So now that you have an established brand from strategy number 2 and you have an email list from strategy number 3, what you can do is launch a new niche, and you don't have to start from zero. Let me show you what I mean. So did you know that Bill O'Neill, who is one of the most successful self-publisher of all time, publishing interesting facts, stories, those kind of books, literally making over $200,000 in a single month, is also Charlie Miller, publishing books on short stories for seniors and ultimate retirement activity books. So basically books for seniors. And did you know that he is also Jordan Moore, the author of literally the #1 best-selling book a couple months ago on the entire Amazon store called Interesting Facts for Curious Minds. And this pen name alone is making $436,000 a month in revenue. So this person is making $200,000 or more from this Bill O'Neill pen name, and then a couple $1,000s more from Charlie Miller pen name. and hundreds of thousands of dollars more from Jordan Moore, and who knows, he might have other pen names as well. So how do I know this? How do I know that these pen names are all from the same person? Well, I subscribe to his email list, and through his emails, he basically told me that, hey, I have a new book coming out. He's basically saying that this is from his friend Charlie Miller, but I am 99% confident that this is just his other pen name. Okay, so he's promoting his other pen names book from his Bill O'Neill email list. And in his other email, he's promoting a book for Jordan Moore. So big brands actually do this all the time, right? Once they have an email list and an audience built up for one niche, you can pivot a little bit where, the new niche is still kind of related to the first niche, and you can use the audience from the first niche and promote the book for the second niche. And you keep pivoting and sidestepping slowly over time, and you keep building your audience bigger and bigger and bigger. So if you want me to do a full tutorial on email marketing and more strategies like this, then let me know in the comments. All right, strategy number 5 is focus on 5-star book covers, then everything else. So by far, the number one determining factor of whether a book will succeed or not is the book cover. So going back to this book, as you can see, BookBeam shows me that this book was literally the number one book in the entire Amazon store at one point. I don't know how much exactly they made, but guaranteed it's thousands of dollars every single day. But the thing is, if you look inside in the actual content, it is actually very simple. It's just a compilation of random facts, one after another. It doesn't have no crazy designs or images inside. It's just mostly text. So why did this book become so successful? Well, it's because it has an amazing book cover. The book cover is doing 99% of the selling. So if you have the design skills to make book covers like this, obviously that's great and you can design covers yourself. But if you do not have the design skills, then you really should be outsourcing it to a professional. So all you really have to do is go to Fiverr and look up book cover design or, Kindle book cover or something like that. And you'll see a bunch of freelancers that's offering their service. But I'll leave a link to some of the gigs that I recommend that I've personally worked with in the description below. One of them is Emmy Main right here. So if you're doing more low content books, then this is a great gig. So you can get one book cover done for $15, or if you order in bulk, you can get 6 for $75. So that is a little over $10 a piece. And if you look at her samples, the covers that she makes is really good. So I recommend before ordering, check out the samples and check out some of the recent designs that they did. And if you like it, then go ahead and order from there. And if you're doing more nonfiction or fiction books, then I do recommend this one, Rebecca Covers. So you can get one cover for $10, but I usually go for the premium cover, which is $30. And if you're willing to spend a little more than what you saw on Fiverr, then 99 Designs is the next best place to get a cover done. So it does cost more, but it's super high quality. And you can receive hundreds of designs to choose from, not just one design. So that is what I really like about 99 Designs. If you want to learn more about how to order from there, I'll leave a link to this video in the description below. And just a note that even though these designers are great, you still have to work with them, give them pointers to get an excellent book cover. So even if you want to do everything else in this business by yourself, which is completely fine, I will recommend at least to get a book cover done so that you have a high quality book cover if you cannot design it yourself. All right, strategy number 6 is get reviews, then get sales. So Amazon ranks your book based on conversions. So if more people buys your book compared to the competitors, then your book will show up higher than theirs on page 1. Very simple, right? And what makes people buy your book over other? Well, that is book cover and reviews. So now that you have a professional book cover, you have to focus on getting reviews next. The good news is getting reviews is easier than ever before. I have this video on the easiest way to get reviews where I go more in depth on how this works. So once again, go and check it out. The link is in the description below. But to summarize the video, the easiest way to get reviews is using review sites like Puppy, Get Books Reviewed, and BookBite. So you can read the website and learn how it works, but basically the way it works is it is a membership site where you can sign up, you can start reviewing other people's books, and by doing so, you get points. And you can use those points to ask for a review for your book as well. So it's basically a place where authors get together and help each other out. And these websites makes it so that it is not going against Amazon's guidelines. But once again, if you want to learn more about how they do it, check out the website. I'll leave a link in the description below. They all do the same thing, but a quick summary is if you want audiobook reviews, then go with BookBite. If you don't have an audiobook and if you just want reviews on Amazon, then go with Get Books Reviewed or Puppy. Get Books Reviewed is the cheapest, and they will actually offer free trials where you can test it out and even get some reviews while on the free trial. So I recommend you just go and give it a shot. And by the way, if you use the link in the description, you do get a little discount on most of them. So you should aim to get between 10 to 15 reviews once you publish a book, which is super easy by using these services. And once your book starts selling and it shows potential, you should keep getting reviews until you hit 50 reviews reviews because that is like the first level of when you see an increase in sales. Then once you pass 100 reviews, you'll see another jump in sales. And once you have 1,000 reviews, I'm pretty sure you have an asset that'll pay for your retirement. This brings me to my final tip, which is to have multiple touch points for reviews. So speaking of reviews, besides tools like Puppy, the best and most passive way to get more reviews is simply by asking more. That is it. It's literally just asking for reviews more, but no one does it. Crazy, right? So let me show you what I mean. So we've all heard of the quote, it takes an average of 7 follow-ups to make a sale. And this is what I found online. The image is a little blurry, but it says 2% of sales are made on the first contact, 10% of sales are made on the fourth contact, and 80% of sales are made on the 7th to 12th contact. And in this context, a sale is getting a review. But you can refer to this for getting actual book sales too. But basically, most people only get 2% of the customers to leave a review because they either never ask or they only ask once. But by following up with them 4 times, the rate of getting a review increases to 10%. And if you can follow up with your readers 7 times, then this increases to 80%. Crazy, right? So how do you follow up with them 7 times? Yes, that's exactly why we need to build our email list. This is just an example of how you can ask for a review 7 times. So the ask number 1 could be just inside the book. You could have a page that says, hey, if you enjoy this book, please leave a review. And this can be in the beginning of the book. You've probably seen it a couple times in your competitors' books, especially in low content or medium content books. Ask number 2 could be at the end of the book, right? So at the back of the book, you can say something like, hey, thanks for reading. If you enjoyed it, please let me know. Please leave a review, right? So that's 2 ask already. Ask number 3 is the moment they join the email list. You can say, hey, thanks for joining my email list. If you enjoyed the book, please leave a review. Ask number 4 is a week later after they join. You can send them an email to remind them to leave a review. The same thing as ask 5, once again, sending another email a week later, maybe with a new angle, right? Ask 6, same thing a week later, and ask 7 a week later. So this is just an example of how you can utilize email marketing to ask for a review 7 times. And by the way, these emails are something you write and set up once and it'll go out automatically. So it's not like you're sending them manually every single week. So it's literally do the work once, set it and forget forever. And you're going to have a much higher conversion rate when it comes to getting reviews. And this is why this is the most passive way of getting more reviews. And you can get ChatGPT to write these emails nowadays. So creating these emails is super simple. Now, there's actually a few more sneaky ways to get reviews, but I don't want to show it here just because it's kind of an asshole move to share everything on YouTube when people pay for that in my program. But this is how me and my students get super high review rates from our customers, because we have this automated system set up to constantly remind them. And you can do these follow-ups in a non-annoying way so people don't get annoyed and leave negative reviews. And you can apply the same concept to social media marketing as well. All right, guys, so these were 7 real marketing strategies that actually works right now. And if you do this, I promise you will see better results. So I hope you enjoyed this video. And before you go, if you're serious about building your publishing business, then consider joining my complete publishing program. Not only do we have step-by-step video lessons that'll take you from a complete beginner in publishing to knowing exactly what you have to do to build a 6 or 7-figure business, we also hold your hand and walk you through the process by providing a ton of support, including free one-on-one coaching calls with a coach that is verified to make over $10,000 a month from their own KDP publishing business, which I don't know anybody else offering this, as well as weekly live group coaching and a private inner circle mastermind where you can ask any questions and me and my coaches will answer it. Many of our students are already crushing it. So if you want to learn more about the program, then the link is in the description below. All right, guys, thanks for making it to the end of the video. If you enjoyed this tutorial type video where it's a little longer, then let me know in the comments, as well as if you made it to the end, let me know in the comments that you made it till the end. Leave a like and subscribe if you haven't yet. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next one. If you want to guarantee your success with Amazon KDP, then what I cover in this next video is exactly what you need to know. All right, so there's a lot of changes happening in the Amazon KDP space lately, but there's one change that stands out more than the other. And that is AI taking over the publishing space. And it's not just Amazon KDP and it's not just publishing. AI is taking over the entire world, right? The past couple years, AI has absolutely revolutionized a lot of things that we do. And it continues to evolve fast. And although AI is absolutely amazing to use, even in our own Amazon KDP business, to do things quicker and cheaper, but there are some things you must keep in mind too. So if you want to continue to build a profitable Amazon KDP business in 2024 and beyond, then you must understand what I'm about to tell you. So the first thing is creating content is easier than ever before. So thanks to AI technologies and new tools coming up, what used to take days can be done in minutes, right? A lot of times, researching an outline took
hours and hours and hours, or perhaps days. Now it's literally seconds, right? Asking AI to write an outline for your book. What used to take hundreds of dollars is now free to do, right? So this is great news for beginners looking to get started. It's a lot easier to get started in the publishing space, Amazon KDP space right now than a couple years back. Which brings me to the next point is you can't be a content creator anymore. You have to be a marketer. So if everyone can create content, what's going to happen is the market is going to be saturated, right? So you can't really do something that everybody else can do as well and expect to make money. You get paid according to how rare your skill sets are, right? How rare your products are. So everyone can create content now, but not everyone knows how to sell it, right? So your goal should be to really master sales and marketing, because that is how you stand out amongst the crowds, right? So higher barrier of entry is a good thing. What I mean by that is AI and technological improvements has lowered the barrier of entry in starting Amazon KDP and all the other businesses, right? Everybody can start an online business. It's so simple now. And if you're just doing the bare minimum, like in Amazon KDP, if you're just doing the bare minimum of using AI to whip up a very crap book without adding your own input with a very cheap Canva cover, and you publish that and everybody else is doing it, then you're probably not going to make any sales. So what I mean by higher barrier of entry is publishing books that is a lot harder to create. Perhaps you can't make it with just by copy pasting from AI, with just using Canva covers, right? Perhaps investing in better covers, perhaps you're spending a lot more time going back and forth using the help of AI, but also adding a lot of your inputs. And this is something that, increases the barrier of entry, right? It's harder to do. And because of that, not a lot of people are willing to do this, right? So you're going to stand out because you're going to have a better quality product. So no matter what business you do, this trend will be the same. It's going to be the same everywhere you go. So it's not just Amazon KDP, right? So if you're thinking of, I'm just going to do the bare minimum and I'm going to make money, and if it's not working, I'm going to try another business. Well, that's going to be the same wherever you go. So whenever there's a flood of content, you will get stricter content guidelines, which is exactly what we're seeing right now in Amazon, right? So there's a lot of people pumping out new books, such as Chinese publishers. There was a recent article, I think, about these Chinese publishers pumping crap AI fiction books that literally does not make any sense. And they're doing something to rank those books, and they're making a lot of money, right? And there's a lot of other cases like this where people are pumping out crap books, not just AI books. This happened many, many years ago with low content books like journals and planners, right? So people used to spam low content books. Now the daily upload limit is 3 a day. Before it was unlimited. So if people flood, the marketplace with bad quality content, obviously Amazon have to crack down on it, and that's why the stricter content guidelines happen, right? So this is exactly why you don't want to do what everybody else is doing. Focus on higher quality and not quantity. And by the way, I'm not saying don't do journals, right? Those kind of books can still be very, very profitable. Like recently, the #1 bestseller was the Shuttlework Journal, literally making millions a month. But it wasn't a low quality journal that was put together using Canva or, just AI. It was something that the author put a lot of time and made it good quality. However, it's not something that's impossible to create if you're just getting started. If you learn some design skills, if you learn the basics of how to create these books, it's actually something that you can create as well, right? Obviously, it's going to take a bit more time to create, but if you know how to do it, then you can create these books easily. So the next thing you got to keep in mind is brand is everything, and it's going to continue to become more and more and more important as we move forward with business. So because everyone can create content, why would people buy from you over others? If you have the same product, or same type of product as everybody else, why would they choose you over others, right? And that's why brand is important, because you could literally have the same product as others, but just because you have better branding, people will choose your product over others, right? So you could simply have a product that is better than other people. That's one way of standing out, of course. And if you can do that, you should, right? But you could have the same product, but better branding, and you could also sell too, right? So it's essentially better marketing. So a perfect example of these is, when celebrities start selling something else, right? So, The Rock started a wine brand. I'm pretty sure it was wine, but he started a wine brand immediately. It became successful. Why? Because The Rock already has a brand. I'm pretty sure the wine is not better than all the other wines, right? It's just a normal or probably like a decently good wine, but because of his brand, it exploded. Kylie Jenner's makeup brand, same thing. I'm pretty sure the makeup is not like extremely, good compared to everything else, right? But it's because of the brand behind it that it just, she became super successful with it. So that is why building a brand is extremely important in this age of where everyone can create content. So how do you apply this to publishing? How do you apply this to Amazon KDP? Well, a brand is simply people recognizing you and people trusting you in the quality of service or quality of products, right? Or maybe they just like you, like the celebrity case example. But usually it's because, they know that you consistently produce high quality book, that they know that, oh, if I buy from this person, I can be confident that I'm going to get a good product or good service, right? So a brand is essentially just publishing one good book after another. And over time, you're going to build trust with your audience. So another thing you want to do is you want to focus on publishing the same kind of books, and serving one type of audience. You don't want to be all over the place, right? Or at least within the same pen name. So, a good example is Kite Fox Publishing. He just publishes, low, medium content type books. But because each book is so high quality, right, gets really good reviews, every time he publishes a book, or he or she, I don't know who the author is, but people know that, oh, if you buy a book from Kite Fox Publishing, most likely it's going to be good, right? So it's as simple as that. It's not about having similar type of designs for each of your book covers. Like, that's not what branding is, right? People think that's branding, but that's very surface level. Branding is really just providing high quality service consistently over time until people recognize that you do good work, right? And you provide good service. So the next one is, as an example, we got Alicia Ortega, right? She publishes children's books, and it's the same thing. I mean, in this case, she has somewhat of a surface level branding with similar book cover. The title is similar, like "This is my superpower," right? But it's not something that you have to do. You don't have to do this to be recognized as a brand, although it does help a little bit. Like when people see this book cover, maybe they recognize the book cover of the character from other books that they bought in the past, and they will recognize your brand and they will buy it from there. So it does help a little bit, but hopefully you get my point here. You can do the same thing with nonfiction as well. And the good thing is, these are just proof that you don't have to show your face to build a brand, right? A lot of people say, how do I build a brand without showing my face with Amazon KDP? Well, you don't have to, because Kite Fox Publishing is just a logo. Alicia Ortega, I'm 99% confident this is a AI generated face. It's not even a real person, right? This is a self-publisher behind this brand. And the same as Nick Trenton, it's an AI generated face, right? And this is just, focusing on, I guess, like how to improve your mindset or, overthinking, just like mental stuff, he publishes. So just consistently publish good books and you will build your brand. So the next thing is marketing is changing. Before it was all about Amazon ads or paid advertising. But the thing is, there's so many paid ads happening that people are starting to tune out paid ads, right? They're getting so used to advertising that immediately when they hear it, they tune out. So what people are shifting towards and what's working in marketing is word of mouth and social media, because people trust other people's opinions, right? And it doesn't seem like marketing, or it doesn't seem like advertising when other people talk about a product in perhaps their social media videos. So, that's why creating shareable content and riding the viral social media wave is super effective now. And people will only share the product if the book is high quality, right? If it's crap, obviously they're not going to share it. And that's why I keep going back to the concept of you got to have a high quality book, in order for you to do all this stuff, right? So does that mean Amazon ads is not effective anymore? No, it's still very, very effective, and paid ads is going to have a place always. But I think organic social media content is slowly starting to rise up. So let me give you some examples of how powerful social media can be. So there's this author who was doing a book signing in local Walmart or Target, and nobody was around there. He looked defeated. So this one TikToker came up, filmed a video of him like interacting with the author, right? And posted on TikTok. It went absolutely viral, got millions of views. And just from that, his book got 7,000 ratings. And I have this tool called BookBeam. So I can see the historical sales of this book. So it literally was around like in the millions of BSR, not making any sales. If you have 5 million BSR, you're not making any sales. And then once the TikTok video went viral, he became #1 BSR in the entire Amazon store, making $20,000, $30,000 a day. I don't know how much, he makes, but even now he's still at a very solid BSR, making really good money, right? So, it's crazy how powerful social media can be. This is another example of someone using TikTok. So this is the author of the Shadow Work Journal. The Shadow Work Journal is making millions of dollars a month, right? Which is crazy. And, she has some videos here, but she posts daily, very simple videos. This one, 68 million views, is just simply ordering her book and going through a page, just reading it one text after another, right? It's not even going through the exercise. So, obviously not every single video will go viral, but, the point is, it works. The point is it brings in a lot of sales, right? And you can definitely combine social media with Amazon ads, and it can do really well. So the next thing I want to talk about is focusing on skills, right? So trends comes and goes. I just showed you, the trend of TikTok and Instagram and social media marketing, right? But that is a trend. It's probably not going to last for years and years and years, right? And trends comes and goes. Maybe it's something else. Maybe it's a new social media platform that comes up, right? But marketing principles are timeless, okay? So trends, once again, is like TikTok, Instagram, Facebook ads. It could even be Amazon ads. Maybe one day Amazon ads will not work. Those comes and goes. But the principles of how to sell and market your offer, how to sell your book, is always going to stay. So if you understand that, you can apply that in whatever the trend is and do really well, right? So that's the point, is you want to focus on skills. You really got to hone in on sales and marketing. So a lot of people don't like sales and they don't like marketing, because it has a negative connotation to it. But the thing is, we're always selling, we're always marketing, and the faster you can learn the skills, the faster you can be successful. The last thing I want to talk about is you got to build your audience, right? So, whether that's email list, email marketing, or building your audience on social media, it's something that you should be doing because long term it's extremely effective, right? I can make one video on YouTube like this and I can reach tens of thousands of people. You can't really do that if you don't have your own audience, right? So both email list and social media is good. Email marketing is good because it's very direct, right? You send an email, sell something or pitch something. With social media, there's a little more nuance to it. You can't pitch in every single post or people are just going to unfollow or go away. However, with social media, people can share it. So if you actually have good content, people can share it. It can go viral and you can bring in a bunch more audience to sell to, right? Eventually in the future. So you should do both, honestly. But it's not like one is better than the other. So just pick which one you like to build and go from there. So the conclusion is, it'll continue to get easier to create content. This is not a temporary trend, right? AI is going to continue to evolve and it's going to get easier and easier and easier for people to make books. Even if you're doing AI automation on YouTube or YouTube automation, right? AI is going to make it super easy. There are already tools out there where you can do one-click YouTube video creation, right? Literally from scripting, video, reading the video, right, or narrating the video. There's a one-click software that does that, right? So creating content is going to be super easy. So marketing is how you stand out of the crowd, right? So you got to learn sales and marketing, whether you like it or not. And guys, that's exactly what I teach in my publishing program, right? A lot of people can tell you how to upload a book on Amazon KDP. How to create a very basic book. But not a lot of people can tell you how to create a book that people actually want and how to create a book that actually sells, right? And how to market it and how to actually sell it. Not a lot of people can tell you that because not a lot of people have success selling books, right? So that's why no one really teaches how to market your book, but that's what makes you money. It's not the act of writing, it's the marketing that makes you money. And it's going to be extremely important as we move forward. So if you guys want to check out the program, I'll leave a link in the description, but that's what we focus on, right? I have sales and marketing experience even before publishing. I've been doing sales and marketing for years. And I applied that into Amazon KDP, became very successful with it. So, the course focuses on selling and marketing and making money because that's what's important, right? We're doing this hopefully so we can build up our, side hustle income to eventually full-time to, eventually quitting the job. Like we're trying to make money with this, If it's a passion project, maybe not, but a lot of people are doing this to build a business and, potentially gain more freedom. So if you guys are interested in learning more about that, then I'll leave a link below this video. And just to show you some student results, we got this student right here just published her first book yesterday, and within one day she made $40. We have this student who made $24,000 with 10 books in 1 month. And we have this student right here who made $93,000 with 27 books in a single month in December. So Amazon KDP is definitely not dead. It definitely works if you know what you're doing. And I think the strategies in the program definitely helps as well. So hopefully you enjoyed this video. If you guys like more of this sit down and talk casually type of video, let me know in the comments because I enjoy making it and I would love to make more if the video does well, of course. If you did enjoy it, leave a like as well. Subscribe if you haven't yet. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you guys in the next one. All right, let me show you how to win on Amazon KDP this year. So the very first thing you have to be really careful with is picking a niche. So when it comes to picking a niche, you got to make sure that it's a niche that you're passionate about, as well as there's demand to it. You got to have both, right? So, demand makes money, right? Obviously, if there's no demand, you should not even be considering that niche. So before you start publishing a book, before you start writing a single word, you have to check if there are other people buying books on the topic, because that shows that it's profitable, right? If nobody else is publishing a book on the topic, it's probably because it's not profitable. And 9 times out of 10, you should probably not make a book on it. So you need that proof that there are other books selling, but that is demand. Okay. Passion is what keeps you going. So yes, you can start making money, but if you're not passionate about the topic, it's probably not going to get you, excited waking up every single day and working on this business, right? Although I will say though that this is subjective, what makes you passionate about a topic, because you could be passionate about a niche, right? Which is awesome, but you could also be passionate about the fact that you're making money, although you have zero interest in the niche. Because to be completely honest, sometimes that was the case with me. Like I published books in a niche that I didn't really care for, but it was profitable and I was passionate about the money, so it kept me going, right? So as long as you're publishing good books, it could be either way, but that is the first thing you got to keep in mind. So what you want to do is search the Amazon bestseller categories, get some ideas, and from there you can check each topic, each ideas that you get, and you want to find books with less than 80,000 BSR. So as an example, this is the bestsellers category. So you just want to go here. You can go into categories that you're interested in, but basically you start checking each book, asking yourself, what are the topics? So these are a lot of fiction books. So we can niche down furthermore. So I niche down into crafts, hobbies, and home. You can niche down into sub niches as well. So we got a watercoloring book, right? We have raised bed gardening. So this is a topic that popped up. So you want to take notes on that and we can go and check that later on. Right? We got another gardening book. We got another gardening book. So there's a lot of gardening book that pops up, and that is a pattern that you want to keep in mind. Same as a book on organizing or decluttering. Decluttering is another topic that we can go and check. So since raised bed gardening was a topic that kept popping up, you just go and type that in the search bar now. And then you want to check if there are other books on this topic below 80,000 BSR. So I have the BookBeam plugins. So not only does it tell me the bestsellers rank of the book, but also how much it's making. So if you guys want to check out BookBeam, the link is below this video. You don't have to get it though. It is a paid tool, but I personally think it's very, very useful. So BookBeam tells me that this is 1,231 in books. So it's way, way below 80,000, and that is why it's doing really well. Typically, if the book is about 80,000 BSR, it's doing an average of $500 a month, which is a good enough number to tell us that, okay, it's profitable. We can make at least $500 a month, right? And go and publish a book on it. So same as this one, this is doing $221 a day. This is doing $29 every single day, so $600 a month with low reviews and a bad review ratio. So that is also another good sign, is if a book is successful with a low review or bad review ratio, that is a really good sign that we don't need a lot of reviews to go and make money in this niche. So that is bonus points for the keyword raised bed gardening for beginners. So the next thing you want to consider is the type of books, right, that you want to publish. So people have different ways of categorizing this, but basically there's low content books, there's medium content books, and there are high content books. Low content are literally low in content. So we're talking journals, planners, very, very content inside the book. Medium content has a little more. So, something like puzzle books, trivia books, more content than low content, but less content than high content. High content is like a book that we just looked at, Raised Bed Gardening. Those are full length, actual, bunch of text, a bunch of images, those kind of things, right? So that is high content book. What you want to do is you want to start with one type of book, then expand to others later. You don't want to switch around, hop around all the time. So typically low content book, because the content is lower, it's much, much easier to make, right? Very cheap, very quick to make. Medium content will be a little more expensive and it'll take a little more time just because you got to add more content. High content will be the same concept, right? It's going to take longer and more expensive to make just because you got to add a lot of text, a lot of images. So if you look at this graph here, like I said, low content, super easy to make. But here's the thing, just because something is easy to do does not make it good, okay? Because if something is easy to do, 99% of the people out there is going to do the same exact things. Most people will stay with low content just because it's easy, almost free to make these books, and it's comfortable for them, right? So it's a very low barrier of entry. And if you stay here publishing low content books, you're gonna be competing with the most amount of people. And that's why usually you make the least amount of money. So then if you go and do something a little harder, right, which most people aren't willing to do, and you go and venture out into medium content books, now your competition is cut significantly, right? So typically you make more money, plus you can price your book higher and stuff like that. So you make more money there. Then now if you're doing high content, right, it's gonna take the longest, it's gonna cost some money outsourcing your task, or if you do it yourself, it's gonna take a lot of time, right? But not a lot of people are willing to do that, which could be a good thing because you're competing with a lot less people, and typically you make the most amount of money here. So one is not better than the other, but I would honestly work towards high content, but you don't have to start with high content because if you're just getting started, it's kind of scary, right? So, you can start with low content, but have this idea or goal in mind that you want to work towards high content books, okay? Another thing is you can also combine high content and low content. Once again, this is something that I don't recommend for someone who's just getting started, but once you kind of have an experience publishing, you can go and definitely do this. So this brand right here just publishes Christian books. And she's doing $26,000 a month in revenue just from 3 books. And this is a high content book, right? So we have a Bible study workbook for women on letting go of fear and anxiety. And this probably is like more medium content, a guided Bible study reading plan to read the Bible in 52 weeks. And then we have a prayer journal. So this is like a typical low medium content book. So once again, you can combine it under a brand, but typically you want to start with one, get really good at it, and then you can go from there. This is an example of a medium content, specifically coloring book brand. And she's doing amazing. She's doing $192,000 a month in revenue. And it's just simple coloring books. So this is something you can make as well if you enjoy making these books. And if you enjoy making children's books, you can do something like Alicia Ortego here. She's crushing it with over $25,000 a month in revenue, probably around $40,000 or more if you count the other formats as well. So what you want to do is pick one type of book and get really, really good at creating those books before you go and venture out into making other types of books. The reason why is because even though these are all books that you can make through the Amazon KDP program, the way you make these books are completely different. The way you make low content books and the skills you need for it is different than the skills you need to make high content books or children's books. Low medium content books requires more design skills, right? As you can see, or you got to hire someone that's good at that. High content books are more text-based, so you have to get good at writing, or you gotta hire someone that's good at writing. So that's why you wanna be excellent in making one book type, not mediocre in all of it. The next thing you gotta keep in mind is your positioning. So you gotta decide on your positioning. Positioning is your unique selling point, right? Every single book you publish, you need a USP, so unique selling point. So the big question you gotta ask every single time is, how is your book different than others, right? If you're just making the same type of book that everyone else is making and there's literally nothing special about your book, why would people buy that, right? So you gotta ask yourself, once again, how's your book different than others? And why would people buy your book over others? Because if you have absolutely no unique selling point, then the only way to stand out is either you get more reviews, which takes time, right? It takes time to get more reviews than your competitors, or you have to price it lower. So a lot of people do this. They create the exact same book, nothing special, but then it's cheaper than everybody else, right? Then somebody else will come in and price it cheaper. And then now you got to price it even cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. And everybody's racing to the bottom and literally no one makes money. You don't want to do this. And the third way to stand out is better marketing, So you can have a book that's nothing special, but you can just market it better and you can definitely make sales, but this will cost time, cost money, right? Obviously you got to learn marketing. It's possible. I recommend everyone to learn marketing, but it's not the fastest way to stand out. So this is exactly what you don't want to do, right? You don't want to just publish a generic book in a generic keyword that everyone else is doing with the exact same design style, right? no reviews, and price it at the lowest possible price to the point where you're not making any sales. Definitely do not do this. So here are some examples of a good USP, right? Actual unique selling propositions. Number one is you have a new angle. So this is a unique twist to a popular theme. So instead of going out and publishing just another dinosaur coloring book for kids, this book got Dinobots coloring books. It's like a robot dinosaur. It's a unique twist to a popular keyword, right? So this is a good example of a new angle USP. Another one is you could just have a really epic cover. So the content is the same, right? It's just another interesting fact book, but the book cover just stands out. The design is completely different than everyone else. So, the content is the same, but better packaging. And this is how this pen name Jordan Moore just blew up, right? It's the same kind of trivia, random fact book, but his cover, this Einstein and his brain exploding with a bunch of things popping up. He was the very first guy who did that, and he became extremely successful. This book was literally #1 in the entire Amazon bookstore. So another USP example is just giving results fast or promising fast results, right? So saving time is a huge value for the reader. So if all your competitors have complete guides, as an example, and you can't really do something more complete than complete guides, right? So instead you take a new approach like faster or simpler, right? So this one, personal finance quick start guide. This is a good competitive advantage you have to all the personal finance complete guides out there, because a lot of times people don't want a super in-depth book, right? They just want to get their results faster. So these quick start guides work really well. And with the exact same concept, if all your competitors have quick start guides, then you can come up with a complete guide, because that is your USP, right? Now you have a more in-depth, detailed book than others. So my point is, you gotta think of ways to stand out every single time. So most people just look at the best-selling book and they just rip it off, do the exact same thing, but with less reviews and a cheaper price. And that is not how you do it, right? Yes, you do have to model what's working. So you can take maybe, bits and pieces of what they do, that's good, but you gotta add your own unique twist to it. All right, the next one is be crystal clear on your audience. So you gotta really ask yourself, who is your audience, right? You want to create your customer avatar. So, are you creating books for men? Do you write books for women, girls, boys? Is it for kids, adults? Is it a certain religion, right? Or is it for people with certain interests? You got to be super clear on that. Let me show you some examples. So this person right here, Shannon Roberts, only publishes Christian books, right? Basically prayer journals for teen girls, prayer journal for women, and just basically those kind of books. And she does extremely well. She makes $94,000 a month just from paperback, right? Not counting Kindle and Spiral Bound. Spiral Bound also does another $36,000. So she's doing over $140,000 a month in revenue, which is insane. This is another example, fantastical bedtime stories for stressed out adults. So your audience is specifically stressed out adults, right? And this book is for that. This is another example. So this pen name specializes in creating horror books, right? So horror coloring books, horror word search, serial killer word search, whatever. So, horror lovers would love these kind of books. But it would be weird if you go and publish one book on freak of beauty horror coloring book for adults, and then the next book you go and publish a prayer journal for teen girls, right? It just does not mix. And that's why you got to be super clear on who your customer is and only publish books that they would enjoy, okay? And nothing else. And obviously that is for under one pen name. So if you want to go and publish a different kind of book, you can create a new pen name and do that again, because you can create unlimited amount of pen name. But my point is, it kind of ties back into this slide right here, where I say the rule of 3, okay? So you don't want to give up on a niche until you publish 3 books on it and it all flops. So let's say you decide that horror coloring book is the niche that you want to build. That's your audience, right? You want to publish at least 3 books on it. And if all 3 books flop, it does not do well, then you can go and test out something else. But until you publish 3 books, you don't know if it's the book that you published that's the issue or if it's the topic, right? Is it that the horror coloring book niche is just not profitable, or is it simply that you didn't publish a book that's good enough? So once again, if you tried just once or twice, you don't know if it's the niche or if your book was simply not good. So you want to keep improving your craft at every single book, and you want to ask yourself honestly, is my book genuinely as good as what's currently on the market? which brings me to the next tip, which is to get better every single time, right? Because your first book will suck. Like there's no avoiding it, you know? It's just a part of the business, and you want to improve your next book based on feedback. When I say feedback, it's book reviews. So what people say in the reviews, what they like, what they didn't like, you want to incorporate that and then make the next book better. Okay. So it's a skill that takes practice, but you can learn this. You know, it's just trial and error. So the next tip for you guys is that you guys have to understand that keyword and your book cover is literally the most important thing if you want to make money, okay? In order of priority on what is the most important thing in this business is profitable keywords as number one. Like you can have the most amazing book cover, you can have 2,000 reviews, you can have an amazing title, right? You can have an epic A+ content description, everything, but if it's not in a profitable keyword, you will never make money, okay? Compared to that, if you actually have a good keyword, your book cover can kind of be bad. You can have low reviews, bad title, A+ content, everything, and your book can still sell just because there's demand on that keyword. So it's that important, okay? So in order of priority, once again, profitable keyword, number one, and then the book cover. In terms of the book listing, right, the packaging, it probably carries 80 to 90% of the sales, okay? From there is the reviews, then the title, A+ content. The book cover is actually higher than the reviews because if you have an epic, amazing book cover, even if you have lower reviews than your competitors, people will still buy it just because the book cover is so beautiful, okay? So it's so important. So you definitely want to take this down, like literally note this down, and just remember keywords and book cover. That's the two things. If you can just master these two things, you will do really well in this business, okay? So this goes back to what I always talk about is that people design book covers themselves on Canva, right? And they do it for free, which is fine if you're good at designing, right? But if you suck at designing or if you're just getting started, you better learn how to do it. Or if you don't want to do that, then you better outsource it to someone who's good at designing. Because once again, it's the most important step. Like you don't want to try and save some money when you can outsource this to a professional for literally 10, 20, 30 bucks and get a pretty decent book cover. So if you're gonna outsource anything, that should be the first thing. So in terms of outsourcing your book cover, Fiverr is the best way, the easiest way to do so. So all you have to do is go to Fiverr, right? I'll leave a link below this video, but type in book cover, and from there you will see a lot of options here. Some are, once again, you see it's 200 bucks. There's $10 option. There's the 80 bucks option. Like there's many different options. And typically you get what you pay for, but not all the time, right? Sometimes you can pay 10, 20, 30, 40 bucks, and then you can get a really good design compared to when you pay 200 bucks, right? So you want to always look at the samples and then look at the reviews. And then if you like what you see, you can go and order from there. So I pay $115 per book cover right now, but I didn't start off paying that much, right? I actually started off paying $5 for my book cover. Then whatever profit I made from my first book, I reinvested back into making a better book number 2, right? I paid more for the book cover and made a better book number 2. And then that profit I reinvested into making the book better by, hiring someone better, right? And I just kept going from there. So you guys can go and find book cover designers yourself on Fiverr, but I will also leave a link below this video to some of the ones that I personally work with and that I recommend that I think is very good quality for the price that you're paying. So this one, as an example, Olina, it's just $30, but you can see that the quality is really good, okay? So once again, I'll leave a link below this video. The next thing I want you guys to understand is it's better to have a small slice of a big pie than a big slice of a small pie. So you make more money getting a small slice of a big pie than a big slice of a tiny pie. So what I mean by this is it's better to carve a small space in a big keyword that's, discovered. Everybody knows about the keyword. We know that it's super profitable, but it's competitive, right? It's better to go into that and carve a small space than try to find a tiny niche that nobody knows that you can go and dominate. Okay. So you want to stop chasing untapped keywords or small, low competition one. It's better to win big in big keywords because all the best earning books, all the top earning self-publishers are in major keywords everyone already knows. They're not out there trying to find untapped keywords, nothing. They just go into a big keyword and then they just make a better book than everyone else so that they stand out. As an example, BookBeam has this feature called the niche finder, and only BookBeam does this, and I think it's one of the coolest way to do keyword research, or basically finding top selling books, but you can set a preset, right? So like top selling self-published books. These are all the top selling books right now. So, obviously some of them are from huge authors or people with authority, but some of these, that's selling really well. We got food and snacks coloring book. It's just a simple adult coloring book. That's the keyword. And, it's selling extremely well. It's doing like 40K a month, right? This one right here, Cozy Spaces coloring book for adults. Once again, the keyword is simply coloring books, right? For adults, and it's doing really well. This one, adult swear words coloring book. The keyword, everyone knows this, adult swear words coloring book, right? Doing extremely well. Same as this one, stop overthinking. Literally everyone knows this keyword, but they just have a better book, better positioning, and it's doing 40K a month. So this is what I mean is all the top publishers, they're not trying to find small keywords. They just focus on making a better quality book than everyone else that's in the same keyword, and they carve out their space. And that is same as me, right? Most of my bestsellers are in big keywords as well. So what you want to do is find books in these big keywords that's very profitable, where they're selling, but also with low reviews. So the easiest way to do this, once again, is BookBeam. So you can actually filter this to, let's say, you want to find books that are selling well, so less than 35,000 BSR, but let's say just below 50 reviews here. And just like that, we have all the bestsellers that are making a lot of money, selling really well, but with less than 50 reviews. So going back to this book, right? Cozy Space Coloring Book, 20 reviews, and it's doing well. So 20 reviews is nothing. Like, we can get more reviews than this, right? So this is a good keyword to go into. We also got this one. This is interesting. So we got a rustic table as a keyword. I've never seen this before, but it's selling really well. It's at 432 BSR with only 18 reviews. That's amazing. We got Ethiopian Bible in English, complete 88 books, which is pretty crazy because it's at 840 BSR with just 9 reviews. So as long as you can find even just one of these books where, it's selling in a big keyword with just low reviews, then that is a good sign that you can come in and you don't need a ton of reviews to compete. All right, and the final tip is you have to take advantage of the honeymoon period. So once you publish a book, the first 30 days, Amazon gives you preferential treatment. It'll show you a book to more people to test if the book actually sells or not. So this is called the honeymoon period. Once again, it lasts for 30 days. And it's very, very important that you take advantage of this, right? And show Amazon that your book gets reviews and sales so that they can go and push it to more people. If you don't do this, if you literally upload, forget, do nothing, then it just tells Amazon that no one wants your book, right? So then they will go and drop it to page 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 20 till no one sees it again. So it's very, very important. Once again, the first 30 days, you achieve a low BSR and collect reviews. This is called launching the book, right? So book launch is very important. If you need help on how to do this, I filmed a complete book launch guide. So I'll leave a link to this video in the description. All right, guys, so that is how you win in Amazon KDP in 2024 and beyond. Okay, so if you can nail these steps, you will do extremely well. And if you want more of a step-by-step tutorial on what I just talked about, then watch this video. Then I also filmed a complete Amazon KDP tutorial for beginners. So make sure to go watch that next right here. All right, so this is the exact formula that I used to make over $1.53 million with Amazon KDP. I have a whole income report playlist that you guys can go and check it out, right? So just look up Sean DeWitt income reports. And for the past 5 years, I've been documenting how much I made from KDP. So you guys can actually check if I'm just lying about all this or if I actually did it. Specifically, one of the videos that I have in this playlist is this one right here, what's possible with Amazon KDP. This is a video that I made a year ago where I literally show you my tax returns, right? So in my tax return, you can see that I made over $1 million profit. This is profit. This is after expenses, right? Not revenue, nothing. Actual profit that hit my bank account. Okay, so over $1 million. And you can see that all the video and everything is right there in the playlist. So this is the actual process that I've used to achieve that. Okay, so starting with the top here, one thing you got to understand is the difference between low content, medium content, and high content, and the understanding the concept of barrier of entry. Okay, so low content, obviously a lot of people do it. Like most people who watch this channel probably is doing low content books. Okay, but what's interesting is low content books, the appeal is that it's free and it's cheap, right? So that's why everybody's doing it. But basically, people do it because it's easy for them to start, right? You don't have to spend a ton of money. You don't have to risk anything. And that's why like 99% of people are doing low content books. But because of that, it's flooding the market, right? Like you're competing with 99% of the people out there. And because you're competing with so many people, typically you make the least amount of money. Like it's hard to stand out, right? But if you put in a little bit more work and make medium content books that requires a little more text, a little more designs, a little harder to do, then now like most people aren't willing to do that. And that's why like you're competing with way less people. Okay. And if you do high content, these are like nonfiction, fiction books, like full length, 150 pages, right? Like most people aren't willing to do that because it requires more time, or if you outsource it to somebody, it takes more money, right? So that is the thing about barrier of entry, is like, just because something is easy to do doesn't mean it's good, right? Just because something is hard to do doesn't mean it's bad. In this case, high content is something that, it's much harder to do than low content or medium content. But because people aren't willing to do it, you will be competing with way less people. And with high content, you can price your book higher. You can do like audiobooks and stuff. And so, typically you make more money. Okay. Not always, right? You can do really well with low content, but a lot of times with high content, you can do really well too. Okay. So that is what I started with. I started from high content in the beginning, but what I recommend, if you're low on a budget, you just start with low content, but then you just move up as you make more money. Just start outsourcing it, start building a team, and then move up to high content. That should be your goal, or at least like a high content, low content, if that makes sense. Like, there are different books out there that you can do that, right? So the next thing is you got to understand that you got to build a brand, right? So instead of publishing in a bunch of different pen names, one book here, one book there, you have to go and publish a lot of books under one brand so that people recognize you as like a authority on that niche. That's exactly what I've done. Like I was stuck at 10K per month, which is great, but my income jumped to 35 to 40K a month, when I just focused on one niche that I was my own audience, right? So I knew about the topic really well. And then I just kept publishing one good book after another every single month. And I just built a huge series and a huge brand, right? So some examples here, like this one right here. So let me show you some examples, right? So Kite Fox Publishing is like low, medium content niches, because he does coloring books, word searches, those kind of things, right? But you just publish one good book after another, build a brand, like people recognize this pen name as like an authority on the topic, right? And then we have children's books like Alicia Ortega. If you want to do children's books, you can definitely do that. But this is, just should build a brand, right? So, positivity is my superpower and whatnot. But basically just publish one good book after another. You need a collection of book under the pen name. So same as this one, this is a high content example, right? So Damon Zahariadis published books on productivity. So he built a whole collection of productivity books under his name. He's not over here just jumping around different books and stuff like that. He's hyper focused on just serving the productivity audience. Okay. So that is what I've done as well. And then from here, essentially, this is what you want to do. So this is like the big picture, how your business should look like. There's so many different ways to build publishing, but at the end of the day, you're trying to build this so you have more freedom. Like you're trying to quit your job and then have more passive income, right? You don't want to replace your 9 to 5 with just another job because you built your publishing business in a way that is so busy and it's like you have to constantly micromanage everything. People do that, right? Building their own website, doing that. You don't have to do any of that, okay? So all you got to do is this. So first, you got to determine your traffic sources, whether that's Amazon ads, whether that's SEO, so organic Amazon traffic, whether that's social media, promo sites, right? Perma-free books. We talked about perma-free book in my course, right? If you're in the course. But anyways, whatever the traffic source is, you get people into buying one of your book, okay? And then they really, really like it because it's a good book. Then they're like, oh my God, I love this book. I wonder if this author has another book. So then they go and look at your other book. They go book number 2, they like it. So they buy book number 3, book number 4. At this point, they're buying all the other books, at once maybe. But basically, you have multiple books that you can sell to that same person, okay? So that is how you make more money from the same customer, because you don't just have one book. You have, multiple books, right, so that they can buy. And this is just the beginning, because from here, right, you can get people into your email list. So you collect your email, and from here you can, pitch people back into your books, right? So that you can, sell more books. But on top of that, now that you have their information, now that you have their email, you can go and pitch other products. Like, I've shown you in other videos where people are pitching apps, people are pitching like some kind of board game or, like a physical product, right? You can even do affiliate products if you don't want to make your own product. You can even do courses. Some people do consulting. Like if you have a productivity brand, like what's stopping him from selling consulting services to like business professionals or whoever, right, who want to pay a couple $1,000 just to sit down and speak to him, which they already recognize him as an expert on productivity, right? So people are willing to pay thousands of dollars just to sit down and talk, and he's collecting email, addresses, so he can totally pitch that and make a lot of money, right? Same as Alicia Ortega. Like I don't know what she can pitch because she's kind of like children's books, but she can probably do something like a board game teaching kids, how to learn positivity, but in a different medium, like not just books, but in a board game or
card game or something like that, right? Kite Fox Publishing, I don't know, like there, I've shown you Coloring Book Cafe, which is another pen name that has a course on how to color books better or how to improve your coloring skills. So technically there is a course idea for literally everything, but that is what you can do to make even more money, right? So this is a very, very simple setup. Like a lot of people say, oh, you got to make a website, go direct, you know, well, you have to do this, you got to do that. No, this is like literally one traffic source, right? You can start off with just SEO or ads or promo sites or, you know, social media, or you can start expanding into doing all of them, but just start with one, right? Master it, and then build out your product catalog, get people into your email list, and then pitch them more product. And that is it, right? And then once in a while, you can put your book into a Kindle countdown deal, and then you do even more promotion to boost your book up once again. But that is the simplest setup, because once again, we're trying to do this to be free. You know, you build a business in a way that you can achieve freedom, or you can build a business in a way that, you know, your life is miserable. You're working on it all the time because you've made it so complicated, right? And then it just sucks. Like you're making money, but it sucks. Okay, we don't want to do that. Okay, so you need a process. So next is exactly that. So let's talk about the team. So obviously, if you're good at writing, you can write the book yourself. If you're good at cover design, you can design the cover yourself. But I'm not really good at any of those things, right? Like English is my second language. And plus, like I rather pay somebody else to do the work better than me doing it myself. Okay, so I was okay with paying a little bit. For you, if you don't want to pay, you just do it yourself. Either way, that's fine. Make sure that the book is good though. You know, if you're doing it yourself and the book sucks, you probably shouldn't do that. You should probably outsource it to somebody else. Okay, but this is how my team looks. So I go to Upwork and Fiverr. So these are the two basically where I hire most of my team. If you guys want an Upwork tutorial, let me know in the comments. But I have two writers. Even though I only focus on one pen name, I have two writers. So, you know, I basically just give them a general idea of like what to include to make the stories and everything we use congruent, but they go and, you know, write books simultaneously. If you're working with one writer at a time, it's hard to stick to one book a month schedule if you're doing high content. This all depends though. Like if you're doing medium content, low content books, then you can obviously do a lot faster than one book a month, right? So I have that set up right here on Upwork, communication and payment all on Upwork. And then I also have two cover designers on Upwork and Fiverr. So if I'm doing like, sometimes I do low content, sometimes I do medium content too. And if I do that, often order from Fiverr for those covers, testing it out, right? Finding someone that's cheaper, but still good quality. But most of the time I use Upwork. 99 Designs is a good one too. So I guess like instead of Fiverr, I use Upwork and 99 Designs, but I spend between 115 to 200 bucks per cover. Okay. But I didn't start with that. Like I started off just using Fiverr, $5. And then, you know, once I started making more money, I reinvested into a better cover designer, right? And then I have one formatter. So now my virtual assistant does the formatting, but you can just easily go to Fiverr, Upwork, and then get a formatter as well, right? And you can do formatting yourself. Formatting is honestly one of those things you can do it yourself in the beginning. And for the Amazon ads, you know, I started running ads myself. Then I trained a virtual assistant how to do it, right? That is the cheaper way. You can do that on Upwork. Like you can hire a virtual assistant for $4 an hour, train them on how to run ads, and then they can replace you. Like that's level one. But now I use Azdroid, which is a service that I talked about a couple times, but they run ads for you. They already know what they're doing, right? So, you know, it's a little more expensive, but it's like an agency, I guess. And they do really well for me. So if you want to check out Azdroid, the link is below this video. And then once again, for virtual assistant does everything for you. So, you know, you can hire someone as cheap as $4 an hour, right? And it's a good salary for them depending on where they live. And you can first off like get them to upload books for you if you're uploading a lot of books. You can also train them to do more things like formatting, right? Formatting is a big one, even keyword research, book title creation, and also running Amazon ads. I recommend if you hire a virtual assistant, then the number one thing you can get help from them is running ads, because that's very, very time consuming, as well as formatting the book. That's easy to train them, as well as uploading your book to various platforms. And you can even go and, you know, have them communicate with the writers and cover designers, so you don't have to do that too. Okay, so that is the team setup that I have. A lot of people do it in a different way, but for me, this is how I do it. Okay, so next, you have a system, right? You have your niche, and you're, you know, building out your brand right here. You have a very simple setup of you trying to publish one good book after another, and from there, now you have a team that's going to help you do exactly this, right? Help you publish those good books one after another. You're doing the launch process, getting reviews, everything, right? So the next step that you have to do is go and multiply the income. So you have a system of publishing a book, then you go and multiply and maximize the amount of money you can make from each of these books, right? As much as possible. So let's start with the top here. So you can actually sell your books in
way more places than just KDP, right? KDP is just the beginning. So you have your book uploaded to KDP, which you can sell for ebook and paperback. But from there, you should be turning your book into an audiobook. And this is why I like high content, because you can do audiobooks, right? You cannot do that with a coloring book. If you have a coloring book, you cannot turn it into an audiobook. So anyways, you can turn it into an audiobook, super profitable. Like audiobook is crazy. This is the market right now. So, we are in 2024. Okay. This is the audiobook market. It's projected to triple in size in 6 years, in 2030. Okay. So that's just crazy, right? Exponential growth. A lot of people are switching to audiobooks from ebook and paperback. All right. So that was audiobooks. So next you want to go and upload your book to Ingram Spark, because Amazon basically dominates the book market, at least in the US, right? So 70% of all book sales are coming from Amazon, but there is the other 30%. So you want to go and pick those sales up. And the cool thing is it's free to sign up and free to upload to these extra, websites that has 30% market share. So you're going to upload your book to Ingram Spark. They will distribute your book to like 40,000 more bookstores outside of Amazon, libraries, universities, independent bookstores, and much more. It's free to upload. So you want to go and do that. Same as draft to digital, right? So this draft to digital is for ebook, and you don't want to do this immediately. You want to wait a little bit, wait a couple months, see how your book is selling on Amazon first, but then you can go and do that after. Same as Google Play. So Google Play is like Google's bookstore. They're trying to compete with Amazon, so they have that. And then Final Voices is once your book has an audiobook version, it's like draft to digital for audiobooks, right? So you take your audiobook, upload it there. Or if you cannot even do Audible, just because Audible is only open for US, UK, Canada, and Ireland. So if you're not from those countries, you want to go straight to Final Voices, upload your audiobooks there. Okay. So the next one is you can create bundles. So bundles are like free books. You can just put together 2, 3 or more of your books and then sell it as a new book, right? And I talked about bundles. If you want a full tutorial on bundle, let me know. But basically, it's a free book you can create, right? Which is awesome because you're not paying for anything and it sells better. So bundles is another one, and you want to go and translate your book. This is the craziest part about translations. Let me give you some examples here. So this book is a audiobook, right? That's selling $100 a day. So that's $3,000 a month just from the English audiobook version, not even counting the ebook, not counting the paperback sales. This is just audiobook, okay? $3K a month. Now, just by translating to Spanish, it's doing another $49 a day, which is basically $1,500 a month, right? Just by one simple translation. And once again, guys, this is for audiobook, not counting the ebook, not counting the paperback, right? So it's just insane what's possible with translations and just like multiplying your income, right? This is just one language, Spanish. Imagine if you do this for German, French, Italian, Portuguese. Like Amazon is expanding. Amazon is still growing and going into different countries, and more customers will start buying from Amazon, right? It's not going anywhere, so the market is just expanding. So you can tap into that. If you already have your asset, which is your book, as an English version, you can translate and reach so much more, right? So I have plenty of, books that I translated to Spanish that's doing well. Spanish obviously is the number one that you want to start with, and then German is also really good, and then French and Italian I haven't tested yet, but those are the next ones. I know people who succeed and do well publishing French books. I got friends who just publish French books full time, right? And because that's their language. And then I have friends that publish just Italian books. So I know that it's possible. I just haven't done it. I just do Spanish and German at the moment. And then I'm planning to expand from there. Okay, so basically the point is you already have your book, which is your asset. Okay, so why not tap in to so much more, right? A lot of people stop here. I don't understand why. I think most people just don't know that it's possible to do so much more, right? So like 99% of the people stop here, but you can actually turn one book into 7+ income streams. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? You can do a lot more. And the crazy thing is the bundle and the translation that you make can go through the exact same step that we just went through of multiplying. So Audible, Ingram Spark, like you can upload your bundle and translations to Draft Digital again, Google Play again, Final Voices. So like technically, you can just expand like crazy, right? You have one book and then you do 7+ income streams, but then you can take that translated book and go through this income stream again. So it's just insane what you can do. But then this is how you make sure that you're not missing out on any sales, right? You're just maximizing as much as possible. Obviously, most of the sales will come from Amazon, but why not tap into 100% of the market share rather than 70%, right? So that's what we're doing. So now we just finished the process, the team, multiply, and the final step, okay? So like you don't have to do this, it's optional, but it's very powerful, and that is to sell your business. So why do you want to do this? Well, basically, or let me actually explain. what's the potential with this? So if you have a publishing business, you can sell your business for an average of 30 to 40x of how much you're making per month. Okay, so as an example, these are actual businesses that are selling on this website called Empire Flippers, right? There's a link in my description, by the way, where you can see how much you can sell your business for. So there's like a free valuation tool that they have. If you guys want to check it out, I'll leave a link once again, or I already have it in the description, so check it out. But basically, this is an example business. It's a real business, right? That's selling right now. It's doing 2K a month profit, and it has a 34x multiple. So once again, your average multiple is between 30 to 40x, and the multiple really depends on how well your business is set up. If you have a good business, you will get a higher multiple. Okay, so like I got a 40x multiple, which is pretty good because I had a brand and everything. So this is determined by Empire Flippers, like they'll give you a multiple. But anyways, the point is, if you times 2,000, which is a net profit, to the multiple, this is how much you can sell the business for. So 2,000 times 34 is $68,000, right? So this business is selling for $68,000. It's crazy. Like you can sell, you're only making 2K a month, and you can sell it for 68K. Like this one right here is doing $3,760 a month profit at 40x multiple. It's selling for $150,000. Like imagine that, right? Selling a business for 150K. It's just mind blowing, Like the fact that you make not even 4K and you can sell it for 150K is just insane. So like the multiple for a Amazon KDP business is often higher than most other businesses. Like if you're doing software, the software multiple is probably better. But besides that, it's pretty high, like what you get from KDP. So another example is this one. This is basically $7,800 a month, right? Net profit at 39x multiple. It's selling for $304,000. So I was doing like 22, 23K profit or something consistently a month. And so, I initially got a valuation of $1 million, right? Because my multiple was really, really high. And the thing is, if you have an account that's too big, that's not good too. Because like the sweet spot is if you can sell it for between 100 to 500,000, because there are buyers out there. But if you start getting closer to $1 million, there are not a lot of buyers, out there who can actually afford it. So I had a tough time selling it. Eventually I had to like bring it down to 820K, which kind of sucks. And this was a couple of years ago. If I know what I know now, I probably wouldn't have sold it for at this price, because my business is still generating 20, 30K a month profit. So like, if I would have just kept it, I would have made this much, right? But it was my first account. I didn't know. And so I did it. But the cool thing is, after you sold it, it does not mean that you have to you can never publish again, right? You can just go back and publish and start this process all over again, right? So you can just, a lot of people keep flipping their business, and why would you want to do that, right? So the big question is, why not just keep your account and keep making monthly passive income rather than selling it? So it's up to you on what you want to do and what your goal is. But the benefit of selling is you get money, like you get 3 to 4 years worth of what you would have made up front, right? So let's say you want to build a new business, or let's say you know how to invest your money in stocks, real estate, crypto. You see an opportunity, right, outside of KDP, and you need cash upfront fast. Then the fact that you can get 3 to 4 years worth of money that you would have made once again upfront is super powerful. So that's the whole point. It's like, if you're willing to wait 3 to 4 years to make the same amount of money, you should, because then you can hold it, and then after that 3 to 4 years you can keep making money, right? But if you want the money quick, then you can. The reason why I sold it is because people were already asked, like I was already doing YouTube. I wasn't making much money, but people were already asking me to create a course and this, that, so I knew that I was going to be busy doing that for the next year, and I couldn't really focus on KDP. So I sold it, and I kind of regret it once again, because at this point I would have made more just keeping it. But it's up to you, what you want to do, like whether you want to keep working on KDP or whatever, like, if you want to do something else. So that's up to you and what your future is. But once again, guys, so you sell it, and then you just go and repeat it, right? So this is my new KDP account. Now I'm doing something different, where with this KDP account I was pretty much doing this full time, building it. Now I basically have a team in this process, so I'm just letting them build it, and I'm spending like 30 minutes a week, right? So now it's back to like 10, 20K a month. This is from KDP. It's doing like 10 to 15K a month, right? And then from there, if you count the audiobooks, the other distribution that we talked about here, it's doing about 15, 20, right, a month. So it's steady. It's not the fastest growth. Like I did it faster with my first account, obviously, because I spent like 10 times more time in my first account. But, it's nice that I'm not spending anything and my team is building it up, right? So, maybe I'll come back to it. I think I will come back to it. But right now I'm like super, super busy teaching other people and this and that, So that's my new project happening. But anyways, this is the whole process. So process, team, multiply, sell, repeat, and you can basically just go and repeat this process over and over. So hope that helps. Let me know if you have any questions. Pretty much all the links to whatever resources that I usually recommend is in the description. And that is it. Bye.
If you think or hear people saying Amazon KDP is too saturated, then this next video is for you. All right, let's talk about if Amazon KDP is truly becoming saturated. So this is what I think is happening. I created this little graph over here, but I think everyone is in a bubble. If you're doing Amazon KDP, you're in the Amazon KDP bubble. If you're doing Amazon FBA, you're in the FBA bubble. If you're doing dropshipping, you're in the dropshipping bubble, so on and so forth for every single business model out there. Now, while you're in your bubble, you only see what's happening around you, what's happening inside your business model. So you're seeing all the flaws, all the cons, all the negative parts about this business. Obviously, you do not see that about other businesses because you're not in the bubble, right? So you're hyper focusing on the negatives in your business, and you look at other businesses thinking the grass is greener on the other side because you're not seeing the negatives. So what people often do is, after trying out a business, they start seeing all the negative side about it, right? And they go and try out other business models because they think the grass is greener on the other side, just to realize that, oh, there's the same exact problem that I dealt with in this business as well, right? Or there are maybe different sets of problems in this business. So then they go and try and find a business model that does not have any negative sides of it, right? So then they go and try another one, and every single one they encounter something that they do not like, and they keep hopping around, wasting so much time. And once a new shiny business model pops up, what everyone does is just jump ship and flood the new business model. And you can kind of apply the same concept within the KDP space as well. People just hop around niches and different hot trends or keywords, thinking that the problem is the keyword that they chose. And they all go and try and find this hot niche that's insanely profitable with absolutely zero competition. So it kind of looks like this, right? They hop around niches, and when there's a hot new niche, everyone just floods it. So what happens is when a new business model pops up, everyone just jumps ships, floods it, and that quickly becomes saturated, right? So that they're like, oh, this business is saturated again, very quickly. So now they search for a new business model, everyone jumps ships again, that gets flooded, and then they just keep jumping around different business models, on and on and on, wasting so much time, wasting so much money and energy, and never finding success. So here's the truth, right? Yes, things are more saturated in KDP than when I started back in 2016. But this is not just in KDP. This is in literally every single business. Now, why is that? There are a few reasons, okay? Number one, building an online business is very normalized now, compared to when I started. Back in 2016, I remember when I said I'm an entrepreneur, I'm building a business, or doing something online, there were a lot more people who were skeptical about it. A lot more people who try to convince me that it doesn't work or it's a scam, this and that, right? Now, everyone is trying to find a side hustle online. So there's just more people trying to do something. Reason number two is more and more people have internet access around the world. And the beauty of Amazon KDP and online business in general is that it's very simple to start. However, because it's very simple to start, all you need is an internet connection. You're basically competing with every single person out there in the world that has an internet connection. And more people have that. So you just have more and more people to compete with. This is why competition is going to continue to increase in literally every single business out there. We noticed this in Amazon KDP. I noticed this in other business models as well because I follow spaces in other business models. I noticed this in YouTube because I'm in the YouTube business. I noticed this in the course business as well. I noticed this in other business models. Literally no one have ever said that it's getting easier in this business. Everybody's saying that it's getting more saturated, and that is going to continue. So the big question is, what should you do about this, right? Should you just give up, or is there an alternative solution? Well, this is what you should do, okay? First off, if you don't want competition, you should not be building a business. Competition is literally part of being in business, okay? Also, competition is good because it means it's profitable. If there are other people doing it, that means it's profitable, right? If no one else is doing it, it's most likely because other people tried it, it wasn't profitable, so they stopped, right? Or other people know more than you. There's a very little chance that you're this genius that got in an idea early before anybody else, okay? Possibly, but that chance is very, very low. Most of the time, it's because it's not profitable. That's why no one else is doing it, okay? So instead of trying to avoid competition, you want to learn to stand out from the crowd, okay? This is what you should do. So you should stop trying to be first and instead try to be the best. Regardless of if everyone knows about that business model, regardless of if that keyword has 50,000 books in it, it doesn't matter, right? Be the best and you will make money. This is probably one of the best examples of how saturation, the idea of saturation is just stupid because, blogging, one of the oldest online business model out there. I think blogging literally started like 30 years ago. So this business model has been around for 30 years, right? Literally everyone knows about the business model of blogging. I don't even want to do blogging because it seems like a really crappy business model at this point, right? And yet this guy makes $100,000 per month from blogging, and there are a lot of people still making money from blogging. Amazon KDP is still a brand new business model if you compare it to other business models out there, right? So if blogging is still going strong 30 years later, then I'm pretty sure Amazon KDP has a very, very long time to go as well. So the reason why you feel the business is saturated is because most people publish crap books and the only strategy for them to make money is being first in a hot new niche. That is why you think it's saturated, because the only way for you to stand out is being first in a hot new niche. You may make money short term doing this, but after a while, others will just find the niche, flood it, and your sales die off because your book has nothing special, right? And you're off to finding the next hot niche while complaining that Amazon KDP is getting too saturated, rinse and repeat. But instead of doing that, here's a crazy idea, right? Why don't you just make a better book than anyone else so the competition doesn't matter, You can spend a little more time, invest a little bit more money to make a higher quality book. This is how you win. Because once again, you don't win in business by being first. You win by being the best. There are so many examples of businesses or products that, started after there were so many other people already doing it and becoming successful because they just had a better product. Because 90% of publishers are doing this. They're just spamming low effort, low quality books. But the real money is here at the top, right? And you can only reach this top when you actually publish high quality books and you play the quality game instead of the volume game or just the speed game, right? This is what most people do. They publish a book like this. They make the cover on Canva, even though they have no design skills, or they just don't practice their Canva design skills. They got bad title, low value content, absolutely zero reviews, zero marketing, and they just publish and hope and pray. That is the only strategy that they have. This is what most people do. And if you watch my book review series that I often do, almost every single book is like this. And the people who complain that Amazon KDP is saturated are the ones publishing these kind of books, okay? So instead, why not just try a bit harder and make a better book? This is what you should do instead. Actually good covers designed by a professional, actually good title that has SEO and copywriting, right? Actually good content customers are happy with, and actually get some reviews and actually market your books. And if you do that, it's very possible to make a lot of money. Like this is an example of a book, one coloring book doing over $1,000 a day in royalties. This one book is doing $30,000 per month. And I'm not saying every single one of you will go and make a book that's $30K a month, but the main thing is that it's possible. I have many students in my program that's doing this. And by doing this, you'll be right here, the top 1% of people who actually put in any effort in this business. So this is how you can make money regardless of the niche, business model, or timing. Once again, more and more people will continue to come into the online business space, whether that's KDP or any other business model. So the competition will continue to increase. But the one thing that you have to understand is that 99% of the people will just do the bare minimum. And if you're also only doing the bare minimum, then that means you're competing with 99% of the people out there. But if you can be the 1% that actually does more than the bare minimum, right? If you can actually invest a little bit of time and energy in making something better than 99%, then you're only competing with the 1%, which is a lot less, and you're not going to be complaining about saturation by doing so. So stop trying to be first, just be better. If you guys want to learn how to create actually good books that'll crush your competition, then check out the first link in the description below. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like. Let me know if you agree with this video in the comment section below. Subscribe if you haven't yet, and I'll see you guys in the next one. This is a recent Amazon KDP meetup that I've done in Bangkok, Thailand. Not every single person here is my student, but the majority of them are. And crazy enough, over half of this table is doing at least 10K per month. Some of them are even doing over $50,000 in a month.
And I have many more students that are doing that in my program. So hopefully that shows you that if you stick to the plan, it works, right? So now let's get into the most realistic path to 10K a month with Amazon KDP. Now this is gonna be an absolute no BS video. It's not gonna be one of those YouTube fake guru, hype videos where it's like you can make 10K per month easy in 3 minutes a day or something, right? It is not going to be the complete free way of doing this. It's also not gonna be the easiest way, okay? I'm gonna show you the most realistic way to make money with Amazon KDP. This is the path that has the highest chance of success, okay? Now, if you follow this plan, at the end of it, you will have a 6-figure KDP brand that is built to last. You will have something that's not just gonna make money short term, but a real business that's gonna make you money for years and years to come. Because there are a lot of changes happening in the Amazon space that we need to adapt to, right? AI is changing the game. There's a shift happening from publishing a lot of books, from quantity to quality focus, right? And the Amazon algorithm is constantly changing. So with these changes in mind, this is how you win in KDP right now. So first I wanna start with what I call phase 0. This is the reality check. And I'm gonna be absolute no BS with you here, okay? If you have no money to invest in a business, everybody says they don't have any money to invest, right? Absolutely zero money. Honestly, guys, you should get a job instead of trying to do this for free. Because yes, you can build Amazon KDP for absolutely zero money by doing everything yourself. It is not the ideal way. It is not the fastest way. And quite frankly, I've never met anyone who came in not wanting to risk any of their money, right? Trying to do everything for free and became successful. At least if we're talking, 10K a month as a success metric. Like if you want to just make 10 bucks a month, 100 bucks a month, then you can probably do it for free, right? But if we're talking big success, life-changing income, right? Replacing your job, you really have to be okay with investing money into your business. So what we recommend is to aim to have a minimum of $2,000 to $5,000 to invest in number one, education, right? Courses, program, coaching, producing these books, and also marketing. Obviously, if you have more, that's great, but it's not necessary, okay? Now, if you're watching this and you're saying, oh my gosh, Sean, that is so much money, right? I don't have that kind of money to invest. And you live in the first world country, then you have a problem. Because if you live in the first world country and you don't have this money, you have absolutely zero excuses. Your issue is not the fact that you don't have the money. Your issue is most likely priorities, not income. When I was 21 and I started this business, I was living with 5 roommates. I had this super tiny room that I was renting in Hawaii, one of the most expensive places to live in the US, right? I think it's like the 3rd most expensive after New York and California. And I was making $1,800 a month working my full-time job, and yet I was saving about $800 a month, which means I was living off of $1,000 a month with rent, transportation, food, everything included. I was living like complete crap so that I can save as much money as possible to invest in my business. I picked up extra shifts. I worked 2 jobs, 1 full-time, 1 part-time. I literally didn't take a day off for like 17 days straight. I worked every single holidays, Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's, anything. The thing is, too many people want a certain result without the sacrifice that comes with it, right? If you don't live in the first world country, then I understand a little more on, why money is tight. And you want to try doing everything for free. Like my friend who lives in India, he was making $150 a month working a full-time job in India. So what he did is he spent an year and a half writing his book because he absolutely didn't have the money. He spent a year and a half writing the book, right, himself, and he spent his entire month's salary, $150 on a book cover just for that book to flop. So after a year and a half, that book didn't make any money, but he kept going. He didn't quit. And now he's making over $50,000 a month living in India. He's like killing it. So bottom line is it's possible to do everything for free, but it's not ideal, especially if you live in the first world country. Just get a job, make some extra money so that you can invest in the business and grow this faster. And if this is too much for you, if you can't even find a couple $1,000s, building a business is probably not for you. Like I said, guys, this video is the most no BS, me just being completely real with you guys. Next, let's talk about time commitment. So you need at least 1 to 2 hours per day consistently to build a business. Obviously, if you have more, that's great. But at minimum, 1 hour a day is what I want, okay? If you don't have the time, please look at your social media screen time, like how much you're on social media every single day. I guarantee you it's more than an hour, okay? So can you just cut 1 hour of your social media usage to invest in a business? And you need to stick to this for at least 6 months, ideally a year, right? But at minimum, 1 hour a day for 6 months straight. Once again,
if you're watching this and you think this is too much, you should probably reconsider building a business, because I really do not think you're cut out for building a business if you think this is too much. Because all I'm asking here is just 1 hour a day, right? Of maybe waking up 1 hour earlier, staying up an hour later, or just cutting out social media. Everybody has an hour extra time, right? So it's not that hard, guys. And if you think KDP is the issue, if you're watching this and you're like, oh my God, it's because KDP as a business model is flawed. That the fact that you gotta, have some money to start and invest an hour a day. Maybe other businesses will require, no money and no time to grow this. That's not gonna be the case. Okay, KDP is actually one of the cheapest businesses to start, one of the most passive, low investment business to start, one of the most beginner friendly business. So I guarantee you, if you try and hop around different business models to seek something better, you're not gonna find it. So you gotta stop with the excuses, okay? KDP is once again one of the easiest business for anyone. When I say easiest, I'm not saying it's easy. I'm saying compared to other businesses, it is the easiest, okay? It doesn't matter if English is not your first language, because English is not my first language as well. Japanese is my first language, okay? If you're scared to spend 30 bucks on a book cover, this honestly isn't for you. You do not need prior experience or skills, just the willingness to learn. Just like how I had no skills prior to this, right? And I made it a success. A lot of my students made this a success. My friend in India had no skills, prior experience, making 150 bucks a month, but he was willing to learn. He was willing to invest in the business and now doing 50K a month. Crushing it, right? So it's possible if you're just willing to stick to it and willing to learn. So the expectations you should have is you want to reinvest all your profits for the first 6+ months if you want to scale, okay? You don't have to do this if you don't want to make 10K a month. If you're just happy with $100 a month, $1,000 a month, that's fine. But if you start taking out profits really early in the business, it's going to be really hard to grow the business because you don't have any capital to reinvest, right? So the longer you can delay gratification and the longer you can put things back into the business, the faster you can get to 10K a month. Then you can start taking out more money, right, from that. So that's exactly what I've done as well. I've reinvested everything for the first whole year. I wasn't taking any profits, okay? And the first few books that you publish will suck no matter what. And instead of quitting there, because most people will approach this business saying, oh, let's just try with one book, when their first book is going to be the worst book that they're ever going to be publishing, right? And they're not going to make any money from it and they just quit. When you should be taking the first couple books as a learning experience and then move forward. You want to fail forward, right? And the last thing is your friends and family is not going to support you. And who cares? Who gives a fuck, right? You're doing this for you, not for them. So don't try to seek validation from your friends and family. Don't even tell them that you're building a business. Don't tell them what you're about to do. Tell them what you've done after you've done it, okay? After you make 10K a month, go back and tell them, hey, look, I made 10K a month, okay? Don't go and say, oh, look, I'm gonna start this new business. I'm gonna make this much money, because they're just gonna drag you down. So I just wanted to make this mindset section before we go into the real meat of the tutorial, because I am so sick and tired of all the BS excuses that I'm hearing. And if you're watching this and you're not making any of these excuses, good for you. You're going to be successful, because most people are. And that's why they don't see any results. So if you're willing to go through this, you will do very well, like many of my students. All right, guys, with that being said, let's go into phase 1, which are the foundations. Typically, this is the first 3 months of your business. So you want to focus on learning the skills, not making money. Expecting to make money in the first 1 to 3 months. I mean, you will make money, but you're going to be reinvesting it. So technically, you're not taking any profits. And that is normal, okay? You're out of your mind if you think you can get to 10K a month in 3 months or something like that. That's just crazy. Not just in KDP, once again, in every single business model, okay? Now, you want to get a course or a coaching program. I got a coaching program. Obviously, I make these videos to promote that. If you don't want to join the program, if you don't like me, go join somebody else's, okay? Because obviously I want to work with someone that likes me, like my approach, and who's willing to learn and stuff. But either way, it's super important to follow a step-by-step program. Have some kind of mentorship. I honestly do not know anyone who've never taken any coaching program, any courses, and became super successful. We're talking 10K or more, right? Once again, you can probably make $100 a month, maybe $1,000 a month without taking any coaching program. But if you want to do more than that, I really don't know anybody. If you want to prove me wrong, you can comment below in this video and say you've done it without any program. But please let me know. Even my friend in India making $150 a month bought a course and then he became successful. Okay. So reinvest all your profits into producing more books. Do not take any profits out for the first 6 months. So the first skill you have to learn is keyword research. This is the most important skill. This skill is going to make or break your business. Okay. So you want to validate an idea first then create a book, not the opposite. This is where everyone messes up. Okay, when they enter the business, people have so many ideas of the type of books they can publish, right? So many different topics, but they never go and check if that topic is profitable. So people make a book first, then they try and find people who want the book. And that is the complete opposite. Okay, you want to check if anybody even wants that book first, right? Then you go and make a book on it because you know that people are buying it. So there are two tools that I recommend. Number one, this is a free one called DS Amazon Quick View. Look it up in the Google Chrome store. Okay, it is completely free. Now, if you want to save some time, there's a paid version called KD Spy. So this is DS Amazon Quick View. Once again, it is free. Just look it up in the Chrome store. Maybe I'll leave a link in the description. And this is KD Spy. So this is a paid tool. It is $79 one time. So it's just a one-time payment. You don't have to pay any more than that, but it will save some time. Now, what they do is show you the bestsellers rank of the book a lot easier. So normally you have to click around to find this number, but just by having the DS Amazon Quick View, it'll start pulling this number right on the search results. So I looked up decluttering. These are decluttering books, and you can see that this book is 3,438 in the bookstore. This one is 92,000. This one is 4,900, and this is from the free one, DS Amazon Quick View. Now, what this number is called the bestsellers rank. Bestsellers rank is Amazon telling you how well this book is selling compared to other books. Okay, so if this is number one in the entire bookstore, it is basically the number one best-selling book in the entire bookstore. This is 3,400 best-selling book, right? This one in the entire bookstore. So in terms of this number, the lower the better. Now with DS Amazon Quick View, you have to go and check each one by one like this. If you have KD Spy, then you can just click on it and you can get the data of entire page one, as well as the audiobooks in the Kindle format as well. So you can kind of instantly see the data, which is just going to save you even more time. So in terms of the criteria, you're looking for books that has less than 80,000 BSR in the entire bookstore, which if it's around 80,000 BSR, it's making around $500 a month. So if it's a lot lower than 80,000, it's doing a lot more, okay? If other books are selling well on the topic, it is proving to you that the topic is in demand. So we're essentially looking for proof of concept here. So going back to decluttering, right? So I have this idea of writing a book on decluttering. Okay, so I will look up the keyword. So in my case, decluttering. If you have a book on keto diet, then you'll look up keto diet, right? And then you start looking at other books on it that are profitable. So like this one, 3,000. So this book is doing thousands of dollars a day, right? Like, tens of thousands a month. It's extremely successful. Okay. So if this number is below 80,000, that is a good sign. Okay. So we have one book below 80,000. This one is right above 80,000. So we're not going to count it, but pretty close. This one's way below 80,000. This one's way below 80,000. So a lot of books on decluttering is making a ton of money, which is telling us that decluttering is a profitable topic. And you absolutely have to do this first, because if you don't check the profitability and you spend all the time writing the book, publishing it, if no one wants the book, you're not going to make any sales. All right, so these are the types of books that you can publish, essentially pretty much anything, but we categorize in three sections: low content, medium content, and high content. Okay, so low content is the journals, planners, notebooks, any kind of books that has very little content. Medium content is something that has a little more text, a little more design. So we're talking coloring books, activity books, and puzzle books, those kind of things. High content is usually nonfiction, full text books, and also fiction books like romance, mystery, those kind of things. Now, why I recommend you to skip low content and go straight into medium or high content is because obviously it has more text, it has more designs, which means it takes a little more time, little more money, little more effort to create these books, which is a higher barrier of entry, right? Which means not a lot of people want to make these books because people are lazy. 99% of the population wants to take the easy way, okay? So if you can be the 1% that says, hey, I'm willing to put a little more work into this, right? Make up a book that's good, then now you have a lot less competition, because most people complaining about saturation and competition are doing the bare minimum, and most people are doing the bare minimum. So now you're competing with most people, okay? So that's what I mean is go for the higher barrier of entry. It's better. Now, you also have higher profit margins, because usually with low content books, you can only sell it for $5.99, $6.99. You're barely making $1 per sale. With, let's say, high content nonfiction books, which are the books that I mainly publish in, you can sell it for $18, $19, sometimes even $20, and you're making $8 to $10 per sale, right? So you're making 10 times more money. And even though you're making 10 times more money per sale compared to a low content book, it's not 10 times harder to sell the book.
Okay, so that's why going higher ticket is better. Now, it also has high demand. Obviously, a lot of these niches are very profitable, and also lower competition because less people are trying to publish these books. And the biggest thing with high content books that nobody talks about is that you can sell it in multiple formats: ebook, print, and audiobook. Audiobook is just taking off, and you really should be taking advantage of this, right? Most low content, medium content books like coloring books, journals, you can only publish it as a paperback. So you can only make money in one format. You're missing out on the ebook, you're missing out on the audiobook. Those are super profitable. Now, if you need ideas on what kind of books you can publish, you want to go to the Amazon bestsellers rank and just go off of each categories. Just check each category and see what books are selling, right? So you can niche down into business and money, arts and photography, cookbooks, food and wine. So I'm just going to do like, let's say health, fitness, and dieting. And you just want to start seeing what kind of books are out there. So, like you want to kind of extract topics, like ask yourself, what is this book about, right? So we have good energy. So it's some kind of like self-help book. And this is a habit book. So a book on habit is, doing really well, right? A book on, I guess, like overthinking is doing really well. So, you can start listing down ideas, right? We have a Barbara O'Neill Natural Herbal Remedies book that's doing really well. I don't know if this is trademarked, so you want to check the trademark as well. But that's what I mean, is just getting a ton of ideas from this bestsellers category, and you can niche down even more if you want to. So what I recommend is you find a topic that you are interested in, you're passionate in, that is also profitable. You want both. You don't want to just publish a book just because it's profitable, but you have zero interest in, because it's going to be hard to keep going and keep building this business, because you're going to get burnt out. But you also don't want to just publish a book that you're passionate about but nobody's interested in, because you're not going to make any money. So you need that balance. So this is the game plan. Don't publish just one book and see how it goes. Like I said earlier, your first book is going to be your worst book. So don't determine your success based on your first book, okay? Publish multiple books in the same niche. You want to build a brand, you want to build a series, okay? So you want to publish multiple books in the same niche. Now, keep in mind that your book is a solution to the customer's problems. This is the biggest thing to understand. People buy books because they got a problem that they want to solve, okay? When they buy nonfiction books, when they buy a book on habits, as an example, they probably suck at, productivity. Maybe they're procrastinating, right? So that's why that's the problem that they have, and they want to fix it by reading the habit book, okay? If they buy a weight loss book, most likely because they're struggling with overweight, right? No one who's skinny is going to buy a weight loss book. So you got to identify what is the problem that people are facing, and then try and solve that inside your book. Once you solve one problem, then you want to think, what problem can I solve next? That'll be your book number 2. Then after that, what other problem that is related to this can I solve next? That'll be your book number 3. As an example, book number 1 could be weight loss. But after you successfully help the person lose weight, what's the next challenge, right? Not rebounding back. So, book number 2 could be about how to maintain weight loss, or how to make it more of a lifestyle rather than a quick diet plan, right? So book number 2 could be like maintaining the new weight, right? And after that, what would that person want to do next? Maybe build muscle. So book number 3 could be on building muscle. So that's what I mean, is solve related problems one after another. This is an example of someone who's doing that. So this is a productivity series. Number 1, first book is on dopamine detox, right? So it's helping people to pretty much like rewire their brain and not be so addicted to dopamine. Then the second one is a 7-day plan to overcome procrastination, taking more action. The third one is to help them focus better. And then the fourth one is kind of a mindset related to productivity, I guess. But you see how it's related, but slightly different. So the same person will be interested in buying all 4 of the books. So once again, you want to publish at least 3 books in the niche, and keep in mind that you do not have to spend thousands of dollars per book. There are many ways to cut costs, especially with AI, right? Book cover, I highly recommend you outsource. You can spend $100, $200, but if you're just getting started, you can spend a little less. Although I do recommend you don't skimp out on your book cover, right? But just like my friend in India who wrote a book, by himself, there are many ways to cut costs if you don't have the money. You can write the book yourself if you know how to do that. If you do not know how to do that though, you can hire ghostwriters, which is what I do. And the good news is ghostwriters don't have to be super, super expensive. You can hire them between $2 to $3 per 100 words. So what you want to do is you want to aim to get to $500 to $1,000 per month with these 3 books. And before you freak out and say that making $1,000 with 3 books, that is super unrealistic, please understand that that is your reality, not mine. And this is a high content book example, right? So we're talking $300
per book, that includes the ebook, paperback, and audiobook format. Okay, we're not talking low content, medium content book. That's another reason why I think high content is better. And I'm also not talking about pure profit here, right? We want to be spending some money on ads to market it, but it's okay because later on we're going to be talking about optimizing so we can make more profit. Right now, I just want to see some sales coming in. And again, if you think this is unrealistic, that is your reality, not ours, right? This is one of our coaching program student, Randy. So he published his first book, and in the first 10 days, he's made over $568. So it is possible. And this is another one of our students, in the program. I'm blurring the face and the name because I don't want a crap ton of people to DM my students and bother them. But this person made $93,000 in a single month with just 27 books. Okay, so that is a lot more than $300 to $500 per book. So it is definitely possible. So with that being said, phase 2 is optimization. So this is months 4 to 6. So now that we published a couple books, right, we are going to analyze what worked and what didn't. And we want to improve our book quality. So we want to get better covers on our books. We want to get better interiors. We also want to work on getting more professional formatting and slowly improving our book quality, both the existing books that we have, but also future books that we are going to publish, right? And we also want to start building our launch system. So we want to find out a way to get consistent reviews, not relying on luck. Now we have a system that we can rely on and get predictable reviews. We also want to get better at Amazon ads. This is something that you tweak over time. And you want to start building your audience, whether on social media or through email lists, so that you can get, once again, consistent sales and reviews every time you publish a new book. So you want to read your reviews that you're getting from your books and see what you can improve, because they're going to tell you what they like, what they didn't like. So improve that in your book. You want to fix your existing books based on the problems you identified. Make sure that the new book you launched do not have the same problems. And you want to consistently get better at getting reviews and also running ads. And most importantly, I still recommend you do not take profits out. You want to keep reinvesting it back into your business, building the business, producing more books, marketing it better, and just keep growing it. I hit $5,000 a month in 5 months, and I did not take a single penny. I reinvested everything back into the business while I was working a full-time job. So I was living off the full-time job and my business income. Although I could have quit my job and live off of that, I knew that I wanted to grow it even bigger. So I didn't quit my job so soon, right? I reinvested everything, kept growing my business until I hit 10K a month. Then I quit finally, right? But a lot of people just quit way too soon. I don't know why. Maybe they hate their job, but you have to practice delayed gratification. All right, so you're publishing a couple books, all in the same niche. You're doing a good job at solving people's problems, and you're improving your book quality. If you do this right, you're going to start getting raving fans, right? These are the repeat customers. These are the people that's going to buy all of your books, and they will leave a review on every single one. Over time, you're gonna start noticing the same people are leaving reviews on your books, right? Same people are emailing you saying, hey, I love this book and I love this book and I bought all your books. You're gonna get a lot more people like that, okay? Your goal is to get as many of these people as possible. This is how you increase lifetime value. As an example, some of you watching this video may watch every single one of my videos. Maybe you've been watching all my videos for the past, months or even years, which I highly appreciate. So you are essentially my raving fan. And because of people like you, every single video that I post, I can almost guarantee that I'm gonna get a certain amount of views. Well, you can do the same thing with KDP. The bigger the fan base, you know that every time you launch a book, you're gonna get a certain amount minimum of sales and reviews. And that makes it way easier for you to rank your books. This is why the longer you stay in the game, the easier it gets, because you're building your audience, right? When you just quit after your first book, of course, it's the hardest. But the longer you're in this business, the longer you keep publishing, you're building these fan base more and more and more, and it gets easier and easier and easier. And you're essentially building a competitive advantage that none of your competitors have. No one can compete with you because you have the audience that no one else has. All right, so for the goal of this phase, you want to get to $3,000 to $5,000 per month. Please do not beat yourself up if you're making less than this. Once again, this is just a goal. Everybody has different speed, different journey, right? So, just go at your own pace, but this is a good benchmark to aim. All right, so phase 3 is scaling, okay? And this is typically months 7 to 12. And the cool thing is, it's more of the same thing. Publishing is not a complicated business model. There's not a lot of things you have to learn. It's just repeating the same step over and over and over. And that's why this is one of the most beginner-friendly business model out there. But you essentially just do less of what's not working and do more of what's working. It's as simple as that. So how do you know which one should you be doing and which one should you not do, right? Well, just let the data tell you. So which books are you selling the most? How can you replicate your best sellers, right? Which ad campaigns are converting the most? How can you replicate that? What review gathering method is working well? Well, just do more of that and stop doing the ones that are not working. So focus on identifying what's working and figure out how you can do more of that. So if you think about it in a nutshell, optimizing your business is not that complicated. All you have to do is take a step back and just think, for a little bit, saying what task that I'm doing is producing the most amount of results and what task that I'm spending a lot of time on is not really producing a ton of results, right? Just stop doing the ones that are not really working and do more of what's working, right? Instead of burying your head in the sand and just publishing as many books as you can without stepping back, analyzing the results, and just optimizing from there. So your goal is to increase your lifetime value, okay? You want to make as much money as you can from the same customer. And there's nothing scammy about this, okay? Essentially, the customers will keep buying from you if you keep serving them. They're gonna stop buying from you if you stop serving them. You will stop watching my videos if I stop making good videos, right? And you're just gonna go somewhere else. So I have to keep giving you good value for you to keep coming back. It's the same thing in your books as well. So number one, you want to build out a series, okay? The more series you have, the more books people can buy, which means you make more money from the same person, okay? Number two, expand on new formats such as audiobooks. Some people buy multiple formats of the same book, right? And that is exactly why you should probably do high content books. Number three, you can do additional products. Like you can sell physical products as a backend. I got some students doing like Amazon FBA in the backend, to increase lifetime value even more. You can do courses and coaching as well, right? This is something I teach in the program as well. Affiliate marketing is the easiest, and that's what I teach mainly is to find some affiliate programs that you can promote so that you can instantly increase your lifetime value. Let me give you some example. This is a fiction niche example, but this person, JD Robb, very, very famous author, right? But it doesn't matter. The point that I'm trying to make is she has a 60 book series. This is book 60 of 60, okay? So her in-depth series is 60 book series. So imagine this, right? You hook people in to your writing style. They like the writing style, they like the story, and they go and buy all 60 of her books. Imagine how much money she can make from the same person, because she has so many products that the same person can buy. And you, on the other hand, you just have one notebook as an example. So the max amount of money you can make from the same person is just $1 because you make $1 or less, for a sale on a notebook. So that's the difference in how the pros are playing this game and how you're playing this game, okay? So try and increase your lifetime value as much as possible. Just as a reference, this person, right, JD Robb, for the first 40 books, she has a lot more than 40 books, but for the first 40 books, she's doing over $100,000 a month. This is not even counting the Kemp reads, which is where fiction authors makes most of their money. So I mean, hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe even $1 million a month, right? Just from this brand, which is insane. This is another example. This is more in the journal space. So if you're doing low content, medium content, this is for you. So they started off with this shadow work journal that took off. This book just blew up, right? So they published a couple new books as well. But on top of that, she's expanding into different products, mainly their apps. So they have a app right now, right? This one, download the app. So now they're making money from more stuff, right? So more than just books. So in the end, scaling is about leverage, okay? How can you do the same work but get 10 times the results? It takes the exact same amount of work to make a sale, but by building out a series or a backend offers, now you're making 10 times the money, right? Now you went from, just being able to make $2 per customer to 20, 30, 50 bucks, maybe $100 per person or even more like JD Robb over here. And the amount of effort it takes to make a sale for her is the same as for you too. So you want to build systems, right? You cannot be a solopreneur to scale. You can definitely start as a solopreneur. No one's expecting you to hire a bunch of people in the beginning, right? But eventually, if you want to scale to 10K a month or more, you have to build a team. You have to create SOPs for people to follow. You want to act like a CEO, not an employee. Employees do all the work. CEO just tells the team what to do. And they're overseeing things, but they're not actually doing the work themselves. So I spend very little time on my KDP business because my team handles it. Same as my students, right? Because I teach automations and systems in my course so that my students also makes multiple six figures. A lot of them make multiple six figures. Obviously, not every single one. But the top ones make that much, and many of them, barely work, a couple hours a week maybe, because they have a system. So this is how you can get to 10K a month. So realistically, you don't even have to have a crazy system. You don't even have to have a super sophisticated team of people. Like honestly, you can get to 10K a month just by taking massive action and have a couple of your books take off. But overall, this is a good overview of what you should be focusing on. Now, if you made it this far, you're obviously serious about building a KDP business. So if you're ready to take your KDP business to the next level, then I want you to click on the first link in the description below and learn more about my coaching program. It is definitely not for everyone. We certainly do not want to work with you if you're going to make excuses. But if you're willing to take action, if you're willing to apply what we teach you, we do have a pretty great track record of producing success. So if you click on the first link in the description, it'll take you to this page. And if you scroll down, you will see all the testimonials of real students, right? So we have Adara making $40 in her first day after publishing her first book. Josiah's doing $33,000 in a month. We have a lot of students here, like $58,000, best-selling 7,000 BSR, 10K in a month, $1,000, $5,000, 10K, $2,500 in a month from one book, 1K, 9,000, so much, right? A lot. So you can just check it out. A lot of testimonials here. And once again, guys, if you don't want to work with us, if you don't like me, no problem. Just go and join somebody else's course. I do think investing in coaching and mentoring is super important. So if you're serious about this, that's what I recommend. When trying to make money selling books, it's very important to know where you should sell your books on. In this video, I'll show you the best place and what you should avoid doing. So I've been seeing more and more people talk about how you should stop relying on Amazon because you have no control, and how you should start selling your books on your own website. Videos like this one and this one that are getting a lot of views. And as someone who's been doing Amazon KDP for over 8 years and became a self-made millionaire from doing this business, I honestly think, with all due respect, this is one of the worst advice ever. And in this video, I will explain why. So the main reason why people say to not sell on Amazon is because Amazon takes a cut of a sale, right? Every time you sell, Amazon takes a small cut for their portion. So you keep more of the profit if you sell direct on your own website. That's what everybody says, right? Another thing people say is that you have no control by being under Amazon. So people always say KDP can ban you anytime for no reason, right? And we're going to talk about this no reason part later on, but these are the two biggest things that everybody says and why you should start trying to sell outside of Amazon. But here's the thing, I want to tell you why selling on your own website absolutely sucks. Okay, so first thing you got to understand is more than 70% of all US book sales are made on Amazon. Most people go to Amazon if they want to buy books, right? So millions and millions of people every single day is already going to Amazon looking for a book to buy. And by you selling on Amazon, Amazon will go and recommend your books to those millions of shoppers already there looking for something, right? This will never happen on your own website because your website has zero traffic. No one's there. And you have to bring people to your website, okay, just to get eyeballs. Compared to with Amazon, millions of people every single day is going there looking for something. So all these people saying you should stop selling your books on Amazon and start selling it on your own website is like me saying I'm gonna stop posting my videos on YouTube and start posting it on my own website. And honestly, guys, how many of you will realistically go to my website just to watch my videos if I start doing that? I bet that'll be very, very few of you because most of you guys found my videos probably from browsing YouTube, right? You didn't even search for, videos like this. You're just browsing YouTube and it was recommended to you. And that is how most of you guys found me. Well, that's exactly what Amazon is doing for your books as well. Most of these shoppers are just randomly browsing Amazon and Amazon recommends your book, and that's how they find you, and that's how organic sales are happening. And you're saying you want to get rid of that by leaving Amazon and go to your own website where literally no one is there. And you have to do all the marketing and get all the customers to your website. Like, really? I honestly think it is absolutely crazy. And it just blows my mind how people think it's a good idea, okay? So if you go and start selling your books on your own website, these are the things that you gotta do. First, you gotta create the website. It's a lot of work creating the website. Then you gotta purchase domain and hosting, which is not even free, so you're paying money for this. Then you gotta do shipping and handling, right? If you're selling physical products, even if you're doing ebooks, you have to figure out how to deliver the product, right? Then you gotta do inventory. Once again, if you're doing physical products, you gotta deal with inventory. You don't have to do this with Amazon because it's print on demand, right? Then you gotta go get traffic, which is the biggest one. You have 0 visitors on your website when you first create it. You got to do all kinds of marketing to get people to your website. And as someone who has experience with this, I'm telling you, it's super duper hard, way harder than selling on Amazon. Okay. Then you got to figure out how you can take payments. So you got to do payment processing, right? Then you got to do customer service. You're not even done after you sell the product. You have to do customer service because people want a refund, people want to complain, right? Then you have to do marketing and promotions once again. And then it all comes with expensive fees and softwares, which literally everything is done by Amazon if you sell on Amazon. If you sell on Amazon, Amazon does all this for you, but because you want just a tiny bit more of the profit or whatever crazy reason, you want to go and do all these things, which I think is absolutely crazy once again. So what about the fees, right? Everybody says, oh, it's the fees. You can save on the fees. You know, Amazon takes a cut and I don't like that. Well, who cares about the fees if you're not selling thousands of copies a day? You know, because Amazon doesn't take a huge cut. They just take like a little bit, right? So even if you were selling thousands of copies a day, why do almost every top author choose to publish on Amazon despite the fees? If you think about it, why are almost all top authors, you know, top publishers sell on Amazon instead of selling on their own website, right? Perhaps they have both. They have their own website, but they also primarily sell on Amazon too. Why is that? Why don't they just avoid Amazon, right? That is because the simplicity of selling on Amazon plus access to millions of new customers are worth it, right? Because if you just sell on your own website, yeah, you can sell it to your own audience, but you're not going to tap into millions of new customers that potentially you can tap into, right? That's why everyone wants to be on Amazon, because even if a customer does not know you, Amazon can recommend your book and they can get to know you from there. So it's like a search engine. So what about this, right? KDP can ban you anytime for no reason. Everyone who, you know, lost their account always say that it was for no reason at all, right? They just banned me for no reason. Well, I tell you that from my experience, first of all, I've never been banned, okay? I've been doing this for 8 years, never been banned. I've been around for a long time. I coached many students, and there's almost always a reason why people get terminated, okay? It is rarely ever no reason at all. So usually this is due to trademark infringement, misleading customers because you did some stuff in your titles or description, you made some claims that you cannot back up, whatever, right? You gamed the algorithm. So literally all of these are against the KDP guidelines. It's not no reason, right? So basically the bottom line is just don't break the rules. It's very funny because people who are in my coaching program, you rarely hear about people losing their account, right? But in other free Facebook groups, you know, that I'm in, that I see, people are always complaining about losing their accounts. It's almost like if you get proper coaching and know what you're doing, then you're probably fine. And every single YouTube video on account terminations that I know of, like all these YouTube videos, they're actually suspensions. It's not termination. And if you actually watch the video, you will see that they always get their account back, right? And this is often resolved simply by emailing KDP. So these are all the videos. I have one as well. Once again, I never lost my account. This is kind of a reaction video that I've done. But all these other people, you know, saying their account was terminated, if you watch the video, you will see that they get it back. At least from all the videos that I've watched, I haven't found a single one where they actually got terminated permanently. Now, I am not saying that if you got your account terminated, it is 100% your fault and Amazon's never wrong. That's not true. I've seen many cases of Amazon making mistakes, right? What I'm saying is being permanently banned for Amazon's mistakes is extremely rare. Usually they make a mistake, they suspend your account or close it temporarily, but then you talk to them and Amazon reopens the account. That's like 99% of the case, right? So I've seen extremely rare cases of actual terminations due to KDP misunderstanding. And even if that happens, you can use a lawyer service in case like these and actually get it back, right? You do have to pay the lawyer a little bit, but it's not too bad. It's like $2,000, okay? So the actual permanent ban, being actually permanently banned for absolutely no reason, is extremely rare. And in 8 years of doing this, I've never heard of a single case. So here's the brutal truth about not having control, right? Everybody loves to use that argument that, you know, by selling under Amazon, you have no control. By being on YouTube, you have no control. By being under Etsy, you have no control. And in the end, you have to sell on your website because that's where you have control, right? Well, believe it or not, that's not the case. You won't 100% be in control in literally everything in life, not just in business, literally every single thing in life. You're never going to be 100% in control.
control. So let me give you some examples here, right? Just to prove a point. If you do e-commerce, your supply chain can be disrupted like COVID, right? Your shipping costs suddenly increasing, manufacturer increasing costs without warning, new tariffs or import regulations. You can be sued for defective product, even if it's the manufacturer's fault, just because you're selling it, you can be sued. This is all out of your control. Okay. If you're selling a service or you're doing agencies, client can refuse to pay after work is done. Ad platforms like Facebook changing policies, platforms increasing costs. These are all out of your control, right? And you can't do anything about it. Okay. What if you just have a brick and mortar business, right? Meaning a offline business, because all online businesses, you can't be in control. So let's just open an offline business, right? Well, if you're doing brick and mortar, there could be road construction, blocking access to your store, property taxes increasing, changes in minimum wage laws, natural disasters can be happening. This is all out of your control, right? What if you just get a 9-to-5 job? Because if you build a business, you can't be 100% in control. So let's just get a job, right? Well, if you do a 9-to-5 job, layoffs, without warning can happen, right? Economic recession can happen anytime, right? Company can go bankrupt. Your role can be outsourced to overseas or AI nowadays. This is all out of your control. So the bottom line is the only thing in life that you're in full control of is how you respond to the change that happens. Okay. So are you just going to complain about how unfair it is and how you should be in more control and how life is so unfair and, it should not be like this, right? Or are you going to accept that that's just how it is, right? And are you going to adapt and figure out a new way to keep going? So literally since I started in 2016, every single time, even a small thing that changed in the KDP landscape, everyone just freaked out saying, oh my God, KDP is dead. And this happened at least twice a year for the past 8 years straight. People are saying, because of this new thing, KDP is dead. Because of this new thing, KDP is dead. Because AI came out, KDP is dead. Because of the printing cost increase, KDP is dead, right? It's crazy, guys. But guess what? There are more people making 10K a month than ever before with KDP, and more people that I know of is hitting 100K months with KDP, which is like insane. When I started in 2016, if you're doing 10K a month with KDP, you were like a god, right? And now 10K a month is like normal. If KDP was really dying, how would you explain that? How would you explain the fact that more people are succeeding, right? It only means that the market is expanding, not shrinking. And I can back this up by data. So if you actually go to literally just the KDP homepage, you see this top section that says total KDP KU author earnings for November are $57.1 million. Try and guess what this number was 8 years ago when I started in 2016. It was 19 million. Okay, so this number is how much people are getting paid just from the KU author program, not even counting all the other ways you can make money just from KU. Okay, but it still tells us that the market is expanding, right? I started in 2016 and it was 19 million. Now, 8 years later, it is 57 million. Okay, so that means more authors are making money with KDP. The market is increasing by 14-15% a year, which is really good. So all these people complaining about saturation and competition don't even talk about how literally the market is expanding, right? So, there's more space for everyone. But in conclusion, selling direct, I'm not saying it's never going to work, right? If you have a huge audience, huge email list, huge social media following, then yeah, I think selling direct makes sense, right? And you can do it. But that is a very, very tiny portion of the population, right? Most people are beginners. Most people have little to no following. But for those people, for beginners, it has way too many additional moving parts to learn and execute that selling on your own website, in my opinion, is not even close to worth it. The simplicity and how passive it is, plus the free traffic, right? Tapping into the millions of customers every single day that's going to Amazon is the greatest thing ever for beginners, right? Once again, this is just my opinion. You can disagree. If you disagree, let me know in the comments. But the fact that Amazon handles so many different things in businesses that you normally have to do as a business owner, right? That alone is absolutely amazing. And in my opinion, worth paying a little bit of fees, right? But on top of that, the fact that you can tap into so many new customers and get free traffic from it is just insane. But who knows, guys? I'm just a random dude on YouTube, so I might be wrong on all this.
But if you do like this random dude on YouTube and his style, and if you want to work with us, then I do have a Amazon KDP coaching program. Check out the first link in the description. It'll take you to this page. If you scroll down, there's a lot of testimonials. Like we have students doing tens of thousands of dollars a month and sometimes even close to 100K in a month. We had multiple new students hit tens of thousands of dollars in a month this Q4, right? And we have new success stories coming up all the time. So if you guys want to check it out, once again, the link is in the description. And if you want to apply and talk to us and do a free strategy session and see if this program is a good fit for you, then all you have to do is come back and click on apply to join here. So if you enjoyed this video, leave a like. If you agree with me or disagree with me, let me know in the comments. I want to hear from you. And subscribe if you haven't yet. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next one. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to another video. So if you're new to the channel, my name is Sean, and I've built a 7-figure KDP publishing business, which I eventually sold, and now I'm building my second KDP account. So if you want no BS publishing advice from someone who is actually doing it, then make sure to subscribe. All right, so this is going to be a very detailed video. It's going to be probably a longer video on exactly what task in my publishing business do I do myself and what tasks do I outsource, and if I do outsource, how do I exactly do that? I'll show you exactly the services or the platform I use to hire other people. I'll show you how I set up the systems so that you know exactly what to do to build your own team so that you can scale your publishing business faster. Now, if you want to scale your KDP business to over 10K a month or more, then hiring a team becomes extremely important. You can definitely do it yourself, but if you can learn how to outsource and build a team, then you can do it way faster. Because you have to understand this quote, which is you're either paying with time or money, but you're paying either way. You can try to save money by doing all the tasks yourself, but understand that there's this thing called the opportunity cost, which means that outsourcing can cost a little more money for you, but it opens up a lot of time for you to pursue other opportunities and other ways to make more money. So with that being said, let's get right into it. And once again, all the services that I recommend in this video, I'll leave a link in the description so you guys can also go and check it out. All right, so starting with keyword research, this is something that I still do myself. I think this is very, very important to still do it because this is one of those things that is very, very hard to outsource, and also it's literally the most important step in terms of the publishing process. So this is one of the very few tasks that I do myself. Next is title creation. So it's the same thing. This is literally the two tasks in the entire publishing business that I do myself. You can outsource the title creation. You can definitely hire somebody else to do it. You can hire them on Upwork. There are Fiverr gigs that can do this for you. But for me personally, I kind of enjoy the process, so I do it. Recently, there's a new tool. Obviously, we all know this. ChatGPT is blowing up, and ChatGPT has been pretty good to save you some time in terms of coming up with title ideas. So I just wanted to add that tool here. All right, so moving on to the book outline research, and this also means book topic research, and essentially content ideas in terms of coming up with what to include in the book. And also, customer research too, like exactly what is the customer looking for when they're buying these books. So that kind of research, I have somebody else do it for me. I hired this person on Upwork, and I actually pay $35 per 30,000 word nonfiction book. You can probably hire people between $30 to $50. Just post a job on Upwork looking for a outline research, topic research kind of gig, and then you can find somebody there. All right, next is ghostwriting. So for new niches that I'm entering for the first time, that is not proven, I don't know if it's going to work. What I do is I usually use ghostwriting companies. So the go-to ghostwriting company, the one that I like to use, is either the Urban Writers or the Writing Summit. Either way, they're both very, very good. Once I decide to build a niche though, so once I know that the niche is good and I decide to build a brand, then what I do instead of using ghostwriting companies is I go and hire a dedicated writer on Upwork so that I can work with the same person every single time. The Urban Writers is great, but it's harder to work with the same person frequently. You can request a writer, but they're not always available. And that's exactly why eventually, to have the same tone, have the same writing voice when it comes to the book content, you want to work with the same writer to build out the brand. And that's why I start with the Urban Writers, but I switch to Upwork eventually. So this is how Urban Writer looks. There is a coupon code that you guys can use in the description. That'll give you a little bit of discount. This is the pricing for their writing packages. Typically, I use either the top or the premium package. I think top is a pretty good place to be at, or even Urban package has proven to be pretty good from my experience. So this is the price for them, but when I do hire people on Upwork, obviously I am skipping the middleman, which is, the ghostwriting company. So I try to hire a little cheaper than the normal rate that you see here. So typically you can hire people between $2 to $3 per 100 words. So you'll save a little bit of money there. All right, next is illustrations, which applies more for like low and medium content books. If you're doing that, you can source this from Canva or Creative Fabrica. Both are a good place to be at. But a lot of times I have my own illustrator that can create custom illustrations, which I hire on Upwork. So depending on the complexity of the illustrations, you can literally pay someone, $2, $3 if it's like a simple image that you need. I pay around $5 for an example, a children's, storybook kind of illustration. That'll be like $5 for me. But if you're getting like a very complex adult coloring book illustration, that'll be like tens of dollars per image. So it really depends, but I hire this person on Upwork. Kind of similar to the concept of working with the same writer. I want the same design style, and that's why I like to have a go-to illustrator that I can work with. Next is the editing and proofreading of the book. So I trained my editor to do the outline. So the person who did my outlines will also be the one editing the book. And the reason why I do this is because when you create the outline, right, when you do the outline research, you're essentially researching about the topic, right? And so when you go ahead and proofread the book after the writer writes the book, you know exactly if the writer followed the outline or not, because the editor is the one that actually created the outline, right? So when they're going ahead and checking the book, they know if the writer followed or not. And on top of that, when they do the outline research, they become more experienced and knowledgeable in the topic, so that'll affect their performance when it comes to proofreading and editing the book, because they know exactly what to fix, what to include, those kind of things. So I have the same person do both of those. I think it synergizes very, very well. And how much I pay? Well, I think $100 per 30,000 word is a good place to be at. So you can pay around this amount, and you can hire someone like this on Upwork as well. So next is cover design. So for low and medium content books, I actually use Fiverr for my cover designs. So I pay between $5 to $30 for a cover design, because the whole purpose of low and medium content book is, we're trying to create a book at a lower cost, right? And so I want to keep my overall investments on the low end. So that's what I do. But for my main brand with my nonfiction, high content book, then I want to make sure I do everything I can to make the book top quality. So I use 99 Designs, which I found a go-to designer on 99 Designs because you can work with them one-on-one. And I pay that person $110 for the design, submit it in Kindle, paperback, and ACX cover. So for Fiverr, there's a couple gigs that you can use for high content or medium content books. If you're doing like a high content book, but you want to get the covers on Fiverr, then I would use someone like this gig. I'll leave a link to these gigs if you guys want to check it out, but it's super cheap. It's $10 and very high quality cover. So this is how you can save pretty good amount of money. This gig right here is someone I use for low and medium content. So it's $35. And you can get both a cover and actually an interior as well. So it is really good in my opinion, and they create super high quality book covers. So it's way better than what I would actually create myself. Like, this is a crazy cover design, considering that you're only paying $35 and you're also getting an interior. Like, that's a really, really good value. And finally, I use 99 Designs for my brand once again. All right, so for book formatting, I have a personal VA where I pay $20 per book to format for the ebook and a paperback version. But book formatting is actually very, very easy to outsource, and it's very cheap too. So this gig right here, you can see that, great reviews and everything, but they will do basic formatting for your book up to 100 pages for just $20. So a lot of times, you can do formatting yourself with Microsoft Word. That's pretty easy, but a lot of times you can just outsource for very cheaply. So that's what I would recommend. All right, next is cover conversions. So this is once you have your cover and you want to make it into a hard cover, or you want to turn that cover into the ACX cover if you didn't get that yet, then what you can do is also go to Fiverr.
and do this very easily. So these are some really cool gigs that you can use to convert your Kindle cover into a 2400 by 2400 pixels ACX cover. And they will literally do this with a JPEG file. You don't even need like a source file, for just $5 on Fiverr. So this is a gig that I use actually to convert my covers if I need one and if my designer didn't give me the ACX cover. And this is if I want to convert my paperback cover into hardcover version, because hardcover and paperback, the dimensions are a little different. So there's a very easy way to convert that, and that is with this gig. So it's just $5 once again, and they will convert that into hardcover. So a lot of people sleep on hardcover books, and I don't understand why, because it takes literally just $5 to convert the cover, and then you upload it on KDP. And let's say you make one sale, right? And let's say your average royalty is like $5 per sale. That means all you need is one extra sale in the lifetime of that book to make ROI on how much you invested to create that hardcover. And I'm pretty sure, I know that hardcover sells a lot less than paperback, but I am pretty sure that you'll make at least one sale doing so. And so it just, is a no-brainer for me to convert all my books into hardcover and just upload it there. All right, next is uploading my books to various platforms, but mainly KDP, ACX, Ingram Spark, and different platforms. So I actually have my personal VA access my KDP account and upload the books. I've confirmed with KDP that this is allowed. So I asked KDP, is it allowed to have my assistant log into my KDP account from a different IP address, right? And help me with uploading the book. And the support said that's completely fine. Just, the only thing is like you just want to keep in mind that you're trusting that person, right? Because they also have access to like all the information. So if you trust the person, that's fine. In terms of like IP address, no issues at all. So yeah, that's what I do is I pay my VA $5 per upload. All right, getting reviews. So the number one way to get reviews is if you have a built-in audience. So that is why I am building my email list, which I'll show you how I do that later on. But I have about 4,000 subscribers now. I get 40 plus reviews per book from there. And a lot of people will say that I do want a free copy. So I give them the free copy. And then 2 weeks later, once my book is published, I follow up with them saying, hey, my book is published. Could you please leave a review if you like the book, right? And so because of my email list, I get 30, 40 reviews right after I launch the book. But on top of that, if I need additional reviews, then I use a site called Puppy. And also the third option to getting reviews is just organically. So selling your book leads to getting organic reviews over time. So this is Puppy. If you haven't heard how it works, then just look at the website. The link is in the description and you'll kind of learn how it works. But this is a very, very easy way and a very cost-effective way, because you do have to pay a little bit, but it's like $20 a month. And you can get 5 to 10 reviews every week, as the site says. And the process is very easy. So once again, check out the website if you want to learn how it works. There is a little discount if you use the link in the description as well if you want to test it out. All right, so now we're going into more email marketing and a little more of a complex task. So now we're talking about sending emails to my email list to ask for reviews, just to nurture them, and also for book launches. So we have to come up and write multiple emails to ask for reviews, right? And also for the follow-up campaigns, and also for book launches, we send about 3 emails, telling people that our book is at 99 cents and go and buy it, right? So who writes those emails? Well, I actually do not do this myself, and I try to automate this task as much as possible to keep it simple for me and also my VA. So what I do is I write the emails to add to my automated follow-up campaign. So this is the nurturing emails. And I do this once, and those are something that you do it once and you're done, because you write it once, you set it in your follow-up campaign, it goes out automatically, and so you don't have to do anything else. For the other emails, which is for asking for reviews, right? The pre-launch ARC review request, and also for the book launch emails, what I do is I write a template email that is generic enough so that all you have to do for every single book launch is to just update the title of the book and the link to the book. So I have that email template saved in draft. So all my VA do is to go in, update the title, update the link, and then send that over. So essentially the email list is getting like a very similar email every single book launch, but nobody complains because nobody really remembers that it's the same email, right? So that's completely fine, and it works very well for me, and it's automated now.
All right, so if you're wondering how I automate the follow-up process, so after you send them a free copy of the book, how do I automate the follow-up process, right? Asking for reviews once the book is live. Well, what I do is I simply send people to Booksprout. So I upload my book and create a review campaign on Booksprout. So this is a website that, makes the ARC campaign and also follow-up super easy. It's pretty much hands-off. So what I do is I send an email to my list and tell them, hey, my new book is live, or I'm sorry, my new book is available to read for free if you want to in exchange for a review. All you have to do is sign up to this link, which is the Booksprout link, and then they can download the file from there. And once they do so, 2 weeks later, Booksprout will follow up with them automatically when the book is live, and they can go and review it on Amazon without me doing anything. So that is the best way for me in terms of the setup. And you can see that this book, this is the recent campaign, February 21st, so just a couple days ago it ended. But I had 77 people claim the book, and so far I got 28 reviews, and there's a lot more coming up because Booksprout will automatically, keep on following up with them. So there will be a lot more people reviewing, and that is how I get 30 to 40 reviews every single time I launch a book. All right, next is running Amazon ads. So this is something that I outsource as well. So Amazon ads is something that I recommend you learn how to do in the beginning yourself. And eventually though, once your business is growing, once you're publishing more books, it becomes a full-time job just to manage Amazon ads. So it is something that you want to outsource to somebody else eventually. So the first step, do it yourself. Second step is to hire somebody on perhaps Upwork or even Fiverr gigs. I'm sure you can find it. And have them replace you as the person that's running Amazon ads. But once your business grows even more, you can hire a kind of a more of a premium service, but that is an expert in running Amazon ads. There is a service called AdsDroid that I talked about a couple times, but they are pretty much a KDP specific, Amazon PPC agency, so they can go and run ads for you. This is how AdsDroid look. So if you want to test it out, then what you have to do is to submit a request to talk to them. And if they think you're a good match to work with them, then you can go and do that. All right, next is finding additional categories. So when you're uploading your book, you can choose 2 categories to have your book in, but you can actually have your book in way more than 2 categories. You can actually have your book in 10 Kindle and 10 paperback categories. Well, how do you find these additional categories and how do you add them? Well, you can use tools like Publisher Rocket to easily find additional categories. And then basically you send that list over to KDP to ask them to add your book in those. So let me show you how I do that. Okay, so we are in Publisher Rocket right now. So all you have to do is go to category search. And from here you can sort, by books, Kindle. So let's do books right here. And let's say our book is in puzzles. So it's a puzzle books, right? So you can enter keywords like that, and then all the relevant categories will show up. You can sort by how competitive it is, sales to number 1. So all you need is 2 sales to become number 1 in this category, right? Then you can get the bestseller badge. So that is how it works. And that is why adding additional categories is very powerful, but you can have your VA do this very easily. So, just have them find 8 additional categories and then email KDP. All right, so those were like the main task when it comes to publishing, but there are some other smaller things that I still want to share to kind of help you with automating, and systematizing the business flow. So one is password sharing. So if you start working with other people, inevitably you will have to share passwords, such as sharing your KDP account password, right? Like I said, I share my KDP account password, but I don't want to actually share them the actual password and the email addresses. So what I do instead is use a password sharing service like LastPass. So LastPass is a free tool that you can sign up for. It also acts as a Chrome plugin right here. But basically, if you want to share a password, all you can do is, enter the email address you want to share it to without actually sharing the password. So it is a very, very useful tool. All right, so next would be project management. So if you start scaling and if you start publishing multiple books at a time, if you don't have some kind of project management or tracking system set up, it becomes pretty confusing in terms of tracking the progress for each of these books, right? So that's where Asana comes in, and this is also free to sign up. All right, this is one of the biggest tip that I can give you in terms of automating and creating a system, and that is trying to remove yourself as a middleman as fast as you can. So you don't want to be in the middle of all communications between your team. So what I mean by this is, let's say you're working with the writer, the ghostwriter, and the editor, right? And you're in the middle. So basically, The writer turns in the book, you get the file. So, he sent it to you. You got to get the file and then you send it over to the editor, and the editor has some revisions that they want to make. So they send it back to you with the comments. So you receive the file and then you give it back to the writer. The writer gives you version 2 of the book, and then you have to download the file and then upload it, give it to the editor. And it's just this constant back and forth that you're in the middle of, right? So you can remove yourself out of that and have the writer and the editor communicate with each other directly, so you don't have to be involved in it. So the secret to doing this is Upwork group chats. Okay, this is a secret. This is like the biggest secret that I want you guys to take out of this, and it's huge. It's very, very useful. So basically what you can do is you can create a group chat right on Upwork. And this obviously only works if you're hiring all your freelancers on Upwork. But once you do so, you can invite your writer or your editor or, your cover designer or whoever you're hiring, right? Even your illustrator. And they can communicate with each other. So once the writer is done, and you can see this, example conversation here, my editor is following up herself without me even asking to do so. So the editor is following up to the writer is, giving them updates or giving us updates, right? And then once the writer is done, they share the Google Doc, editor reads it, and then give them revisions, and they go back and forth, and I don't even do anything. So this saves me a lot of time, and you can apply this with any kind of position. So if you have a low content book and you're working with illustrators as well, then you can just add your illustrator here. So once the writer is done with the project, then the illustrator can come in and add the illustrations, right? And your book formatter can come in and format the book, and everything is streamlined without you being involved in any part of it. All right, guys, this is the last one. This is for bookkeeping and tax stuff, and I'll just simply tell you that my CPA does it. So I pay him $100 a month per company to do all the bookkeeping, and also the annual filing is a separate fee. But I just try to do bookkeeping myself with QuickBooks, and then it was just way too much hassle, way too much time. It was confusing as hell, and I just didn't want to do it. I'd rather just outsource this to somebody else so that I have more time to go and actually, build my business rather than spending all my time doing bookkeeping and accounting, right? So this is something I recommend you guys do as well. Find a way to outsource it cheaply and just go and focus on making more money. So this is basically how I outsource, almost all the tasks in the publishing business, except for keyword research and title creation. And obviously, even though I outsource, I am still overseeing each task to make sure that it's high quality and make sure that it's good, make sure that no one's messing up, right? So it's not completely hands off, and no business in the world will ever truly be 100% passive. So publishing is a great semi-passive business. It's never going to be 100% passive. People who sell you the 100% passive income dream is basically lying, but you can get pretty close to it if you build systems. You can definitely build your publishing business, working maybe 30 minutes a day or even less, just a couple hours a week. A lot of people do it and they're pulling in 6 and 7 figures a year. So hope this video shows you that, if you want to build true freedom and if you want to build a business, you want to act like a CEO. So CEO is someone that hires other people, who's good at their jobs, right? Who's a professional in whatever, like formatting or cover design, writing. Hire other people, and then you're the one overseeing it, but you're not actually doing the task yourself. So that is how you scale your publishing business. Hopefully you enjoy this video. Once again, links to all the resources mentioned in this video is in the description below, as well as a free training on how I built a 7-figure publishing business, also in the description. So if you enjoyed this video, leave a like, subscribe if you haven't yet. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next one. In this video, I'll show you exactly how to succeed with Amazon KDP right now. This is not just a theory, but what actually works running my own successful Amazon KDP businesses, as well as helping over 1,500 students of mine make money with this business model. These are the exact strategies that helped my students get results like this student hitting his first $80 day, this student doing over $1,021 in profit in a single day, and this other student hitting $4,221 profit in a single day. These aren't results from years ago. This is what my students are doing right now. So if you want similar results, then let's get right into the video. This is how to actually succeed with Amazon KDP. So first, we need to talk about the absolute truth about KDP. Okay, the truth about KDP is that Amazon keeps growing. If you go to kdp.amazon.com, so basically the page where you sign into KDP, at the very, very top section here, you'll see a banner that says total KDP KU author earnings for this month, right?
And you see that in November 2024, it is $57.1 million. Well, I started this business in 2016, and guess how big this number was? It was 20 million in 2016. In some months, it was actually lower than 20 million, like 19 million. So what this means is the market is growing by 14% a year. The amount of money that KDP authors are making is growing by 14% a year, which obviously is a really good news. On top of that, the audiobook market is projected to triple by 2030. So we are right here. We're at the end of 2024 when I'm filming this, right? And it is projected to triple by 2030, which once again is exactly what we want to see because we want to build a business in a market that is expanding. Combining that with AI making production of these books cheaper and easier than ever before, it's actually faster and cheaper to create better books than when I started in 2016, which is insane. Usually things keeps getting more and more expensive because of inflation and gets more difficult, but with KDP, it's the opposite. So that is a crazy thing that's happening right now. But this is a huge opportunity for serious publishers, right? And people are regularly hitting $100,000 months, which was insane. Like when I first started in 2016, if you're doing 10K a month, you were like a KDP god. And now 10K a month is like normal. Everyone's doing it. And some people are even hitting 100K months. So putting all that together, in conclusion, there are more money in KDP than ever before. Despite what people tell you about saturation and competition, there are always fear mongering happening where people say, oh, KDP is getting too saturated, this and that. Well, I just showed you the stats. The market is expanding. So instead of trying to find reasons why this doesn't work, you should be asking yourself, how can I make this work? Because it absolutely works still to this day. So these are the common misconceptions. Number one, like I said, market is too saturated. People keep saying, oh my God, market is too saturated. Well, it's only saturated with low quality books. Because AI makes it very easy to create a book, it makes it very, very easy for people to pump out as many mediocre books in a day, right? Because even if you use AI, it still takes time to create a good book, but nobody takes the time to actually do so, right? They just pump out crap. So this creates a flood of low quality AI spam. So if you're also spamming low quality AI books, then of course you have a lot of competition because you're literally doing the same thing everyone else is doing. So if you're doing the same thing everyone else is doing, of course everyone else is your competition, right? So you're competing with 99% of other publishers also spamming AI books. So I created this amazing drawing to show you visually what's happening, okay? So the money is at the top if you create high quality books that actually solves the customer's problems, right? This is where you should be playing at. But most people just do the bare minimum, create low quality AI crap, and they just spam it at the bottom. And you make very little money. And you see that most people are doing this. Most people are playing in this field. And that is why you're like, oh my God, everyone else is doing this. It's so competitive. When if you just take more time, more effort, creating better books, move out of this spam zone, right? And just move up to high quality books, then you'll have way less competition, way less people doing this, but you will make more money. So as long as you stop playing in the bottom of the barrel of KDP and level up your business, your income will grow. So this is exactly how to do that. First, we got to talk about outdated strategies to stop doing. The first one is keyword stuffing. Keyword stuffing doesn't work anymore. So don't try to cram as many keywords as possible in your book title, book subtitle. Stop doing that. Number two is spamming low quality books as we discussed, right? That doesn't work. Don't play the volume game, play the quality game, okay? Next is generic AI content without editing. Using AI content is not an issue. The issue is you just copy paste from AI and it's never good if you do that. And the fourth one is upload and forget approach, meaning you publish a book, you literally do nothing, no reviews, no sales, nothing. You don't get any reviews, you don't go and market the book, and you expect Amazon to sell your book. This didn't work in 2016, so why are you expecting it to work right now? So in contrast, this is what is working right now. Number one is consistent sales over a longer period of time, which means you have to market your book just like any other business, right? Number two, focusing on one niche and building authority. This is going deep instead of going wide, building a brand, okay? Number three, high quality books that solves problems. Number four, you want to run Amazon ads and also short form video marketing. This is social media marketing like TikTok, Instagram, YouTube Shorts. Those are working really well, but you want to do this combining it with Amazon ads because Amazon ads is way faster. Social media marketing takes longer, but once you build it up, it's extremely powerful. And number five, building email lists from these books. Because once again, it's similar to social media marketing, building your audience is the best thing you can do.
So if you've been watching my videos for a while, I always say in almost every single video to create high quality books. But if you're new, you might be confused, like what actually makes a high quality book, right? So let me actually break down the actual elements of what makes a high quality book. Because everyone thinks that their books are good, right? I get comments on that all the time, but for some reason it's not selling. So I understand that it's a bit vague on what makes a good book. So this is what I mean by it. So these are the elements. The first one is a good book is a book that solves the reader's problems. This is one of the biggest things, okay? Number two is a professionally made book cover, because people do judge your book by its cover. Number three is edited AI content or human written content. Whether you're using AI to create the book or writing the book yourself, you still got to edit it, right? Either way. Number four is properly formatted interior. Number five, tons of positive reviews, because reviews gives people the social proof that the book is good. And number six is you back all this up with effective book marketing. So the first one, solving readers' problems. This is one of the most important things once again. You want to join relevant Facebook groups and learn about your audience, right? It doesn't have to be a Facebook group. You just want to go into where your audience is hanging out and learn what problems they have. Why are they trying to buy a book on this topic, right? If people buy a book on decluttering, it's because their home is a mess. If their home is squeaky clean, no one's going to buy a book on decluttering because they don't have that problem. So when people buy books, it's always because they got a need that they're trying to fill, right? So you want to read competitor reviews to learn what customers liked and didn't like. Obviously, whatever they say they like, you put it in your book. Whatever say they didn't like in your competitor books, you do not add to your book, okay? You also want to take the best chapters from your competitors, combine it into one, as well as add your unique chapters into it. Basically, you're taking the best chapters from your competitors, right? And adding something unique. And now you have like the best of the best chapters from all your competitors, right? And more. And that is how you can ensure that you got the best book on the market. As an example, if I have a book on decluttering, I'll just type the keyword in Facebook. I'll go to groups here, and you can see there are a ton of groups that I can join where a lot of my audience, like this group, almost 1 million members, right, who are passionate about decluttering. So I can join, I can start asking questions like, hey guys, what are some of the biggest things you struggle with? And that is how I can start learning about my topic on a deeper level and put it into my book. You can do the exact same thing on Amazon. Just look up your top competitors on the topic, scroll down to the reviews, and just start reading each review, right? And take notes on what are the common things every single review is saying. You'll start picking up on patterns of people complaining about the same thing, right? Then you're not going to put that in your book. Or if they're liking the same thing, you'll put that in your book. And you just want to really immerse yourself in the topic and understand your audience. So let's say you've done that. Now your book content is amazing because you're solving all the problems the reader has, right? Now we want to upgrade the other parts of your book, namely the book cover. If you are designing a book cover like this by yourself and you're not a designer, then I highly recommend you hire a professional designer so you can level up the design like this. The design concept is very similar, but the quality is very different. And it reflects in sales. This one's doing 0 sales. This one is making close to $1,000 a day. So if you are good at designing and you can create a book cover like this, then obviously you can do it yourself. But most of you guys watching this is probably better off just hiring somebody else. So you don't have to spend a ton of money to start. You can start with an affordable option and then you slowly move up as your business grows. So as an example, this gig right here will create a book cover for $15. And her design is amazing, right? You can see that it is really, really well made, especially if you do low or medium content books. This gig right here will do it for $30, especially if you're doing nonfiction self-help books, then it works really well and it's also really good. Now that is how I started, but now I moved up all the way to paying close to $200 per book cover using 99 designs. 99 designs is definitely more expensive, so you don't have to start there, but the point is you want to keep upgrading the quality of your book. If you guys want to check out any of these resources, I'll leave a link in the description below. So that was for the book cover, but you want to do the same thing with the book interior, right? These are some examples of if you would create something yourself. It's just random images in the same theme, right? But the characters aren't congruent, the designs aren't congruent, and it just has an amateur vibe to it. Compared to that, this is a professional coloring book example where you can see that the characters are consistent, the images are super high quality. It tells a story while the theme is always in the cozy, theme. As an example, if you are in the coloring book space. So if you can draw these images yourself, then obviously you can do so. But if you don't have the design skills, then that means you have to hire somebody for it, right? And the cool thing is it's not that expensive. The great news is I am pretty confident that I found the actual designer for that book that I just showed you on Fiverr. So this is the Fiverr gig, and you can see that it looks super similar to what we just saw, right? And she charges $10 for the basic package, and it goes up from there. but you can see that it looks pretty dang similar to what we just saw. So if each page is $10 and your coloring book has 40 pages, then that is just $400 to create a super high quality book like this. And if you do a good job, you can make that in a day, right? Realistically, you can probably make a lot more than that in a month. Even if it takes longer than a month, right? You have an asset that will keep producing income for you for a long time once you create a high quality book like this. So that was a coloring book example. Even if you're doing nonfiction or fiction, you want to make sure the interior is formatted properly. So this is an example of a gig that you can use for $95. It'll format your book in a very, very high quality way. You can see that it looks really, really professional here. No basic word formatting. This is like an actual professional formatting. So this is kind of what we want. Once again, I'm not saying you should outsource literally everything from the very beginning if you're low on budget, because it can cost you a good amount of money. But the point is, you want to slowly reinvest in the business and keep upgrading the quality of the book. The reason why some people's income is stuck at a certain level is because they never upgrade the quality, right? They become stagnant. They just keep doing the same thing over and over and over, and they don't really upgrade what they're doing. So don't be stagnant, keep reinvesting and keep improving. The next thing you want to upgrade is book reviews, right? So a lot of you guys is probably doing something like this. Publish, get no reviews, hope Amazon sells your book. Well, you want to move towards getting hundreds of reviews for your book every single time. So what you want to do is you want to aim for 50 reviews after you launch the book, and overall you want to get 100 reviews. And yes, if you hear from somebody else that you don't need 50 reviews to sell your book, that's correct. A lot of times, if you have a good book in a good niche, it's going to start selling with 0 reviews. But why do you want to make it hard on yourself? Yes, it can sell with 0 reviews, but it's going to sell a lot better with 50 reviews or 100 reviews. So why not make it easier for yourself? So in terms of getting reviews, one of the easiest way is to use a service like Book Bounty. If you guys want to check it out, I'll leave a link in the description as well. But basically, it is a site that makes your process of getting reviews super easy. If you want a more detailed breakdown on how this site works or other methods on getting reviews, just look up Sean Dawit plus reviews on YouTube and you'll find a bunch of videos. So next is book marketing, right? Because after you get reviews for your book, you want to get as many sales as possible. You want to get reviews first because it's very hard to get sales if you don't have any reviews. That's why you do the reviews first, get the social proof coming in, and then when you're marketing the book, it converts a lot better, it sells a lot better. So you do not want to upload and forget. You want to go through a launch for every single book. Like this book, you do not want to do this. This book right here was published in October 29, 2024, so a couple months ago. And yet it is just sitting on Amazon doing nothing, right? No reviews. And because of that, it's not selling. So this author right here just published, forgot about it. And it's very unfortunate because you're not giving your book a proper fighting chance. Like maybe if you get, 50, 100 reviews and then you market the book, maybe it'll actually be a winner that's going to go on and make hundreds of thousands of dollars a month, right? But because you didn't do that, you basically killed the book's potential. So once you upload the book on Amazon, the first 30 days is what's called a honeymoon period. Basically, Amazon is showing your books to more people, giving you preferential treatment to see if your book is something that's going to sell and if they want to keep pushing it. So you want to prove to Amazon in the first 30 days that your book is in demand, right? By getting as many sales and as many reviews as possible. So this is what we call a launch. Now, the best way to get sales quick is running Amazon ads. So if you guys want a step-by-step tutorial on that, then I do have this video. I'll leave a link in the description below. Now, social media marketing is a free, amazing way to market your book, but it is not the fastest way, right? Once you have your audience built up, then yes, it's like one of the best ways to do so, and it's free marketing. But if you're just getting started, you don't have the audience built up, then it's gonna take a while, like a couple months of posting to get that built up. So you wanna start working towards that, but I will still run Amazon ads if you're just getting started. And then on the side, I will start building your social media audience. But to show you how easy you can create these content, like these videos are getting millions of views, and all they're doing is a carousel with a text above it, right? And these are actually images generated by Midjourney. It's an AI generated image and just putting a text over it, right? And since this author sells a book for kids, obviously these things make sense. I mean, how simple it is to create an AI image and then put simple chores like a text over it with a background music. And this video got 4.5 million views. It's nuts. So the key with social media marketing is to just stay consistent. So I highly suggest you do both social media marketing and Amazon ads. In terms of Amazon ads, once you start scaling and once it starts requiring a lot more time for you to manage the ads, then if you're making money, you can reinvest the money and get a tool like Azology so that your Amazon ad is automated, right? Now you don't have to go in and manually adjust the bids every single time because the tool does that for you. So implement all these ways to upgrade your book quality and your income will grow. So with that being said, these are the biggest time wasters to avoid. Like if you're doing this, you're probably wasting a lot of time and also a lot of money for your KDP business. And the first one is perfectionism, right? The one book mindset some people have. Some people spend years writing that one book because they think that if that book flops, then publishing doesn't work, book doesn't work, KDP doesn't work, right? And there's no way for them to redo it again. So they spend so much time, so much effort. Everything is writing on their very first book, when your very first book is probably going to be your worst book. It's going to suck, right? And it's probably not going to make a lot of money. Those that make a lot of money in this business publishes multiple books, a lot of books, usually more than 20 books, right? So if you're spending years writing that one book, you have a huge disadvantage, okay? So just get your first book out there, see if the market likes it, get feedback, right? Whether that's positive or negative, and then improve your next book and write the next one and the next one until that one book hits, and then you can ride the wave and keep building from there, right? But do not have the perfectionism one book mindset. Don't think you cannot fail. You have to fail for you to succeed, okay? Next one is manual tasks that could be outsourced. So if you're creating all your book covers yourself, formatting the book yourself, doing Amazon ads yourself, and these are things that you can outsource for $5, $10, right, on Fiverr, then what are you doing, right? If you're making 20 bucks an hour from your job, but you're spending 5 hours creating a book cover that you could have outsourced for $5, like you're making 20 bucks an hour. So if you spent 5 hours, technically you just wasted $100, right, to save $5, which doesn't make sense. So you have to know what your time is worth. Okay. The next one is pretty similar, but creating poor covers that don't convert. Book cover is the most important thing, so do not cheap out there. Creating a book before validating the topic is a huge one as well. Like a lot of people create a book without checking if the topic is even profitable, right? So if you're doing that, that is actually the number one thing you want to fix. And the last one is giving up on a book way too soon. If you're publishing a book and you're not getting 50, 100 reviews, and then, the book is not selling, and so you go and, move on to the next book thinking that book was a flop, maybe it wasn't a flop. Maybe you just didn't do enough marketing. Maybe if you got some reviews, ran some ads, it could have took off. So don't give up on a book too soon. So in the end, if I could summarize all this into one sentence, it will be to just make great books and learn how to market it. A lot of people are good at one or the other. Too many people are only good at producing the book because it's fun creating these books, but they hate marketing. So they never learn how to get reviews and sales. And inevitably, they don't make money. And there are the opposite of that, where people focus too much on money and marketing that they neglect creating a high quality book. So they're spamming a bunch of crap books, and those books might make money short term, but it dies off because the book is bad. But if you can master both, right? If you can create high quality books and know how to market it, then you will be absolutely unstoppable in this business. Just like some of our students that I showed you earlier, doing 80 bucks a day, $1,000 profit in a day, $4,000 profit in a single day, and a lot more. If you click on the first link in the description, it takes you to this page where you can apply to join our coaching program. If you guys don't want to join, no problem. I'm just showing you that a lot of people are succeeding with this, right? If you scroll down, there's a lot of testimonials of our students making hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of dollars a month. So if you guys want to check it out, once again, the link is the first one in the description, as well as all the links that I mentioned throughout this video is also in the description section below. So in the end, guys, whether you join my programs or you join someone else's, or you don't join any courses at all and you decide to do this yourself, that's completely fine. The main thing is I want you to understand that this business still works. A lot of people are crushing it, and I still truly believe that this is one of the best business models out there. And if you can just understand the basic concepts of what makes a high quality book, and actually care for the customer and create a high quality book, and combining that with learning how to market it, then you will absolutely dominate this business. So hope you learned something from this video. If you did, leave a like, subscribe if you haven't yet. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next one.